Chapter 1203. The Starsoul Continent and the Tao Alliance Continent urgently mobilized their forces in response to this sudden turn of events. They had to make sure that the situation didn't continue to worsen. Otherwise, if it really did collapse, only the most powerful forces would be able to intervene. On the other hand, the Umno Alliance Continent was also mobilizing their forces. The Astral Souls Continent and the Tao League Continent definitely wouldn't allow the situation to deteriorate any further. They would definitely respond with all their might. After all, this was the combined forces of the two continents. Once they gained the upper hand, they might even launch a large-scale counterattack. In an instant, the forces of the Astral Souls Continent surged toward the front lines like a rising tide. Some of them were at the back of the pass, while others had already charged to the front of the pass. Many Tao Integration Stage and Heavenly Ascension Stage cultivators also joined the battle. The situation was unprecedented. After all, this was the first time the Umno Alliance had broken through the Sun-Moon Pass defensive line in tens of thousands of years. Their morale was at its peak, and their battle intent was at its peak. In the air above the battlefield, a few great shamans, the 7 swords of the Tao League, and the heavenly kings of the Astral Souls Continent were also engaged in a fierce battle. The battle seemed to be 100 times more intense than the battle on the ground. However, the battle in the air was actually, while the battle was dazzling, the great shamans were also urgently discussing countermeasures. What the fuck is going on? The monster race is about to return, and there are already signs of it. The 3 continents aren't strong enough to fight against this powerful enemy. How did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? How did it become a battle between the 3 of us? The Umno Alliance's golden-scaled great shaman was furious. In the long tug of war, not only did the Astral Souls Continent produce many powerful cultivators, but the Umno Alliance also produced many prodigies. In the past 2 years alone, a large number of Heavenly Ascension Stage cultivators had emerged, and they had all entered Zhu Wu's secret area for training. Soon, another batch of outstanding young elites would break through to the Heavenly Ascension Stage from the returning stage. They would then be able to enter the secret area for further training, further strengthening the Wu people's foundation. In the future, they would be able to defeat the monster race. It could be said that the situation was good. All the great shamans were hoping that things could continue on like this in order to nurture a large number of Tao Integration Stage ascendants in the final few years. Because at this level, in the intense changes in spirit energy and the life and death battles after the return of the Demon Alliance and the merger of the continent, there was an extremely high chance that they would shed their cocoons and become a butterfly, becoming a true expert. That was the only way to stabilize the situation and make it a one-sided defeat. Who would have thought that the Astral Souls defense line, which had never been shaken for tens of thousands of years, would fall at this moment? Moreover, the first thing that the generals did after losing their territory was not to counterattack and retake the lost territory, but to retreat. Moreover, the retreat turned into a rout of 1,000 miles. Wasn't this a joke? What do you want the Umno Alliance's higher-ups to do? There was no reason to not let the shaman army, which was full of fighting spirit, continue to attack. But if they continued attacking like this, when would it end? The Wu people's overall combat strength was indeed superior to the Tao League's and the Astral Souls human races, but that was only in a one-on-one comparison. If the 2 continents cooperated sincerely and joined forces, even the Umno Alliance would be at a disadvantage. As the Astral Souls human race continued to grow stronger, even though the Umno Alliance still had the upper hand, they didn't dare to casually start an extreme war. In a 3-way contest, if 2 sides were to fight to the death, only the 3rd side would emerge victorious. This was also the main reason why the Tao League and the Astral Souls human race didn't put in any effort. They didn't believe that if the Tao League and the Astral Souls human race worked together to destroy the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls human race wouldn't turn around and destroy the Tao League. Similarly, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls had the same considerations, which was why the war between the 3 races was limited to the Sun-Moon Pass area. This allowed the 3 races to maintain a terrifying yet delicate balance. When the confirmation of the demon race's imminent return was confirmed, the relationship between the three parties changed again. From being hostile to each other, it became a covert cooperation between the three parties to fight against the demon race. In reality, it wasn't because the demon race was too strong that any one of the three parties, including the Umno Alliance, might not be able to defeat it even if the three parties worked together. However, as the situation changed, the situation of the war changed drastically, and the situation took a turn for the worse. At this moment, the higher-ups of the three parties were collectively at a loss. Yu Dongtian was furious. He sent a voice transmission. What the fuck is this Dao League? Everyone is eating shit. How can they not lose? The Dao League's Daoist phone and Yu Dongtian joined hands to fight against the Golden Scale Grand Witch. Their faces were full of shame, and they scolded loudly, but they didn't respond for a long time. Although he was sometimes narrow-minded, if he was careless in such a big matter, then he really had no redeeming qualities. Then, how could he cultivate to the peak of the cultivation realm in this world? After Marshal Shimin and Marshal Beigong heard the news, they quickly responded. They increased their own formation and opened up a path for the Dao League's defeated troops to retreat from the battlefield. Then, they quickly gathered their troops and blocked the Umno Alliance's troops from the north and west. They suppressed the enemy's momentum and pushed back step by step. Now, they had already reached the left side of the defense line. If they continued with the current momentum, they might be able to force the Umno Alliance's troops out of the defense line. However, the south and east sides were in a much more miserable state. Marshal Dongtian was especially good at observing aura. Before he left, he had specially observed his own aura. He was sure that nothing major would happen in a short period of time, and the strategy he left behind was to defend their own formation. But now, the situation had changed abruptly. Moreover, it was such a huge and unimaginable accident. The East Army was in a hurry to fight, and they did not have a general to lead them. They suffered heavy losses. When Dongfang Xingyang came back, he was furious. However, it was a fact that the battle was not going well. Even though Dongfang Xingyang gathered his troops and fought back with all his strength, the battle situation was still not very optimistic. Bai Yunduo and the king of Zulu were fighting against the West Sea Shaman on the East Road. On the other hand, Nanjingqian's South Army was in an even worse situation. Yu Xingqian was leading them personally and defeated the two heavenly kings of the Umno Alliance. Now they were fighting against the Fire Shaman. All in all, the Dao League's sudden defeat caused the entire battle situation to collapse. It was almost impossible to salvage the situation. In Shangjing, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife knew that the situation at the front line was unprecedentedly serious. They did not have time to wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo to wake up. They told Zhuo Xiaoyan to take care of the situation at the front line. Then, they packed up and immediately tore through space to take care of the situation. Their speed was naturally faster than Dongfang Zhenyang and Nanjingqian. They were much faster. The people they were going to face were also not the Umno Alliance's army that the East and South armies were facing. Zhuo Chonglu went straight to the Umno Alliance's land. He even used his divine thoughts to shake the Flood Witch and led her to come here. At this time, they had to make a decision. The Umno Alliance needed people who were powerful enough to come here. The Umno Alliance's army had to withdraw from the Sun-Moon Pass in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once the astral souls invaded the Sun-Moon Pass, there would be blood everywhere. Once the hands of the Umno Alliance's army were stained with the blood of the people, it would no longer be a battlefield. That would be an unresolvable hatred that would last for generations. On the battlefield, there was no resentment between life and death. However, when it came to killing the innocent, there would be no reconciliation. This was the basic philosophy of a soldier. At the Sun-Moon Pass, a strong wind blew. A long roar shook the heavens and the earth. The moment Zhuo Chonglu arrived at the border, he flipped his hand and threw tens of thousands of Umno Alliance's army out of the Sun-Moon Pass. Get out of the Sun-Moon Pass. A loud roar shook the sky. A silhouette of a person rushed forward from the Wizard Alliance's side and shouted in a stern voice, "Minister, You have broken our previous agreement by personally making a move. So Changlu shouted, Ho Yin Hai, you don't have a right to talk to me. Call flood over. The Great Witch Dan Kong and the Great Witch Bing Ming were dozens of miles away from each other, and their voices were very loud. However, as soon as they saw the people on the opposite side, they lowered their voices and shouted, Fight steadily and surely. Retreat first. I will go and find boss to deal with him. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Even if you all rush up and self-destruct, it will be useless. This is the Heaven Patrol. Then he rushed up to the sky and shouted, So you broke the agreement. My brother will not let you go. Wait for your death. Zhou Changlu did not move. I will wait. In half an hour, if your Umno Alliance's army doesn't retreat, I will kill you all. Behind me are hundreds of millions of unarmed civilians. I don't care if you break the agreement. Senior Shaman Dan Kong shouted, You are shameless. You are a scoundrel. Senior Icehell Shaman said angrily, Despicable. How dare you be the top person in the world? Zhou Changlu snorted, Whether I am despicable or not, it is not for you to say. I will only say this once. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior Shaman Dan Kong's face was full of grief and anger. Just you wait. Senior Icehell Shaman said sullenly, When boss comes, he will teach you a lesson. How dare you break the agreement? Then he ordered, Withdraw some of them. When the Umno Alliance's army saw the legendary Heaven Patrol throne arrive at the Sun Moon Pass, no one dared to act rashly. They quickly retreated. In mid-air, the figure of the Heaven Patrol throne was as tall as a mountain. It was thousands of feet tall and huge. The Heaven Patrol, sword in its hand, was more than 6,000 meters long. It reflected the sunlight in the sky and kept flashing. When everyone saw it, their hearts trembled. With such a huge sword, every slash could kill thousands of people. It was as easy as eating and drinking. A gentle and charming shadow was faintly discernible beside Zhuanglu. However, no one believed that this rain demon had truly not come. The husband and the wife had been together for a lifetime. Naturally, they were together. In the face of such extreme power, all the Umno Alliance's army was extremely sullen, but they could do nothing. At this moment, the Heaven Patrol throne and his wife appeared in the sky. Senior Shaman Dan Kong and Senior Icehell Shaman could not defeat them. If they really dared to go up and fight, they might die here. The Umno Alliance's army was secretly angry. Everyone gritted their teeth and waited. They would let you be arrogant for a while. When our Lord Flood comes, let's see how you die. However, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people, the flood which did not arrive immediately. She delayed for more than half an hour. No one knew what happened that delayed her. Chapter 1204. Everyone in the Umno Alliance was waiting anxiously. After a full 40 minutes, the great flood which finally arrived. As soon as he looked around, he saw that it was the sky inspecting minister who had personally stepped forward to bully someone. Immediately, his 7 emotions surged up, and he flew into a rage. So what have you done? Asked the Umno Alliance to withdraw from the Sun Moon Pass immediately. Bullshit. Are you going to withdraw or not? The more they talked, the more tense they became. They started to fight. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. At the end of the battle, the great flood which transformed into his true body, which was thousands of feet tall. He hadn't been seen in the world for a long time. He also took out his 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer and fought against Zhuanglu's broadsword. The two of them were fighting in the air. Flood, do you dare to bet with me? I, Flood, have never lost a battle in my life. Just tell me, do you dare or not? Bet on what? Bet on the future of the continent. Oh, Flood, today, you and I will have a fair fight. If you can defeat me today, I will ask the Astral Souls to surrender to the Umno Alliance. You will not suffer any losses. What if I can't defeat you? If you can't defeat me, the Umno Alliance will withdraw from the Sun Moon Pass and not invade the Sun Moon Pass for a month. How about that? Good. It's a deal. Wait, what if it's a tie? You think you can fight me to a draw, Zwa? Haha, Flood, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the best in the world? I am the best in the world. Tell me, what if it's a tie? You also said that if I defeat you, you will let the Star Soul continent surrender to the Wizard Alliance. My wager is to stop the war for a month. Since the wager is so unfair, if it's a tie, I will lose and we will retreat for a month. It's a deal? It's a deal. Good. Under the witness of tens of millions of soldiers, the publicly recognized #1 expert, the Great Flood Shaman, made a bet with the pillar of the Star Spirit continent, the Sky Patroller Throne. It was a battle to determine the winner. Seeing that the bet had been made, the tens of millions of soldiers of the Wizard Alliance cheered excitedly from all directions. On the other side, the soldiers of the Star Soul continent cheered so hard that their voices were hoarse. The Flood Witch. Victory. Sky Inspecting Minister. Victory. Both sides were in high spirits, cheering like a tsunami. The Sky Inspecting Minister said, "If that's the case, please." The Flood Witch laughed. "Why do you want to go somewhere else? Don't tell me that you don't have the confidence to perfectly control your strength here. Are you afraid?" The Sky Inspecting Minister asked in a deep voice. "Then we'll do it here." "Yes." "Good." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two flew high into the sky and fought in their normal forms. They went back and forth for more than 1,000 rounds, but there was no clear winner. As the battle continued, it gradually became more and more intense. In an instant, the two of them became thousands of feet tall. One of them held a huge hammer as big as a mountain, while the other held a huge saber that was thousands of meters long. They clashed fiercely in the sky. This battle was so intense that even the sun and moon lost their light. For the first time, the cultivators of the 3 continents saw the peak combat power of a true peak expert. The visual effect of the saber slashing through the universe and the hammer destroying everything in its path was breathtaking to the extreme. So this is the true pinnacle of power. So this is the true peak combat power of this world. It's really too strong. The two of them fought fiercely for a day and a night. Everyone stared at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky without blinking. Spatial cracks tore through the sky one after another and then disappeared again. Only the area below the two of them was calm, as if nothing had happened. This showed that the two of them had perfect control of their own power. They were both meticulous. They were evenly matched from beginning to end. Although the flood, which was extremely ferocious, the Sky Inspecting Minister did not take a step back from beginning to end. The countless experts below were dumbfounded by what they saw. Finally, with an earth-shattering sound, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer and the Sky Inspecting Saber collided again. The two of them laughed at the same time. Awesome, awesome. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Flood, it seems like this battle is a draw. The Flood Witch laughed boldly. What a good Sky Inspecting Minister. Zhuo, you're not bad. You've achieved great results in your transformation into the mortal world. Your improvement is so great that it's beyond imagination. In this world, there's finally an opponent who can fight with me. This battle is a draw. The Flood Witch laughed. A bet is a bet. From now on, with your surname Zwa, this life won't be lonely. No Alliance Army, withdraw 3,000 miles and give up the Sun Moon Pass. Following the Flood Witch's order, the No Alliance Army retreated despite their reluctance. After all, the whole world was the witness of the Big Boss's bet. There was nothing to say. The Flood Witch's bet was also not a problem. One must know that the Flood Witch was recognized as the strongest person in the world. It had been a long time since anyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. No one would have thought that there would be someone who could fight her to a draw. Although there had always been people who said that the Sky Inspecting Minister, the strongest person in the human race, was the Flood Witch's only opponent in this world. It was only an opponent. No one thought that the Sky Inspecting Minister could really stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flood Witch. But after today, the Flood Witch had personally confirmed that the Sky Inspecting Minister, who had experienced the transformation of the mortal world and made a breakthrough, could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flood Witch. In other words, the sky inspecting minister had become another strongest person in the world alongside the Flood Witch. The reason why the peak was called the peak was because it was always so narrow that it could only accommodate one person. It could be said that the second strongest person in the world could still be restrained by others. But the first strongest person in the world could not be restrained by anyone. And this extreme, this peak, this exception had been broken by the sky inspecting minister. It had been broken. The Flood, which had been the strongest person in the world for a long time. But he was a very principled person. There were things that he would do and things that he would not do. This was the Flood Witch. But the sky inspecting minister was not like that. This minister had almost no principles to speak of. To him, as long as he could make profits for the astral souls, that was his principle. No one should offend him. That was his principle. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Originally, he was ranked second only to the Flood Witch, and this had already caused the other peak cultivators to complain. At that time, everyone still had fantasies. Zhuozhangchang, you are indeed fierce, but you are not as fierce as the Flood Witch. If you really go too far, we will go find the Flood Witch to seek justice. Especially the experts of the Umno Alliance. They were full of confidence. But now this guy was also the strongest person in the world. He had been proven by the Flood Witch to be the strongest person in the world. This was simply Great Ice Witch, Great Raging Fire Witch, Great Witch Dan Kong, and the others opened their mouths and almost cried out. The crisis of the Sun-Moon Pass that everyone had been thinking about, the huge crisis of the three continents killing each other, had been resolved. But how would they live in the future? Zhuozhangchang, this guy, could be neck and neck with the Flood Witch alone, but don't forget, he was never alone. He had Rain Demon by his side. Even if his cultivation was not as strong as him, it was not much weaker than him. What was worse was that this couple looked open and upright, graceful and magnanimous. But in their bones, they were ruthless characters. The sky is 3 feet higher, and the feathers of a swallow are plucked off by a swallow is not enough to describe the degree of stinginess of this couple. In the past, when they met this couple, it was inevitable that they would take away their treasures. Now, even 2MT Bo might not be enough to deal with them. The Umno Alliance withdrew their troops overnight, but the withdrawal of troops here was only limited to the Flood Witch's words. She did not mention the withdrawal of small teams, especially the independent expert groups. They had already infiltrated the astral souls. Because of this sudden withdrawal, the local war became more dangerous. However, Zhuozhanglu and the Flood Witch did not mention this. After all, casualties were unavoidable in war, and this kind of battle between experts was the easiest way to promote a breakthrough. The Southern Army, which was the furthest away, had already returned to their original position when they received the order to retreat. Under the leadership of Marshal Nanjungxian, they charged forward fearlessly. However, while they were charging forward, the Umno Alliance's army suddenly retreated like the tide. Several great shamans gathered their troops and retreated while checking their losses. On the other hand, all the higher-ups of the Tao League and Astral Souls who were above the rank of Marshal were gathered for a meeting. After the war, there were a lot of things to do. The losses caused by the collapse of the other side were unimaginable. The Tao League has to give an explanation for this. Zhuozhanglu sat on the rostrum, slammed the table, and asked directly, who will take the blame for this? Also, how will the human race of astral souls be compensated for their losses? How is it possible for such a mistake to happen? Do the troops of the Tao League eat shit to survive? The 7 swords of the Tao League were red in the face from the scolding. However, they couldn't say anything to refute it. It was too embarrassing. Minister, I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. Also, there's something more important that I need to report. Dongfang Xingyang stood up. Speak. Previously, the demon race had shown signs of returning, but the date of their return was uncertain. Our side, the Tao League, and the Umno Alliance still had some time to prepare. However, after this war, all 3 sides suffered heavy casualties, which caused endless murderous aura to grow and be absorbed by the constellations that appear before. The murderous aura in the constellations in the North and South Dipper was set, and the demonic aura gradually filled the air, causing the 365 demonic stars in the sky to flicker. I'm afraid that within a few months, the demonic aura emitted by these stars will provide clear coordinates for the demon race drifting outside. Chapter 1205. Everyone was silent. If that was the case, the situation would be much more dangerous. Dongfang Jingyang said, "As for the anti-air defense line, we still need about half a month to complete it. For the Tao League, I'm afraid it will take a long time." Taoist Thunder gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we have to sacrifice all our lives, we must complete it." Zhou Changlu sighed and said, "Those who made mistakes in this battle, go and build the defense line. Make up for your mistakes." Taoist Thunder stayed silent for a while and said, "Okay." This was the only way. The mistake this time was too big. If they didn't punish them severely, no one in the two continents would be convinced. It would definitely cause a rift in the alliance of the three continents, especially the four armies of the Astral Souls continent. They might go into a riot. The defense line that they had been guarding for tens of thousands of years was lost in less than half a year when they started fighting. Many things that were fine before had to be replaced now. Not to mention that so many of their comrades were sacrificed because of their mistakes that if the culprit could still get away with it, then what was the point of fighting? The 7 Taoist masters were all bitter. This time, the number of people the Tao Alliance had to deal with, from top to bottom, numbered more than 1,000. What was even more terrifying was that it involved 2 heavenly king stage upper echelons. But looking at the blood in the Sun Moon Fortress, and some places were even covered in blood, they couldn't beg for mercy even if they were beaten to death. Besides, the Sky Patrol minister wasn't the Flood Witch. If the Tao Alliance didn't deal with these people, or did something half-heartedly, Zhou Changlu would definitely deal with them personally. That was undeniable. It was something that was inevitable. "Next, I'm afraid all of you can't leave." Dongfang Jingyang's voice was dry and hoarse. If the 365 heavenly stars formation in the sky is completed, the demonic aura will be fully activated. Because of that, the power of the stars will be unprecedentedly violent. It's so violent that it might shake the entire Sun Moon Fortress. And we don't know when it will happen. With our own strength, we definitely won't be able to suppress this shockwave. After all, the foundation of the Sun Moon Pass and the Sky Restriction Domain was set up with the help of the stars. Dongfang Jingyang sighed. The heavenly Tao was indeed terrifying. A sudden change at the border, without any reason, had actually trapped all of the peak experts here, unable to move even an inch. That night, the Astral Souls, the Tao League, and even the senior magi of the Wu people were all staring at the sky silently, gazing at the stars that had begun to shine in the starry sky. The 365 demonic stars that represented the demonic aura of the demon clan were gradually becoming denser and denser. Connecting with each other, this completely showed that the stars in the sky were gradually forming the coordinates to guide the demon's return. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only passively wait. This was because this was the priesthood of the ancient heavenly court, and it possessed the indelible characteristic of dominating the starry sky. As long as these Star Lords didn't die and their souls didn't perish, the connection between the stars and the Star Lords couldn't be erased. This was also the sharpness of the ancient demon court. Although countless demon gods had been destroyed during the Great Calamity, as long as a trace of their souls, or even a trace of their aura remained, they wouldn't really die. They could recover and have a chance to make a comeback. However, their enemies didn't have such conditions. Because the demon court was the orthodox force recognized by the heavens and the earth, the so-called main force of the heavens and the earth. Once the demonic aura directly descended, the earth's foundation would be shaken. Therefore, they could only passively wait. Only when the starry demonic aura descended could they disperse it or divert it so that they wouldn't lose it. However, there was nothing they could do about the coordinates that could form the demon's return. The scene in front of them was actually a microcosm of the Astral Souls continent being hit by countless meteors. No one knew what this indicated or what it meant. now that the demonic aura coordinates are gradually forming. I'm afraid the Demon Alliance will return at least a year, or even 2 years earlier, which means it's very likely that they'll return this year. For the current strength of the 3 continents, this is a disaster. Taoist Thunder looked at the starry sky carefully and kept sighing. I still don't understand why the people of the Umno Alliance. Why didn't they destroy the North and South Dipper remnants of the demons? Until now, they've caused such a big trouble and become a huge threat. Taoist Thunder wasn't the only one who didn't understand this question. Even Zhua Changlu didn't understand it. The only turning point for this matter is the Heavenly Dao Trap in Shangjing. Dongfang Zhengyang sighed deeply and said, as long as they can hold on, perhaps the situation won't be so bad. Let's attack both sides together. But we can't go back now. The Heavenly Dao has already locked the situation over there. Once we go back and intervene, we'll break the delicate balance that has already been formed. And the Heavenly Dao of the demons will have a reason to further stimulate the stars, so that the demons can return sooner. Dongfang Xingyang sighed and said as with Changlu through telepathy, actually, the accident at the Sun Moon Pass this time should be a part of the Heavenly Dao Trap. It wants all the forces that can break the rules to leave this trap. The Heavenly Dao has always been like this. We can only accept it passively. It's not easy for us to fight against the Heavenly Dao. As what Changlu said blandly, even if the Heavenly Dao is playing tricks on us, it's still not the reason for us to lose the battle, and it can't be the reason for us to escape. More or less, it's one of the reasons. Dongfang Xingyang said in a low voice, I've never liked the Heavenly Dao Masters in the Dao League. But this time, they lost for no reason. Maybe they took the blame for the Heavenly Dao Trap. What do you mean? Since the Heavenly Dao Trap has been set up, with the Heavenly Dao's nature of not allowing humans to go against it, it will naturally affect the people and things related to it in all aspects. For example, the fluctuation of the spiritual energy tide will correspond to the emotions of a certain period of time. And then it will magnify certain negative emotions without limit, subtly influencing people to make wrong decisions. People who have entered the path of cultivation emphasize on having a firm and peaceful Taoist heart. However, once the Taoist heart is out of balance, the negative emotions of the people involved will suddenly erupt, and the state of mind will definitely take a turn for the worse. These are all conceivable. Speaking of mentality, there are many people in the army, and it has always been the most important thing. If some people are determined to fight to the death at the beginning of the battle and fight with all their might, the others will be easily influenced. Even if they know that they will die, they will still charge forward without any regard for their own safety. And vice versa. If there are already people running away at the beginning of the battle, then the remaining people will also run away as more and more people run away, no matter how determined they are at the beginning. Compared to the morale, blind obedience is also the most common mentality in the army. And this shows the importance of the old soldiers even more. Why is it that the most precious people in the army since ancient times are the old soldiers? Because the old soldiers dare to fight, and when the old soldiers charge forward, they can lead the new soldiers to quickly grow into old soldiers. Among the 3 parties, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls have been fighting against each other for years. In this kind of long-lasting confrontation, in this kind of iron-blooded life, the number of military talents produced is no less than the number of cultivation geniuses. On the other hand, the army of the Dao League, although they say they are an alliance, in reality, most of the time, they are in the rear. They have very little contact with battles. For this kind of situation to happen, and even for them to be defeated, in fact, is also reasonable. To be fair, I was not optimistic about the military strength of the Dao League. I only considered that the 3 parties have already formed a hidden alliance, and the Umno Alliance will not be as aggressive as before. No matter how weak the military strength of the Dao League is, after the initial adaptation period, after 1 or 2 years, even if it cannot become a strong force, it can still be used as a reserve force. But reality has proven that I was too optimistic. After experiencing this defeat, Minister in the future, no matter if we're facing the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan, when we need to engage in a large-scale battle, the army of the Tao League, we have to carefully consider it. If a similar situation occurs again, it will not be the power of a single person or a few people to turn the situation around. Zhuo Changlu sighed deeply. I understand. If the Flood Witch and I had not reached an agreement early on, this battle would not have been so easy. But people with a firm Tao heart will not be affected. Or I should say that the impact is relatively small. In the end, this matter is still the fault of the Tao League. If we really attribute it to the heavenly Tao, which of the tens of millions of soldiers will be convinced. I agree with what you said, but the Tao League still has to take responsibility for this and pay the price. Dongfang Zhengyang did not speak anymore. He had no intention of exonerating the people of the Tao League. His words were not fair either. His purpose was only to remind Zhuo Changlu of this matter. As for whether the people of the Tao League died, or how they died, what did it have to do with him? The top masters of the 3 continents had all rushed to the front line during the incident at the Sun Moon Pass. But everyone realized that they could not get away from this matter. This matter could be said to be extremely troublesome. After that, the people who had nothing to do started to open up small battlefields. Every day, they would challenge each other. The 12 great shamans appeared frequently. The 7 swords of the Tao Leagues soared into the sky. The leaders of the astral souls also appeared every day. The heavenly kings of the Tao League's Umno Alliance and the astral souls were also frequently challenged. In the end, even the marshals and generals of the various armies started to follow the example of the higher-ups. They challenged the masters of the other armies who were at a similar level to them. Therefore, the fights were chaotic every day. It was as if they wanted to take action. Once they took action, it would be out of control. The commotion caused by every battle between these people was so great that it almost shook the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of others, both sides were in a situation where they would fight to the death. The scene of the battle was played out every day, causing the mountains to rumble and the earth to tremble. The ordinary warriors were busy repairing the defense line, strengthening the defense line, fighting occasionally, or assisting in the construction of the no-fly zone. There were many people who liked to watch the show. Every time there was a battle between the higher-ups, they would set up a gambling house and gamble. There were only a few people in the army who did not gamble. Every one of them was a gambler. Everyone was a gambler who risked their lives and did not know if there would be a tomorrow. Who cared about that little bit of money? Many people who gambled would bet their entire fortune. If they won, they would make a fortune. If they lost, they would let their brothers who won get a fortune. Chapter 1206. As for how much they won or lost, they didn't care. Even if they lost and became penniless, they could still borrow money from their comrades. As long as they were still alive, money didn't matter. They fought every day. Every day, there was a huge scene and a huge commotion. However, from the beginning to the end, from top to bottom, not a single person died. However, no one found it strange. They were all the higher-ups of their respective factions, who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves. It was fine as long as there was a victory. After all, at their level, it would be strange if they died so easily that everyone understood this logic. Days passed by just like that. This bunch of murderers actually became more and more interested in life. They deeply felt that life was so interesting. This was truly a unique culture and phenomenon of the battlefield, that when the Umno Alliance's army regrouped and charged forward, the other side had already made all the preparations. On the Tao Alliance's side, the officers who made a mistake this time were ordered to contribute to the continent. When they built the no-fly zone, the strangest thing happened. Half of them actually escaped. A total of 300 people, under the lead of a heavenly king, escaped collectively. This matter was simply rubbing the face of the Tao Alliance's 7 swords under the feet of all the experts of the 3 continents. It was a great humiliation. The hot-tempered Taoist Hua was so ashamed that he almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot. I feel that the name Taoist Lightning doesn't sound good, so I changed it to Taoist Hua. Brothers, if you notice that there are areas that need to be changed, Please send me a screenshot. The Fire Sword and Cloud Sword of the Seven Swords acted together and chased after the escapees. In any case, if they didn't catch all of them and bring them to justice, the two Taoists felt that they didn't have the face to continue living. On the other side, in Shangjing City, after the tragedy of the Big Dipper killing formation, all the major clans were much quieter. This time, the Battle of Sun Moon Pass caused too much of a commotion. It caused most of the experts of the major clans to go to the front lines. Even the Wang clan sent out 20 Sky Realm experts to the front lines. As a result, the high-end military strength of Shangjing was greatly reduced. However, the originally extreme situation suddenly eased up. Although everyone knew that this easing was the prelude to a volcanic eruption, but at this moment, no one made it clear. It was as silent as water, indifferent and unperturbed. All the clans were secretly accumulating power, preparing for the moment when the thunder would erupt. In the next 2 days, Zhuo Xiaoyan found that Zhuo Xiaoduo behaved very strangely after waking up. Sometimes he would giggle to a chair, sometimes he would mumble to a tree in the yard, and sometimes he would mumble to an ant on the ground. When he met people, he would sometimes be deep in thought, and sometimes frowned out when he had nothing to do. He would go into the Tower of Void Extermination and meditate. He would sit in the Tower of Void Extermination for a few days. Yes, the several days here referred to the time in the tower. After being injured by Li Chenglong and the others, he healed again and again. This cycle repeated over and over again. So Xiaoduo did not wake up from his meditation, even once that this kind of situation was indeed a little abnormal. After worrying for 2 days, Zhuo Xiaoyan decided to put her worries into action. She decided to stay by Zhuo Xiaoduo's side and observe Zhuo Xiaoduo closely. This strange and inexplicable situation persisted for a few months before it finally improved. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to his original state. His behavior and actions returned to normal. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo's strange behavior during this period of time was naturally not without reason. He had obtained too much inheritance this time. It was so much that it was difficult for him to digest it in a short period of time. However, after a few months of buffering, he slowly straightened it out. The so-called strange behavior and actions naturally did not exist anymore. Speaking of which, Zhuo Xiaoduo's act of merging with the creation plate this time was indeed quite risky. However, this risk was not within the calculations of Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, or even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents focused their attention on the possible existence of the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon Sage. All their preparations were based on this aspect. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself thought so. However, the real risk of the creation plate did not lie in this at all. Yes, or rather, the so-called danger of the creation plate was actually caused by the creation within it. Of course, it was also a coincidence. This was because he had just received the inheritance from Marshal Dongfang. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoduo had received many jade slips from Marshal Dongfang. This had already caused his brain to be unable to bear the burden. His spirit had already reached its limit. Moreover, he had not had the time to completely digest them. Now that he had suddenly received a huge amount of information from the creation plate, his brain was immediately overloaded. His behavior and actions were not like that of ordinary people. This could be said to be the most basic manifestation of a negative state. If something went wrong, his brain would be completely invaded by the flow of information and collapse. Zhuo Xiaoduo would become a brain-dead living person. Fortunately, Zhuo Xiaoduo had withstood it. Even more fortunately, there was the existence of the Tower of Annihilation, which not only gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a large amount of buffer time to absorb the information and adapt to the state, but it did not really consume a lot of time in the real world. Otherwise, if he had really been in the real world for such a long time, he would have really delayed many important matters. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had really merged with the creation plate before he had ascended to heaven, he would probably have become a mental patient with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth all day long. And who knew how many years it would take for him to recover. However, this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had digested the inheritance of the creation plate and had thus obtained great benefits. The seemingly endless power of the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos had allowed Xiaoduo's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. In one breath, he had advanced to the mid-level of the sky realm. Another great benefit was that, under the pressure of the power of the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, Zhu Rong's primordial fire, which had been unruly for a long time, had completely let go of its former pride of being the number one in the world and had begun to merge with Zhuo Xiaoduo. In the true sense of the word, there was no difference between them anymore. And this situation allowed Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation techniques, whether it was the Flaming Sun scripture or the primordial fire art, to take a huge step forward. The improvement this time was a qualitative change. The Flaming Sun scripture had transformed from a blazing sun to a blazing sun that was right in front of him. After Zhuo Xiaoduo regained his clarity of mind, he didn't immediately continue with his cultivation. Instead, he chose to go to several cities to change his mood and settle his mind. He also collected all the Astral Soul's jade powder he had collected during this time and stored it in the Spatial Destruction Pagoda. After by Yunduo and the Demon Ancestors' orders, the Astral Soul's jade powder had been raised to the level of a strategic resource. Not only did they collect a huge amount of it, but they also ensured that it was pure. For the first time, Zhuo Xiaoduo, with his Skysoar realm cultivation, pushed his speed to the limit and quickly went to 7 assembly points. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his mouth was crooked. Too much. It was really too much. This was the consumption of the entire Astral Soul's continent. In the Spatial Destruction Pagoda, Xiao Long was astonished. Boss was really amazing during this time. He had collected more and more of this powder. The Fortune Mountain rose from the ground and became wider and wider. Its height had reached an average height of 2,000 meters. This was the average height. It was obvious how great the increase this time was. On the other side, after learning about the outbreak at the front line, Li Qinglong and the others couldn't sit still anymore. They all came to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo about it. They didn't hide their eagerness to fight and were eager to fight. However, after Zhuo Xiaoduo asked Zhuo Chonglu, he received a reply. You don't need to be at the front line. You have more important things to do now. The follow-up matters in Shangjing will be handled by you all. Remember, you must win the Heavenly Tao array this time. You must win. Don't be careless. This Heavenly Tao layout is more important than the outcome of the battle at the front line. It's best not to leak a single bit of the Fortune Mountain. Collect all of it. Even if you can't do it, you must collect most of it. Remember, you won't have any foreign aid or support in this battle. We are all at the front line. We can't leave or move. You have full authority to handle it. Zhuo Xiaoduo told Li Qinglong about this matter. Then, he gave Li Qinglong all the relevant speculations, including all the information about the North and South Dipper. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care anymore. Li Qinglong was the expert in the specific operations, so he didn't want to add to the trouble. With Swollen around, it was unnecessary for him to worry about it. Swollen, think about it carefully and slowly. We still have enough time. If you don't have enough time, you can go into the Spatial Destruction Pagoda and think about it. You must think about this game thoroughly. You might as well think about the worst situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I'm going out shopping with your sister-in-law. I've been exhausted recently. I need to change my mood. Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Go, change your mood. As long as you don't bother me in front of me, you'll be doing me a great favor. After that, he plunged into the sea of clues. What he liked to do most was to sort out a mess, and even a lot of messy things clearly. He understood everything at a glance. He understood everything clearly. This sense of accomplishment was simply unparalleled, especially when he did something that others couldn't do. It was so satisfying that he couldn't say anything. And Zhuo Xiaoduo's favorite thing to do was, of course, to have fun. He really pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan and went shopping. Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled. Why are you shopping at this time? Aren't you a little too careless? Or are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole? Zhuo Xiaoduo wrinkled his nose and smiled. It's impossible to lure the snake out of its hole now. Even if I pretend to leave Shangjing now, they won't care. Why? Because not only do we have masters on our side who can see that the heavenly Tao has been set up, they must have masters in this field who can see the clues. So, now they clearly know that I can't leave. If they pay attention to me, it'll be a waste of manpower and physical strength. And there's also the risk of being exposed. So, the only result of luring the snake out of its hole is that it'll waste our energy and won't have any effect. Although I can't lure the snake out of its hole, it doesn't prevent me from taking the initiative to find the snake. Zhuo smiled faintly. Taking the initiative to find the snake. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very sensitive to the word taking the initiative. Yes, taking the initiative. Zhuo smiled mysteriously. In the second stage of the form of heaven and man, what Zhuo comprehended was the form of all things. Speaking of the form of all things, it was a bit awesome. If it was only about fortune and misfortune, then Zhuo's ability to see the trajectory of a person's life had also improved to a considerable extent. Now, he could see the life and death of a person within a year. That was not all, but it was just an enhanced version of the original form of heaven and earth. Zhuo's other ability now, the advanced effect of the form of heaven and earth, was on a whole new level. And this advanced effect was that all things had a form, and all things could be seen. The specific effect derived from this could be said to be abnormal. From the initial stage of fortune-telling, it had transformed into the second stage of orders. The true meaning of this was that he would read your fortune and write down orders for your future. If it was right, he would naturally receive providence points, and the orders that had been written would disappear by themselves, turning into ashes at the moment when the divination was accurate. And the consequence of this was that, after divining all the secrets of heaven, there would be no increase or decrease, and there would be no cause and no effect. This was the power of the form of heaven and earth. There was a great taboo in divining someone's fortune and looking at their fortune. As the saying went, one's life would be 3 times thinner after every divination. There is also a saying that if one revealed too many secrets of heaven, they would naturally be punished by heaven. This was because revealing the nature of heaven's secrets was cheating heaven, deceiving heaven, and bullying heaven. Of course, they would be punished by heaven. This was also why, since ancient times, those who were more accomplished in this field could not escape the words of widows, lonely, and disabled. And the more brilliant a fortune teller was, the more often they would use some vague or even specious code when giving a divination. This way, to a certain extent, could weaken the punishment. In the past, when Zhuo wanted to earn providence points and read people's fortunes, he always expressed his thoughts and rarely hid them. If not for this, the karma caused by his flying tribulation would not have been so much. This was also the fundamental reason why even Father Zhuo, who had a calm temperament, was shocked. However, with Zhuo's current form of heaven and earth, he no longer had to worry about such repercussions. This was because when an order was turned into ashes, all the karma had nothing to do with him anymore. However, the luck points he obtained would not be reduced at all. This was because this heaven-human form was created by the person who created the world. Even the heavenly axiom had to be grateful to him. Thus, it had to reciprocate the favor of his successor. Otherwise, it would be disregarding karma, and it would be ungrateful. This layer of karma was something that even heaven could not bear. Zhuo first brought Zhuo Xiaoyan to a printing shop, the kind that mainly produced business cards, and then he placed an order for 9 quadrillion pieces. Since it was an order, he naturally had to make a batch of orders first. This number almost scared the owner of the shop to death. Even though he had repeatedly confirmed the number of 9 quadrillion pieces, the owner still thought that Zhuo had most likely lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he place such an outrageous order? However, Zhuo had no choice. He already had too much money in his hands, so much that he could not spend it all. He was very melancholic. If he did not extravagantly spend it, wouldn't it be wrong? Another helplessness was that this kind of heavenly order could only be done once. The second time he did it, he would have to bear the karma like before. Therefore, Zhuo tried his best to do as much as possible. Just this one order was enough to see through the past and present. In this case, how could Zhuo not take it seriously? Naturally, he would make as much as he could. Originally, he wanted to make 9 quadrillion pieces, but Zhuo felt that he should not be too greedy. I also don't need you to deliver the goods immediately. I place an order today. You just need to give me a portion of it before tomorrow night. Just a few tens of thousands of pieces will do. Then, once every 3 days, I'll come to pick up the goods, or I will send someone to pick up the goods. Except for the first time, the goods delivered each time must not be less than 1 million pieces. I have money, so I don't care about the price. I can give you double the price for each piece, but you have to ensure the quality and quantity. I will pay you 100 million in advance. You can do it and keep on doing it. But no matter how you do it, if there is even the slightest problem with the quality, I will not pay you again. You also have to return the money you received to me. Don't waste time writing a contract. A contract is just a piece of paper. If you take the money and don't do it, or if you don't do it well, I have ways to make you regret it. As Xiaoduo spoke, he took the iron bar in the shop and slowly twisted it into a fried dough twist. Then, he bent it in his hand and made it into a discus. Then, he melted the discus in a molten iron. That was not the end. He even evaporated the molten iron that the shop owner was so scared that he almost fainted. He hurriedly agreed. No problem, no problem. Hero, if there's a problem with one piece, you can take my whole family's life. I promise. So Xiaoduo said faintly, the hidden flowers and the words, as well as the surrounding patterns, must not be omitted. The front and back sides must be completely according to the standard. The thickness, etc. The font, etc. 100 million in advance. When I get the goods worth 80 million, I will pay another 100 million in advance, and so on. Remember, money is not a problem. I only want quality and quantity. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The shop owner's panic gradually disappeared. Instead, excitement gradually surged in his heart. He gradually realized that perhaps the highlight of his life had arrived. If everything went well, he did not need to do anything for the rest of his life. He could eat until his belly was round, and he would be rich for generations to come. That was 9 quadrillion pieces. How could he finish it in his lifetime? He estimated that with just this one order, the livelihood of his descendants would be settled before he could finish his sweet dream. So Xiaoduo put forward a new condition. The goods I want must all be delivered within 3 years at the latest. That's impossible, Hero. The shop owner immediately complained. Your order is too big. No one can finish it in 3 years. Not to mention 3 years, even 300 years. Haven't I made it clear enough? It must be completed in 3 years. Xiaoduo said, if you can't do it yourself, you could distribute the order to others. Whether you distribute it to 1,000 or 10,000 companies, I don't care. I only ask for quality and quantity. Is that so? The boss thought about it. This matter, as long as it was done properly, it might not be impossible. Apart from having a few more printing machines here, and then distributing the order to all the printing factories in Shangjing, it might not be impossible to finish this business if they put all their efforts into rushing the work. For the same item, the more it was made, the lower the cost would be. Based on the quantity requested by the person in front of him, the cost of one piece was at most 5 cents. His current offer was 15 cents, and the price offered by this hero was double that, which was 30 cents. Based on this calculation, if he distributed the order at 70 cents, the outsourcers would probably fight over it. Don't look at the profit of 2 cents per piece. If he could print millions or tens of millions a day, wouldn't the profit be amazing? The most important thing was that there was no technical content to speak of. Even if he could make 2 cents per piece, if a factory printed 1 million pieces a day, he could easily make 20,000 yuan a day. Moreover, the net profit would go into the shop owner's pocket after deducting all costs. Who wouldn't want to do it? Who wouldn't want money? Those who didn't want to do it were idiots. Even if he were to raise the price to 10 cents per note, he would still be able to earn a huge profit. Okay, the shop owner gritted his teeth. I'll try my best. I don't want you to try your best. I want you to complete it. It's best if you do it ahead of time. So Xiaoduo said, if you complete this order ahead of time, for example, in 2.5 years, then in the following 6 months, no matter how many pieces you make, I'll pay you 3 times the price for the excess. Really? It's a deal? This, you don't believe me? So Xiaoduo snorted and directly transferred 100 million yuan. Do you believe me now? The risk is all mine. I only want results. I believe you, I believe you. The shop owner almost fainted. It hadn't even started yet, and 100 million yuan was already on his head. The money was already in his account. What else was there to not believe? Before today, he was just a small shop owner with a net worth of a few 100,000 yuan. But now he was a billionaire. Oh my God. Steady. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. I understand. I'm steady. Steady. Oh ha ha ha. Steady. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. You're so steady that I don't feel safe. Hurry up and get to work. Tomorrow, if I find that you've finished too little, don't blame me for looking for another shop. Understood, boss. Don't call me boss. You're my boss. You're my bread and butter. No, you're my second parent. You're my ancestor. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He couldn't stay any longer. He held hands with Zhuo Xiaoyan and disappeared into thin air. Where is he? The shop owner was shocked, but he instantly understood that the person who came was a cultivator. No wonder he made such a big order and didn't take the money at all. He's a land immortal. The shop owner was even more in awe and joy. He immediately turned around and shouted, Everyone come here. We have 3 minutes for a meeting. We got a big job. Finish the work at hand and stop all business immediately. Don't accept any more business. All workers' wages will be increased by 20% from the original base. Design department, make a template for this sample as soon as possible. Buyers, go and buy these raw materials immediately. Just these few. There must be no problems with the quality. Give me 5 million sets of shares first. Call the machine manufacturer. I want to negotiate with them. I need a large number of machines. The quality must be excellent. I have all of them. Get to work immediately. Immediately, quickly. As long as everyone works fast, not only will there be a monthly bonus every month, there will be an additional monthly salary allowance every quarter. There will be a half-year bonus every half-year. It will only be given to the group with the best quality and the largest quantity. There will be an annual bonus every year. The minimum is 5,000 and the maximum is 100,000. I will post the specific rules on the wall of the workshop later. Enlarge it. The full attendance bonus will be quadrupled on the basis of the original 200. Listen carefully, it's quadrupled, not doubled. In other words, the monthly full attendance will be 800. For quarterly full attendance and above, the full attendance will be 10,000. Annual full attendance will be 30,000. For those who can't achieve full attendance, only the minimum wage will be guaranteed. Quick, go quickly. Office, immediately post a recruitment advertisement. Then, when the machines arrive, immediately start the shift system. We will implement a 3-shift overtime system. The machines will not stop even if people stop working. The maintenance workers must be the best. Double the salary. Rest for the people and not the machines. Brothers, let's get to work. The day of our fortune has arrived. When the workers of the small company heard the series of orders from the boss, they all rushed out as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This treatment was really unique in the entire mainland. They had to work as hard as they could. Immediately contact the major printing factories in Shangjing. I want to talk to them about business. Boss Zhou, who had been promoted to a billionaire, was full of confidence. His face was flushed. Now, I am their god of wealth, the child of wealth. Are you really going to hand over such a big business to this boss? Are you so assured? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Of course, I'm assured. How could you forget that I can read people's faces? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly. This boss has a long lifespan. Second, he is lucky. Third, he is ambitious. Fourth, he is skillful. Fifth, he is good at management. Sixth, all right. I know that there is no mistake. You don't have to say any more. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the most prosperous place in Shangjing. The billboards on both sides, the big screens, and all the electronic devices of the businesses were broadcasting the frontline battle reports and all kinds of recruitment news. So the Xiao duo raised his head as if he was curious about everything. In fact, he had a panoramic view of the fates of everyone who had passed by, and he had seen them all, although it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. So Xiao duo really wanted to try. He wanted to see if he could use his own ability to uncover the opponents who were hiding behind the scenes. What if he really met one? It had to be said that Xiao duo was very optimistic. In fact, there were many coincidences in history where people waited for their prey to appear, but Xiao's luck was obviously not as good as he had imagined. He looked around for a long time, but he still did not get anything. After a while, Xiao's eyes turned and he said, "Nian Mao, where do you want to go? I will follow you." After a long time, he suddenly thought of something. In the entire continent of astral souls, it seemed that no one was luckier than Zhuo Xiaoyan. Since he did not find anything, he would use Nian Mao. Chapter 1207. Zhuo Xiaoduo was suddenly excited. If he followed Zhuo Xiaoyan around, he might be able to gain something. Follow me? Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. Since when did I become the one in charge? What is going on now? Yes, now it's my turn to follow you. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Maybe if I follow you, I'll be able to find a southern dipper or northern dipper or whatever. How could there be such a coincidence? Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted, but she could not help but think along the lines of this question. Could it be that I've really met it? The two continued to stroll around. Zhuo Xiaoyan initially thought that looking for someone was a big deal, but after thinking about it, she felt that relying on luck was too unreliable. Gradually, she stopped thinking about it and just strolled around for the sake of shopping. Subconsciously, she leaned towards a clothing store. Girls, well, ladies, no matter how many clothes they had, they would always subconsciously feel that they were lacking clothes. The clothes displayed in the display window were the ones that suited them the most. The clothes that made their eyes light up were the ones that suited them the most, and in short, they were always lacking a set of clothes in their wardrobe. It was either this set or that set. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was different from other women. She was the type who only looked and did not buy. She only looked at the style and took a few photos. For Zhuo Xiaoyan, it was already equivalent to owning something. This situation caused the employees of the clothing store to look at Zhuo Xiao duo with disdain. What a pity that such a handsome boy is actually a pauper. He had such a beautiful girlfriend, but he did not have the money to buy clothes for her. He could only ask her to take a photo. Finally, the two of them looked passable. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperament was outstanding. The shop assistants did not make any sarcastic remarks, which made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that it was a pity. Sir System had lost a lot of opportunities to show off. Sir System had the most money now, the kind that could never be used up. Initially, he had thought that if someone mocked him and someone understood him, he would buy the shop and gift it to the person who didn't mock him. Then, he would fire the person who mocked him on the spot. It would be a great opportunity for him to show off. Who would have thought that he wouldn't get the chance to do so? Depressing. I, Moneybag Zhuo, have nowhere to spend my money. Life is as lonely as a flower after walking around for about an hour. So Xiaoduo finally encountered something. In front of him, little hero Yu was wearing a large white windbreaker that covered his slightly plump and round body. His head was held high as he strode over with a large sword. Boss! Boss! From afar, Xiao Xiao was already shouting excitedly. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhuo Xiaoduo subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. Why did he have to meet this little fatty every time he went out? What kind of luck was this? Naturally, he didn't know that Xiao Xia had been paying attention to him every day since he came to the capital. Not to mention when he was at home, but whenever Zhuo Xiaoduo went out for a stroll or was discovered by someone, Xiao Xia would be the first to get the news and immediately come over to bump into him. Yo, little fatty. Zhuo Xiaoduo squinted his eyes. He felt uncomfortable all over. After Zhuo found out that he was a genuine second-generation cultivator but had no hope of winning in life and could only continue to struggle, he couldn't help but feel more and more that this guy who had an unknown number of generations lived a much, much more comfortable life than him, a pure second-generation cultivator. Regarding this point, it was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt couldn't. The worst thing was that Zhuo felt that he had made a mistake. He had brought this upon himself and raised Xiao's seniority to his own. This made Zhuo extremely unhappy. Originally, it wasn't enough for this guy to call him ancestor. But now, because Mo Xuanyi and Zhuo Xiaoyan had become sworn brothers on the day of their wedding, he would have to call him brother-in-law. He would have to call him brother-in-law all the time. Fuck. It was simply a huge loss, all right. Originally, he only wanted to help Mo Xuanyi, but in the end, this brat benefited from it. The more Zhuo thought about it, the angrier he became. Boss, haha, are you shopping with sister-in-law? Xiaoxia smiled brightly. Zhuo snorted. How are you and Xuanyi now? Xiaoxia laughed, his face full of happiness. Thanks to boss, we're progressing very quickly, haha. Xiaoxia had completely forgotten about what happened that night. All his memories had been erased. The only thing he remembered was that Mo Xuanyi had become a godfather and he had left early. However, he couldn't remember why he had left. Then, as if it was the new year, the Yu family began to buy things wantonly, preparing for the engagement. When he went to find Mo Xuanyi was no longer as cold as before. This situation made Xiaoxia indescribably happy. These days, he felt like he was living in heaven, and even his steps were light. You're progressing very quickly? Zhuo became more and more unhappy, his face dark. Then you're living quite comfortably now. It's just so haha. Xiaoxia said happily. As for me, I don't have any great ambitions. I'll just eat and wait for death, be a salted fish. That's enough. The Yu family doesn't need me to do anything. Eat and wait for death. Be a salted fish. Xiaoduo suddenly felt like 10,000 mythological beasts were roaring and galloping through his heart. This is clearly my fucking dream. Even I can't live a dreamy life, and you little fatty are already living such a wonderful life. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world? This is simply too unfair. Zhuo's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. My father said that the future head of the Yu family, little fatty, can't get married if his cultivation base can't reach the Skysoar realm. We will never agree to such an unsuitable marriage. Xiaoxia's face instantly paled, and he cried out involuntarily, Are you serious, boss? I'm only at the advanced cloud transformation stage. You're so useless. Zhuo said viciously. Xin is already at the God Imperial tier, and you're only at the cloud transformation stage? How can you be worthy of Xin Yi? Xiaoxia was on the verge of tears. Did Godfather really say that? Godfather! This title caused Zhuo's heart to feel stifled. He continued to spitefully say, Why would I lie to you? My father originally said that you're not allowed to get married until you reach the Dao integration stage. It was all thanks to Big Sister Nian's help that he changed it to the Skysoar realm. With your shallow background, you want to marry the daughter of the Zhuo family? What right do you have if you don't even have a decent cultivation base? Xiaoxia's fat jiggled, and his face was completely pale. Skysoar realm. Xiaoxia might not even be able to reach the Skysoar realm in this lifetime, let alone make a breakthrough in the near future. That was a realm that he had never even thought about. Wouldn't it be great to just eat and drink and win in life? Why do I have to break through to the Skysoar realm? This is simply making things difficult for me, Xiaoxia. Can you make an exception? Xiaoxia looked as if he had lost his parents. No. Is this true, sister-in-law? Xiaoxia looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with tears in his eyes. It's true. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded honestly. Of course, what Zhuo said was true. Even if it was fake, it could still be true. At the very most, He could come forward and tell his father that he would help cover up Xiao Duo's lie. In any case, he could not embarrass his brother. A man's reputation was very important to him. This was the experience that his mother had imparted to him. It must be true. It must be a saying of wisdom. Xiao Xia did not feel good. He felt as if the sky had darkened. He knew very well that his good days were about to be over. While he was shopping with Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, Xiao Xia's head drooped. He did not say a word, and he looked as if he was about to cry. Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly jolted awake. A few hundred meters ahead, a young man was striding over with a determined look on his face. Behind him, a young girl was chasing after him with tears on her face. Finally, she flew over and stopped him. With a sorrowful look, she said, "I know I was wrong. Why can't you forgive me?" It was a quarrel between a young couple. The young man's expression was sorrowful and cold. "It's over between us. It's really my first time. So what? Society is so open-minded now. Can't you accept it? Didn't I make a mistake just once? You're such a narrow-minded man. I'll accept everything that happened before you met me. However, I won't forgive you for anything that happened after you met me. It's that simple. Have you forgotten our vow? It's no longer important. But you know that I love you the most. But that's not a reason for you to get a room with someone else." The young man looked sorrowful. "It's over. Move aside. If you don't forgive me, I'll die in front of you." The young girl pulled out a knife with tears flowing down her face and placed it across her neck. Xiao Nian laughed bitterly. "It's not that I don't forgive you. It's just what?" The young man did not answer. He suddenly turned around and bought a piece of fragrant barbecued meat from a stall. The young girl thought that he was going to coax her. She could not help but look expectant. "Is this meat fragrant? Is it a good piece of meat?" The young man asked. "Yes, it's delicious." The young man turned around and walked to the side of the street. He stretched out his hand and handed it to a stray dog lying there. The dirty stray dog bit it into its mouth. However, the young man immediately snatched the piece of meat back from the dog's mouth. There were 2 bite marks on it. They were all dog saliva. The dog was furious, but the young man kicked it away. "This is still the same piece of meat. Do you want to eat it?" The young man handed the meat to the young girl. "Aren't you disgusting? It's covered in dog saliva." The young girl looked at the piece of meat in disdain and said angrily, "So you understand how I feel." The young man said indifferently, "It's not that I don't forgive you. I just feel disgusted." Then he raised his hand and threw the piece of meat to the dog. Such a commotion naturally did not attract Zhou Xiaoduo. However, he stopped and watched with relish. Because of the black aura disaster on the young man's face and the future news that Zhou Xiaoduo saw, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Jin Yinsheng will die at the hands of Granny Greedy Wolf 5 days later. Chapter 1208. Xiao Duo couldn't help but click his tongue as he gazed at the young man called Jin Yinsheng. Women are truly terrifying. However, after listening to their argument, Zhou Xiaoduo had already relied on his handsome and unrestrained IQ to imagine the entire process and plot, and he'd understood the ins and outs of the matter and even the details. It was even to the extent that he'd imagined over 100,000 words of adultery scenes, characters, actions, and so on. However, the other side was still going on. But I was deceived as well. I didn't know in advance. You weren't deceived when you agreed to go out for a drink with him alone. But you have no background, no extraordinary strength, no connections, no brains, and no money. Why would he ask you out for a drink? Why would he invite you out for a meal every day? Besides your face and body, what else do you have that could attract that sort of person? So long as you tell me one, I'll consider you a victim. But when you agreed to dinner with him, it was equivalent to accepting his hint in the eyes of a man. Thus, everything that happened after that was only natural. It was all within reason. From that moment onwards, we had nothing to do with each other. You can be unfaithful once, but you can't be unfaithful 100 times. I won't accept an affair, not even once. At this moment, Jin Yunxing's eyes were filled with pain and heartache, but he didn't struggle. I don't care about your past, and I've never asked about your relationship with me. Even if you've gone through all sorts of hardships in the past, I only ask that you don't embarrass me in this aspect after we're together. That's enough. Even if you come to me after you've had your fun, so long as you don't play with me again, I can still accept it and acknowledge it. For the sake of the person I love, I'll accept being a spare tire. But you've never cared about me. The so-called promises you made to me were just empty words. Even if I forgive you this time, there'll be a next time and next time. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. Let's end this. Perhaps you'll feel guilty and blame yourself, but after a short period of guilt, you'll still do as you please. As for me, I'll have to wear a green hat for the rest of my life. This kind of thing. Once is already too much. Jean Yinxing strode away. The young woman wailed as she tugged at his sleeve. With a ripping sound, his sleeve was torn apart, and Jean Yinxing instantly vanished into the crowd. The young girl watched as Jean Yinxing walked away with tears in her eyes. The hope in her eyes turned into despair and gloominess. After that, it was replaced by insane hatred. "I hate you," the girl roared. "Just you wait." She abruptly turned around and left while crying. The ranger turned to Zhou Xiaoduo. "Zhou, why don't you let me teach that shameless woman a lesson?" Just now, the ranger was about to intervene, but was stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. "It's not worth it." Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that it wasn't worth it. It was because what the woman was about to do was related to Jean Yinxing's life and death. As for Jean Yinxing, how shameless. She cheated on her own man and still has the face to resent her own man for abandoning her. I'm very curious. Why doesn't she hate the man who abducted her? On what basis? The ranger was indignant. I despise this kind of woman the most. It's just a social phenomenon. There's no need to be so angry. So Xiaoduo sneered. In life, everyone has their own way of living. Everyone has their own encounters. That's all. Anyway, I just can't stand it. I won't stand it no matter what. Bear with it. They strolled for a while more. Seeing that it was getting late, they found a place to have a simple meal. After the meal, the ranger left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he sent Zhou Xiaoduo a document. It contained the movements of the major families in the capital during this period, including the changes in personnel and the corresponding movements. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't even look at it and directly forwarded the content to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong sent a message. Roger that. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about it anymore. He continued to follow his divine perception and searched with Zhou Xiaoyan. Before Jean Yinxing left just now, Zhou Xiaoduo had already placed a wisp of divine perception on him. This was an important clue. How could he not keep a close eye on it? Jean Yinxing, male, 22 years old, was framed by his girlfriend 5 days later. When he escaped, he encountered Granny Greedy Wolf, who was hiding in a secret place and was killed for no reason. This information was actually very general, because the location, time, and process of the incident were all missing. There was almost only one outcome. However, this was the only clue at the moment. Fortunately, one outcome was enough. As long as they kept a close eye on him, they could follow the clues and find Granny Greedy Wolf. Jean Yinxing returned to his rented house, closed the door, and sat down. He was dejected. He covered his face with both hands, and tears had already surged out from between his fingers. His girlfriend's aura still lingered in the rented house. As a low-level cultivator, he came to Shangjing to make a living. He worked hard every day to find a job, and he worked hard every day just to give her a foreseeable future. He hoped that one day he would put on a white wedding dress for her. He had even thought about what to do with his wedding house in the future. He would pay a mortgage and buy a smaller house in a more remote location. Then, when he had children, he would change to another house depending on the conditions. As for the children's education, raising, and so on, he had thought very far ahead. He had even thought about how he would retire when he was old. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. His girlfriend's betrayal this time shattered all his blueprints. The phone kept ringing, but he didn't pick it up. It was as if the world was meaningless to him. He didn't know how long he had been in a daze. It was only when the sky had darkened that he stood up like a zombie. He opened the fridge and took out 2 packets of instant noodles. Only then did he remember that he was the only one left. One packet was enough. He didn't know how this bowl of noodles tasted. He suddenly thought of his parents who were far away and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to die, but he really didn't dare to die. Even if he was betrayed, he still had to live his life. He casually ate 2 mouthfuls to fill his stomach. Looking at the narrow rented house, he suddenly thought of the stray dog on the street just now. My life is really not as good as that dog's. At least that dog doesn't have to be so tired, and it doesn't have to bear so much. It doesn't have so many emotions to face. It's actually true that humans are worse than dogs. Zhuoduo located Jin Yunxing's location. He didn't stay for too long and left with Zhuoxianyan. Zhuoduo knew that Jin Yunxing would only suffer misfortune in 5 days. Because of fate, extreme misfortune will bring joy. At that time, I might as well give him a chance, Zhuoduo thought. Zhuoduo had never been a good person. However, he truly felt that Jin Yunxing was rather decisive and straightforward when it came to matters. Even though he was in excruciating pain right now, he made a prompt decision when he decided to give up just now, and he hadn't hesitated at all. Zhuoduo admired this kind of character very much. At least as a man, he wasn't a coward. When they returned to the small courtyard, they were surprised to see Lu Yingfeng and Madame Lu sitting in the living room. Li Qinglong was chatting with them, while Xiang Bing was making tea and preparing dinner. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu were always kind when facing Zhuoduo and the others. They missed their daughter, so they came to see their daughter's students. Now that everything was clear, Madame Lu couldn't wait to bring Zhuoduo and the others into the Lu family so that she could watch over them every day. These children were her daughter's blood, sweat, and tears. Her daughter had placed her hopes on them that night. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu didn't stay for long. After dinner, Lu Yingfeng pulled the reluctant Madame Lu away. After that, everyone had nothing else to do, so they all entered the spatial extermination tower to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation was on the fast track. Everyone had just broken through to the Sky Soar realm, so they didn't need to do anything else now. They only needed natural treasures and cultivation materials to aid their cultivation and improve their cultivation. That was all. All kinds of eating, swallowing, absorbing, and sucking that this kind of fast track would continue until they reached the Tao convergent stage. Of course, every time he absorbed the spiritual energy, he would have to temper it 1,000 times before he could transform it into a state that was most compatible with the Sky Soar realm. It was one thing to advance by leaps and bounds, but it was also necessary to strengthen one's foundation. Their current demand for the Jade of Astral Souls had reached the level of high-grade Astral Souls Jade. Generally, mid-grade or low-grade Astral Souls Jade would turn into powder in a second. However, it was more or less useless. It'd be best if they could directly use top-grade Astral Souls Jade to aid their cultivation. However, top-grade Astral Souls Jade was simply too rare in this world. It was truly a scarce resource. Zhuoduo naturally didn't lack it. However, the resources he had on hand were far from enough for the needs of so many people. He had to purchase them elsewhere. At such a time, Zhuoduo's background as a second-generation superpower was put to good use. He found a number that Wu Yuding had secretly left for him and dialed it. "Is this Uncle Ding? I'm Zhuoduo. MHM. My mother said that my father once said that Uncle Ding is a good person. Uncle Ding, you're too kind. It's actually nothing much. It's just that there's a huge shortage of top-grade Astral Souls Jade for cultivation. We want to buy some. That won't do. We definitely have to pay. Otherwise, my mother will hit me. We, the Zhuo clan, do things openly and honestly. How can we take advantage of our own people? Okay. Thank you very much, Uncle Ding. As for how much you need. Anyway, we need a lot. The more the better. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Ding." On the other hand, Zhuoxianyan also began to make calls. "Pavilion Master, do we still have top-grade Astral Souls Jade in the Nine Heavens Pavilion? We want to purchase some, but we don't have enough materials for cultivation." "Thank you, Pavilion Master. There's no need for that. We have to pay normally, or we can use resources to exchange for them. My points? My points are that high. I can exchange them for top-grade Astral Souls Jade? Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. My contribution is that high. Chapter 1209. Zhou Xiaoyan was really dumbfounded by the information on the other end of the phone. Her points at the Nine Heavens Pavilion could actually be exchanged for more than 3,000 pieces of top-grade jade of Astral Souls. So much? When did she make such a huge contribution? This was definitely an unexpected surprise. So Xiaoduo then called the Ministry of Finance. Is this Minister Yang? I'm Zhou Xiaoduo. Uncle Nan asked me to ask you for help. You're too polite. Well, if you have time, come over to my house with Uncle Nan. My mother's cooking is really delicious. I'll definitely give you a portion in advance for the next family feast. Not long after, Li Chenglong and the others were dumbfounded when a large batch of high-quality jade of Astral Souls was sent over. He didn't know how the news spread, but the Yu clan, Dongfang clan, and Nan clan all sent Star Soul jades over. Each of them sent 10,000 pieces, and they even said in a forthright manner, "There's plenty. Send more in a few days." Money? Resources? No need, no need. These things have been stored at home for a long time. This time, just treat it as clearing out the storeroom. There's not enough left. It's really like that. The patriarch said that if we still accept money for these things, he'll break our legs when we get back. Zhou Xiaoduo was very surprised by this situation. Was this the authority of the second generation of super cultivators? It was really too easy to get these things. Previously, when Hidden Dragon High School's Principal Yi wanted to buy the top-grade jade of Astral Souls, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he begged. One piece cost hundreds of millions. But now, with just a call, tens of thousands of pieces were sent over, and they didn't even ask for money. It was as if they were afraid that he wouldn't accept it. Oh my God, I really love this identity of mine. After sending away a bunch of people who were sent the top-grade jade of Astral Souls because they wanted to clear out the storeroom. So Xiaoduo clapped his hands. Come, all of you. I have something for you. Not only was there a top-grade jade of Astral Souls, there was also something else. This time, it was definitely something that could save his life. It's equivalent to each of you having 20 extra lives. Do you understand? Then, he gave each of the 12 people a piece of paper. I don't need to tell you what you should do next, right? Come on, let's do it quickly. Li Chenglong was the most cooperative. Without another word, he immediately began to write. An IOU. Today I owe Zhou Xiaoduo. At this point, he looked up and asked, "How much is appropriate?" Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Set your own price. It's fine as long as you know the price. As the boss, how can I be less than you? What I want is your attitude. Do you understand?" Li Chenglong considered for a moment, and then continued to write, "Understood. Today, I owe Zhou Xiaoduo 10 continents. Empty words have no proof. I'll write it down as proof. Heaven above, be my witness. I won't go back on my word. I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime. Li Chenglong. Year, month, day." Then, he signed and pressed his fingerprints. The series of actions flowed smoothly. Long Yuxing then began to write, "An IOU. Today, I owe Zhou Xiaoduo 20 continents. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao year, month, day." With the first two sets of models, Gao, Xiao, and the others also imitated them, as if they were imitating a bowl. Thus, in an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo's IOU increased by 120 continents. Well, in addition to the previous debt, you now owe me a total of 200 continents. Remember to pay it back when you need it. So Xiaoduo exhorted. "Don't worry, I'll definitely pay it back in this lifetime." "Well, it doesn't matter if you remember it or not. I'll remember it anyway." So Xiaoduo nodded and put away the stack of IOU carefully. Then he began to distribute the best quality jade of Astral Souls. Everyone was beaming with joy. To be able to obtain so many high-quality resources with just an IOU was a great thing. How could such a good thing happen a few more times? 3 to 5 times a day, or even 8 to 10 times a day, it would never be too much. Although everyone had such dirty thoughts, everyone's feelings for Zhou Xiaoduo were the most sincere. It could be seen from the ownership of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit and the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. Whether the content of the IOU was outrageous or not was one thing. When they had the ability in the future, they would have to pay it back. When they encountered something good, they would not forget to share with everyone was prepared for this as well. However, they would never have thought that the world was unpredictable and the universe was unpredictable. At a certain time in the future, when they had achieved great success and laughed at all the heroes, these promissory notes would become a nightmare that they could not get rid of for the rest of their lives. At that time, Swishaduo would waive the IOU and collect a wave of interest on a whim. After a period of time, he would collect another wave of interest. This made them, who had reached the peak of the world, rack their brains to avoid debt and rack their brains for the IOU. It had to be said that every bird and peck had its own destiny. Ahem, this was something that would happen in the distant future. They would talk about it when they needed it in the future. In short, they were very happy to be free now. When they were liquidated in the future, the result would be clear. What's the use of collecting so many IOU? Zhuxiaoyan was very curious. She looked at the thick stack of IOU in Zhuxiao's hands and saw that there were as many as 13 IOU from Li Chenglong. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio were second, and Yu Moyan and Li Changming were third, except for Jinpia Piao, who joined the group the latest, who only had one IOU. The rest had at least two in their accounts. I have my own use. So Xiaoduo chuckled. If everyone can't reach the end, it doesn't matter. But if everyone can reach the end, well, we can refer to Uncle Nan and Uncle Wu for specific examples. In the future, we, husband and wife, our whole family, will be able to eat a lot just by collecting interest for generations. Zhuxiaoyan, you are thinking so far ahead. Zhuxiao's method was naturally not taught to him by Zhuchanglu. Zhuchanglu did not tell him about this at all. These were the unique skills that Zhuxiaoduo had comprehended on his own to walk the Jianghu. At the same time, down on the other side, in front of the Sun-Moon Pass, Zhuchanglu looked at Yu Xingqian, Yu Dongtian, Dongfang Xingyang, Sword Monarch, Saber Demon, and the others. His face was full of smiles as he took out a stack of IOU from his spatial ring. Do you still remember these IOU? Now that we have nothing to do, and you have saved up for so many years, shouldn't you settle the interest first? As the saying goes, a half-grown child eats the father until he is poor. I am raising 2 children now, and the living pressure is very high. You don't know how much it costs to raise a pair of children. The 2 of us can't bear the burden now, and I need you to repay us. Hearing this, everyone's eyeballs bulged in unison. How many years had it been since that happened? You still keep these IOU? Is this something that a human can do? Is this something that a Sky Patrol minister should do? Where's his shame? Where's his dignity? The distortion of human nature. The decay of morality. Raising a pair of children can force the Sky Patrol minister to this extent? We trust you so much. Don't talk nonsense with me. Quickly settle the amount that everyone owes. After this round of settlement, remember to write a new IOU after today's settlement. Zhuchanglu smiled. I have newly obtained the heaven-nourishing jade. I will distribute it to all of you later, but I have to make it clear in advance that this is an important strategic resource. Not only can it not be used freely, but it is also strictly forbidden for anyone other than us to use it. Once it is used up, it will be gone. Do you understand? As Zhuchanglu explained what the heaven-nourishing jade was, everyone's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The heaven-nourishing jade was really a good thing. Even if one's heart was crushed or his dantian was destroyed, it could recover in a few seconds. This was the greatest blessing on the battlefield, a treasure that defied the natural order. Nan Zhengxian. Yu Dongtian waved his hand. What? Nan Zhengxian was a little puzzled. Come here. Yu Dongtian was all smiles. What's the matter? Nan Zhengxian walked forward in confusion. Poof! Yu Dongtian suddenly raised his fist and smashed Nan Zhengxian's dantian into a pulp. Blood immediately splattered. A tragedy suddenly unfolded before their eyes. Nan Zhengxian screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Let's test it out. Yu Dongtian stuck his heaven-nourishing jade on Nan Zhengxian's body. 5 seconds later, Nan Zhengxian recovered completely. He was completely at his peak. Not even a wound was left behind. If it wasn't for the large pool of blood on the ground, no one would believe that Nan Zhengxian had just suffered a fatal injury. What a treasure! Yu Dongtian played with the heaven-nourishing jade in his hand lovingly. Nan Zhengxian was furious. Yu Dongtian, you son of a bitch. He finally understood. Yu Dongtian was clearly taking revenge on him for watching him make a scene. Otherwise, of all people, he just had to use him as an experiment. Why didn't he look for Dongfang Xingyang? He turned around and saw that Dongfang Xingyang had already run in front of Zhuo Changlu and started to write an IOU. He looked straight ahead, as if he didn't see anything. He really came back from the dead. Oh my God! Everyone was instantly excited. They all gathered around to calculate the debt and repay the interest. Zhuo Changlu had clearly stated that those who had not paid the interest previously did not have the right to write an IOU for the heaven-nourishing jade. He was just so unyielding, just like a scoundrel. Wu Yuding was at the side collecting the debt. Other than cash and transfers, she wanted everything. She stopped and put on a fake smile. That's it. Hence, those who were asked quickly took out a large sum of money. When it was Qin Sha's turn, there was finally a problem. Wu Yuding looked at the things that Qin Sha took out and put on a fake smile. Haha, that's it. Qin Sha was so angry that her face turned green and white. Teardrop, don't go overboard. What do you want? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Qin Sha turned around and said to Zhuo Changlu, Brother Zhuo, I've been waiting for you. Now, it's normal for powerful people to have multiple wives. I don't ask you to give me any status. I'm willing. Wu Yuding was shocked. She immediately kept the things and put on a smiling face. Aunt Qin, okay, I've collected enough interest. Chapter 12:10. This is enough. Qin Sha glanced at her. I don't think it's enough. It's enough. It's more than enough. Wu Yuding quickly took out a portion, at least half of it, and pushed it back to Qin Sha. Haha, I don't need so much. Take these back. She sounded a little submissive. This was Wu Yuding's first time in so many years. So much. Yes. At least you know what's good for you. Wu Yuding was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but she did not dare to say anything. I've never seen anyone who wants to be a mistress so arrogant in front of the main wife. But I can't provoke her. Originally, she wouldn't take action because of her status. If I provoke her, she might as well take action regardless of the consequences. That would be bad, and I can have a legitimate reason. If the main wife says that I don't dare, then I'll do it for her. No matter what, Wu Yuding would never give him such a chance, even if I have to suffer a little. On the other side, Zhuo Changlu's face was also pale, and his eyes were a little blue. I'm scared to death, scared to death. Finally, Qin Sha finished paying the interest. She went to Zhuo Changlu and stretched out her hand. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while and hesitantly handed over a piece of paper. He coughed. Sign. Sign an IOU? Huffed. The paper suddenly burned in Qin Sha's hand. It turned into ashes. Qin Sha pursed her lips. Her eyes and expression were cold. Her eyes were like knives, swords, and spears. Her meaning was clear. I already want to be your concubine, and you still want me to sign an IOU? Do you believe that I'm serious? Zhuo Changlu turned to look at Wu Yuding in panic. Wu Yuding turned her face away and pretended not to see. Zhuo Changlu's face twitched. He quickly chose a thicker piece and placed it in Qin Sha's hand. Leave quickly. I'm going to be killed by you. Qin Sha took the heaven-nourishing jade and left with her head held high. Little guy, do you think I can't teach you two a lesson? You actually want to bully me. Do you really think I want to be your man's concubine? The Qin Sha, am definitely not that kind of person. Tears, look at how scared you are. And he won't snatch it from you. This was the first time that the heaven-inspecting minister couple had suffered a setback. Zhuo Changlu heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel his heart throbbing. He could clearly feel that tonight would not be an easy night for him. Even in the future, it would be very difficult, very difficult, very difficult. Oh my God, this is really an undeserved calamity. Poochie poochie. The laughter around them, which they tried to hold back but failed to do so, rang out. Zhuo Changlu's face was as red as a jujube. He glanced around coldly. The laughter that wasn't loud in the first place suddenly stopped. The next one was Shimin Lai. With a fawning look on his face, he said, "Boss, I want to write an IOU. You only know how to write IOUs. What else can you do? Can't you be more mature?" Zhuo Changlu immediately found a target to vent his anger on. He said angrily, "Can't you use real money? What have you been doing all your life? What kind of achievements can you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources? I even asked you to sign an IOU. When will you be able to pay it back in your lifetime? What kind of achievements do you have? What hope do you have? How could I have been so blind to give you so many resources and even let you write an IOU?" Shimin Lai was dumbfounded. Just now, everyone wrote an IOU, but you didn't say anything. How come when it came to me, the people around him held back their laughter and urged, "Hurry up, what are you being so shy for?" Shimin Lai was embarrassed. He said in a low voice, "But I really can't take it out right now. If you can't take it out, then go away. Quick." The others became even more noisy. Shimin Lai's face turned the color of a persimmon. He was at a loss and looked extremely pitiful. Finally, it was Yu Xingchen who stood up to smooth things over. He wrote an IOU and got the heaven-mending stone as he wished. After giving out 15 heaven-mending stones, so Changlu hurriedly announced, "There's no more. Basically, each army gets one. The left and right heavenly kings get one each. The demonic sword monarch, demon ancestor, and others get one each. The emperor gets two. The others don't get this treatment. This is a strategic treasure. Moreover, everyone here is well-versed in the creation of heaven and earth. Even if this treasure is profound, it is still rootless and limited. I don't know how many people can be saved with one stone, but it can't be used without limit. It's up to you to decide how to use it. I won't ask how you should use it and where you should use it, but don't pester me again. I don't have any more on hand." Zhuo Changlu's voice was very heavy. Everyone understood that the IOU was written and they got the good stuff. However, their shoulders became heavier and heavier. With this thing, there was no doubt that they had more confidence to save their lives. However, soldiers valued camaraderie the most. No one wanted to see their comrades die. So the marshals could already foresee that after every battle, the armies would carry many heavily wounded and dying soldiers to them and kneel on the ground, begging for their lives. "Commander, save him. I know you have elixirs that can prolong his life and bring him back to life. Commander, please have mercy. Marshal, this is our comrade in arms. Commander, please." When they thought of this scene, the four commanders felt that the heaven-mending stone in their hands was a little hot. How many people could it save with such a thin piece? If they were allowed to use them freely, they would probably be used up in a small skirmish. Therefore, this kind of heaven-defying treasure would definitely have side effects. Therefore, there really needed to be a rule on how to use this thing. In addition, it had to be strictly enforced. I've said everything I wanted to say. The severity of the matter is up to you. Disperse. Zhuo Changlu felt that it was necessary for him to drive everyone away quickly. He already felt that his wife's coldness was getting thicker and thicker. The moment everyone scattered like birds and beasts, Zhuo Changlu heard Wu Yuding's cold voice. "Come with me." Xiao Duo's mother. "It's not my fault. I didn't have any opinion at all." Zhuo Changlu's face was bitter. "What you said is not the main point. Come here." Wu Yuding pulled Zhuo Changlu and disappeared without a trace. This caused the people who seemed to have left but were actually waiting not far away to watch the gossip to be greatly disappointed. What a tragedy. Yu Dongtian shook his head, his face full of schadenfreude. Right now, only the frivolous heavenly king of the right would be so audacious and unrestrained as to say what everyone else wanted to say but did not dare to. Even his father, Monarch Zhaixing, might not have such courage. However, there was a price to pay for such courage in action. Before the heavenly king of the right could finish his sentence, a huge she-blade fell from the sky. That 40-meter-long she-blade was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, only the hilt of the she-blade hit Yu Dongtian's head, and it didn't behead him. I was wrong. Yu Dongtian's face was pale. He knelt on the ground with a thud, but I didn't mean it. I saw Dongfang Xingyang's expression, so I blurted it out. Actually, this was what Dongfang Xingyang thought. Uncle Zhua, please understand, Dongfang Xingyang is really not a good person. Dongfang Xingyang, who had already walked far away, turned black instantly. This son of a bitch, he's really vengeful. He's still trying to shift the blame at this critical moment. So, Xiao Duo and the others, who had just received a large amount of cultivation resources, spent every day in the Tower of Annihilation. All of them fought and cultivated as if they didn't care about their lives. Among them, the ones who were the craziest were the few female students. Their innate talent was slightly lacking. When they cultivated, they were even more desperate than the group of male students. Their cultivation and combat experience were increasing day by day. Zhen Piapiao and Gao Qiao were the two girls who were the most desperate among the group of female students. They were even more desperate than Wanli Xiao. Every time they fought, they had to fight throughout the entire arena. Moreover, they had to do it several times. It was probably because their foundations were the weakest, so their combat strength was naturally the weakest. No matter who they were up against, they would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. No one could let them gain an advantage over them. However, these two girls were shockingly resilient. No matter how serious their injuries were, as soon as they recovered, they would immediately challenge again. Li Chenglong had calculated. 1 day and 1 night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 months in the Tower of Annihilation. And in these 5 months, the number of times each of Zhen Piapiao and Gao Qiao was crazily attacked. By conservative estimate, it was more than 2,500 times. This was an appalling number that could drive anyone crazy. This was clearly a battle where there was no hope of winning. Everyone was stronger than the two of them. Of course, they were constantly improving, but the others were also improving. Their progress was not worse than theirs. For example, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyin, Long Yuxing, and the others were improving faster, much faster, and under the effect of such a vicious cycle, they could only be attacked and crushed all the way. They never thought of counterattacking and showing off their power. But as it went on, the two girls never had the intention to give up or relax. When they were beaten down, they would get up again, continue to fight, and resist. When they really couldn't take it anymore, they would go back to cultivate and improve. Then they would try again, resist again, and fight again. That this ruthlessness made Li Chenglong and the others feel a sense of crisis. If they were caught up or even beaten down when they clearly had the upper hand, it would be a great loss of face. It was hard to tell if this was a vicious cycle or a virtuous cycle. Everyone started to go head-to-head with their lives on the line one after another. The weak ones chased with all their strength. The strong ones continued to run with all their strength. In the end, even Xiao joined the battle group. He controlled the Grand Sun True Fire and fought with everyone. Xiao Zhao's Great Sun True Fire was naturally sharp, but he was still young in the end, while everyone else was a genuine Sky Soar cultivator. Furthermore, they were Sky Soar cultivators that far surpassed the ordinary Sky Soar cultivators. When it came to facing the Great Sun True Fire head-on, their strength was still insufficient. However, they could seize the opportunity to defeat Xiao Xiao. But when the young ones were beaten, the old ones would naturally stand up for them. After Zhua Xiaoduo completely digested the two inheritances and got Zhao's complaint, he naturally joined the battle group with Zhua Xiaoyan. Every day it was chaotic. Chapter 12:11. However, after a few rounds, it became a one-on-one duel between Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan. The reason for this was that the gap between the two of them and the other 12 was simply too great. Even if the 12 of them were to fight together, they would still be crushed by either Zhua Xiaoduo or Zhua Xiaoyan. They would be defeated before they even had a chance to unleash a single attack. And this was without Zhua Xiaoduo using his 99 cat hammer and Zhua Xiaoyan using her ice spirit. Li Chenglong and the others were unwilling to accept this, but they could only accept this tragic reality in the face of such powerful opponents. After a few rounds, they experienced firsthand just how powerful Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were. This was especially true for Gao Qiao and Zhun Piapiao, whose beautiful faces were becoming more and more bleak. The others were also powerful, but at least they were still within reach. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were already beyond reach. The reason why they said they were beyond reach was because they knew that the two of them were only at the Skysoar realm, the same level as everyone else. If they didn't know, the two of them would never believe that they were Skysoar realm cultivators who had only recently broken through to the Skysoar realm. Even if they were Dao integration stage cultivators, no one would be surprised. After that, everyone decided to split up the battleground. With the mountain of Qi as the boundary, this side belonged to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, while the other side belonged to the 12 of them. Everyone minded their own business and didn't come looking for trouble. So they shouldn't come looking for trouble, but the 12 of them didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were also under a lot of pressure. Li Chenglong and the others were all fighting with their lives on the line. If they allowed these guys to close in on them, they wouldn't even need to worry about catching up to them. As long as the 12 of them worked together, they would be able to contend against either Zhuo Xiaoyan or Zhuo Xiaoduo. God knew how smug they would be. Thus, the two of them also began to cultivate, absorb, and battle with all their might. They didn't know what kind of cycle it was, but it was a cycle that, furthermore, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still competing with each other. That another day and night passed. It was already the evening of the second day, and the lights were just beginning to turn on. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan went out again and arrived at the printing factory. Boss Zhou had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo coming, he immediately greeted him with joy. "Boss, you're here." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't waste any time and asked directly, "How's it going?" Boss Zhou also didn't dawdle and took out a sample. The business card was usually very small, but the patterns and dark patterns on it were extremely exquisite. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very satisfied when he saw it. It was exactly the same as the version he had imagined. There was no difference at all. "Not bad," Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. "How many did you make?" "On the first day, because we still had a model, we only finished 1 million pieces." Boss Zhou said, "We're still rushing the production in 3 shifts. From tomorrow onwards, the daily production can reach 20 million pieces. The printing equipment supplier I ordered has already sent the goods. It will arrive in about 5 days. After all the installation is completed and can be put into use, the daily production can reach 60 million pieces. In addition, I've contacted another 30 printing factories. It's estimated that in half a month, we can reach a daily production of 1 billion pieces. Of course, this is the ideal situation. We will assign people to supervise the product quality to ensure that there are no defective products. I'm still in contact with the new factories. The daily supply will definitely reach a higher level. The supply of 9 quadrillion pieces in 3 years will definitely be achieved. Well, give me this 1 million first." Zhuo Xiaoduo was very satisfied with Boss Zhou's ability to do things and gave him considerable affirmation. He thought that it would be the best if he could get tens of thousands of pieces on the first day. He didn't expect that he could get so much supply in 1 day. It was enough to use for a while. However, after seeing the printing process, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly understood. A large piece of paper could make 100 business cards. It was printed at once and kept flowing out like flowing water. Then, on the other side, it was cut with a large guillotine. If there were 20 pieces of paper, it would be cut together. It would be a finished product without any repair. In 1 minute, 3,000 finished products would be produced. If it was an ordinary business card, it would only be cut together when there were 100 pieces. However, this kind of business card was of good quality and was much thicker. Therefore, it would be cut with 20 pieces. There are only 5 such machines now. In other words, if they only work 24 hours a day here, the daily output of 20 million could be achieved. Of course, the premise was that the machine was not broken and there were no malfunctions. This job was simply too easy. It was not enough to describe it as a profit with a small capital. However, after considering Zhuo Xiaoduo's requirements for quantity and quality, Even if the 30 printing factories contacted were to add up, based on the calculation of 1 billion per day, the order would still not be completed within 3 years. Because according to the current production rate, it would take at least 30 years to complete. Not to mention, no matter how strict and cautious they were, the quality of the finished product could not be completely flawless. In addition to the removal of defective products, there was also the daily maintenance of the machine, the occasional machine malfunction, and other irresistible factors. If they wanted to complete the order, they would have to contact more printing factories to do it together. Regarding this, Boss Joe had already made up his mind. This order was not difficult, but it was not simple either. It required considerable business skills to complete it within the time limit. Zhuoxiaoduo expressed satisfaction with Boss Joe's thorough consideration and plan. After receiving the 1 million finished products, he generously gave out a batch of secular high-end tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea. Everyone has worked hard. These are the benefits for everyone. Long live the boss. The cheers were thunderous. After leaving the printing factory, Zhuoxiaoduo thought for a while and called Minister Ding again. Uncle Ding, it's like this. I need to print a lot of things. So, I found a few factories to help me. I don't need to provide them with too much extra convenience. I just need to make sure that no one causes trouble so as not to delay the completion of my order. No problem. On the other side, Minister Ding agreed readily. With his monstrous power, this kind of thing was nothing to him. He didn't even need to look for him. A secretary of a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate would be able to handle it. However, when Zhuoxiaoduo called him personally, Minister Ding obviously realized something, so he treated it as a big deal. After he received the contents of the order, he was also speechless. The minister's son was really not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? 9 quadrillion business cards in 3 years. What a joke. Finally, everything is ready. We're just waiting to receive it. Zhuoxiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. 9 quadrillion. Damn, you're asking for too much. Not to mention that there aren't so many people in this world. Even if all the people who have ever existed since ancient times were added together, it would still be far from this number. Zhuoxiaoyan was speechless. I set this number after careful consideration. I intend to use it all at once. It will take a long time. With our cultivation and future progress, it shouldn't be a problem for us to live for another few million years, right? I even think that this may not be enough. Zhuoxiaoduo was full of confidence. You're not planning to use it for the rest of your life, are you? Zhuoxiaoyan was shocked. There was no need for such a long-term plan, was there? How is that possible? Zhuoxiaoduo shook his head vigorously. I'm afraid this won't be enough for the rest of my life. Zhuoxiaoyan almost blurted out the vulgar words that only men would use. This little dog was crazy. That after Zhuoxiaoduo received the 1 million business cards, he immediately put them into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he placed them on a table that had been prepared beforehand. With a thought, he sealed them and stored them away. Then, he injected a little luck point into them and turned them into mist. All the Tianji orders were enshrouded in mist. All the Tianji orders that were tainted with luck points instantly changed. The color became deeper, and the patterns seemed to come alive. They were full of a mysterious aura. With a thought, a piece of paper appeared in Zhuoxiaoduo's hand. He turned his head and looked at Boss Zhou, who was still watching him at the door. He smiled slightly. With a swoosh, the Tianji orders silently entered Boss Zhou's pocket. Boss Zhou did not notice this change at all. The words on the order flashed for a moment and then disappeared. This was a short-term fortune that Zhuoxiaoduo had seen for Boss Zhou. When it came true, this Tianji orders would naturally be burned, and the luck points after the fortune reading would automatically descend. Compared to the previous method of obtaining luck points, this could be said to be much more advanced. It was more than twice as fast. What a treasure! What a good idea! What a good idea! What a huge profit! Zhuoxiaoduo was full of praise for the results and his own wonderful ideas. He was in high spirits. Of course, if Boss Zhou wanted to see this Tianji orders, he would also see it. For example, if he accidentally saw his own order, he would naturally see the comment on it. However, after seeing it and waiting for it to come true, the luck points would be doubled. If an ordinary person like Boss Joe only contributed 1/10 of the luck points when he saw it with his own eyes, it would be 2 out of 10. It was fine if he put it in his pocket after seeing it, but when it came true, his pocket would naturally be empty. It did not matter if he threw it away, because no matter how hard he threw it, he could not throw it away. So Xiaoduo threw it as he walked. No matter who he saw, as long as they were unlucky or had something to do recently, he would directly throw it over with a thought. In just half an hour, he had sent out more than 300 of them. The last time he leveled up, he had accumulated so many luck points, but there were less than 50 drops left. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel a great sense of crisis. Now that he had the Tianji orders, it was like a wholesale business. He would throw a Tianji orders at anyone he saw, especially when he saw a few people with bloody disasters. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, they were like treasures. He only felt that the luck points had already fallen into his pocket, of course. Zhuo Xiaoduo's first order was naturally used on Zhuo Xiaoyan. It would be the best in a year. With the wind and the water, the colorful phoenix flies on the dragon. The wind and the clouds meet together, a cup of Qingquan wine. However, under the circumstances where I can write it, I still want to try my best not to go back on my word. I will return it slowly. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 12:12. Not bad, not bad. Nian Nian is so lucky. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Then, he flung it at himself. Poof! The heavenly secret order was instantly reduced to ashes. This is too good. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. While he was strolling leisurely, he passed by a forest by chance. Looking around, he saw that these lush trees were almost completely destroyed by the recent battle. Thus, Zhuo Xiaoduo threw out hundreds of Tianji orders. Trees are also living creatures in the world. They're also lives. All living creatures suffer. Why do they suffer? Why do they suffer? Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of nonsense. His face was full of compassion. These are also fate points. It's a pity that these short-lived flowers and plants, as well as those small trees, can't produce fate points. It's such a pity. They are clearly part of all living beings. Why are they so biased? Otherwise, I would have used up this 1 million today. Zhuo Xiaoduo was happy, but he was also a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with flowers and plants? Could it be that little flowers and little grass? Weren't they also a life? How unfair is God? So Xiaoduo quietly landed on Jin Yunqing's back and tossed a bloody calamity to him. Then, he leisurely returned and tossed a bloody calamity to Li Chenglong and the others. These debtors are all so lucky. Humph! The luckier you are, the more I will earn. You owe me so much. Do you really think you can pay me back in this lifetime? In your dreams. How can there be such a good thing in the world? So Xiaoduo thought bitterly. With Grandpa's ability to catch a toad, I'd like to see where you can run to. The present has an end, but the future is endless. As long as we don't die, there will be a day when you will pay me back with interest. With a thought, he showed it to Zhang Xuejuan, but was immediately shocked. Oh my God, how could there be such a thing? The immortal heart of a martyr, the soul of a beautiful woman, the demonic flame soars to the heavens, and the stars fall with a single breath. So Xiaoduo was shocked. This Zhang Xuejuan was actually this awesome? Could it be that the god-slaying spear had entered her body first? Therefore, he hurriedly dragged Yin Shirsi out and interrogated him. Tell me what happened. This Miss Zhang's body. At this moment, Yin Shirsi behaved abnormally subserviently and even seemed a little guilty. Cough. There's really no other way. I mean, how can she have so much potential? I want to know the whole story, the whole story. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked in a deep voice. It's normal for it to have great potential. That's a great power accumulated by the god-slaying spear's main body over a long period of time. Or rather, it's more appropriate to call it pure devil chi. Speaking of this, Yin Shirsi fumed. This should have been his. In order to settle the previous karma, the god-slaying spear's main body had given him this tyrannical power. At that time, something unexpected happened. The other side needed a strong power to guard the pass and even attacked you, boss. So, there was an explosion. After the explosion, my spirit was extremely weak and I couldn't control my primordial chi at all. Then, boss, you pull me out. Her spirit and power were originally separated. When I came out, the power naturally stayed in her body and became her foundation. Yin Shirsi sobbed. Yin Shirsi said with tears in his eyes, Lady Jeanne is the one who is really lucky. She didn't do anything, but she already has the pure power of the demonic monarch hidden in her body. Boss, you also protected her soul. Once she wakes up, she will absorb the pure demonic chi and merge it with it. Then, she will transform into an expert. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Yin Shirsi didn't know what to say. He, the designated inheritor, had been robbed of all his power for no reason. He had to start all over again and continue to work hard to regain his glory. Zhang Yunfei, on the other hand, had inherited everything while she was unconscious. Who could he blame for this? How long will it take for you to recover to your original level? Zhou Xiaoduo asked unhappily. Only a long time. The main thing is that I lack the nourishment of a devil soul. Yin Shirsi was a little short of breath. You haven't fought with the devil clan, so I can't absorb their devil souls. I can only use the most basic methods to aid my cultivation. Of course, the efficiency won't be high. Devil soul? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. The soul of the devil clan? No, it's the devil chi that the devil clan naturally emits when they cultivate devil techniques. Then they purify it. Yin Shirsi said weakly. As for the soul, Sister Bai and Brother Black like it. I don't need it, and I don't dare to snatch it. I can't snatch it even if I wanted to. Sister Bai? Brother Black? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Who was he talking about? That's right. Yin Shirsi looked behind Zhou Xiaoduo in fear. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and saw Bai and Jiu looking at Yin Shirsi with burning eyes. He couldn't help sweating. Day after day passed like a year to Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a day passed like years. They had fought so hard in the Tower of Destruction many times. When they came out, they realized that a day and an hour hadn't passed yet. How could a day not pass like years? One day on the outside was equivalent to many months on the inside. It was as if one day was equivalent to 1 year. Finally down on the 5th day, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others came out together. It wasn't for fun, but because they were so bored in the Tower of Destruction. Other than Xiangcheng, who refused to come out and wanted to accompany Zhang Xuejuan, everyone else was there. It all started because of what Zhou Xiaoduo said. I have something to do tonight. We might have to fight. Upon hearing this, everyone's excitement was off the charts. Hence, they all came out. Everyone seemed to be moving separately, but in fact, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were the core. They went out and went straight to the West City. Jin Yinsheng, who was praised by Zhou Xiaoduo for being decisive and not sloppy, had been in a daze for the past few days. He hadn't gone out for 2 days. Being decisive and not sloppy didn't mean that he wasn't sad or disappointed. This incident had dealt a devastating blow to him. Although he was the one who initiated the breakup, he felt as if his heart was being cut into pieces every moment. No matter how much happiness a relationship had brought, it would also bring about the same amount of hurt. Moreover, the hurt wouldn't come one by one, but would come all at once. Jin Yunqing's current situation was exactly like that. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. I was the one who didn't want her. She was the one who let me down. She cheated on me. Why am I in so much pain when I've taken the initiative to abandon her? Shouldn't I just be bitterly disappointed in her? Because he was just a novice in love, he naturally didn't understand that he had already prepared to spend the rest of his life with that person. He had built a blueprint for their future and was even prepared to devote his life to that person. Once it was over, his entire heart would be empty at that moment. Empty. Not only was he hurt and disappointed, but he was also close to death. It's been 4 days. Why does this room still smell like her? Jin Yinsheng muttered to himself. After casually eating a few steamed buns and a piece of pickled vegetables, he prepared to go to work in the afternoon. Just like how the earth wouldn't stop spinning for anyone, no matter how empty his heart was, he still had to live his life. He couldn't give up on his life. There were still many things on his shoulders. He looked at himself in the mirror and laughed self-deprecatingly. Sometimes, I really admire your persistence. You're clearly living a life worse than a dog, but you have to work hard to be like a human. He closed the door and locked it. Jin Yinsheng rubbed his face hard. A smile appeared on his face as he prepared to walk out. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his ex-girlfriend. She wanted to meet him. Jin Yinsheng refused. However, the other party called again. She was sincere and couldn't be refused. Even if we've already broken up, the past is still there. I've let you down, so I don't want to ask for your forgiveness. I just want to see you one last time. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. I'm leaving Shangjing tomorrow to return to my hometown. Perhaps this will be the last time we'll see each other in this life. His ex-girlfriend's words were filled with sadness. Jin Yunxing's heart couldn't help but soften. He only felt a sense of emptiness surging in his heart, and he subconsciously agreed. They agreed on a time and place, and when he saw that it was about time, he decided to return to his room. He carefully washed himself and tried his best to make himself clean and neat. He sat quietly in the room for a while. Seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, he slowly walked out of the room. It was better to arrive a little earlier than to arrive late. Just like what his ex-girlfriend had said, perhaps this would be the last meal between the two of them, the last tie between them. Also, he had to treat her to a meal no matter what. This was a man's dignity. Although he didn't have much savings and didn't have a future to look forward to, for the sake of a man's dignity, he had to take it into consideration. Moreover, Jin Yunsheng had a thought that he didn't dare to think about and didn't believe. If she sincerely repents, what should I do? Should I forgive her? If so, is it worth believing? He didn't know what he was thinking, but his mind was in a mess. At this moment, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, not far from the third prince's residence, in the study of an underground secret room. This secret room was right outside the third prince's residence. A tunnel that was hundreds of meters deep led from the residence to a nearby business district. It was about 20 meters underground in the business district. Now, all the tunnels in the third prince's residence had been filled up. In other words, this place was an isolated place. One could only leave from here and couldn't come back from there. Ever since the two families of the Dao League came to the capital to ask for Jun Changkong's forgiveness, the royal family was furious. Jun Changkong had been running around and didn't dare to return to his home. He had been staying here for more than a month. Every day, he would hide during the day and come out at night. Fortunately, a lot of things had happened in the capital during this period, and the people of the Feng and Yun families hadn't found him yet. Now that the third prince, Jun Changkong, was excited. Are you sure this can activate the power of the heavenly Dao? Opposite him was a person covered in a black robe. He couldn't see what the person looked like, but he was very thin. Your Highness, I'm sure I can activate the power of the heavenly Dao and completely change your luck. Will doing this really allow me to obtain the fortune of the yellow gown, become the master of destiny, descend to the true dragon, so that I can subtly influence the goddess of spiritual thoughts and make her fall in love with me? Why do I feel a little scared? Jun Changkong was still a little hesitant. He wasn't stupid. However, he had no choice now. Chapter 12:13. Your Highness, that's not the point. What's important now is an opportunity to turn the tables. Coincidentally, there's such an opportunity right now. The black-robed man's voice was dry as he said, "We can only try our best to fight for this one and only chance. Only then can we turn the tables." Now, what your Highness has done in White Mountain City has been known by the Feng and Yun clan of the Dao League. That's why the masters of the Feng and Yun clan are searching for you everywhere. During this time, many of our masters have fallen into their hands. We don't know if they're dead or alive. Moreover, many of your Highness' secret clubs and strongholds have been destroyed by the Feng and Yun clan. The situation is precarious. if you fall into their hands. I'm afraid your life will be in danger. The Feng and Yun clan of the Tao League are beyond the scope of the rules and regulations of the world. They won't care about your royal identity, not to mention that you've offended other people. The royal family has no relatives, so it's natural for them to give up on you. Right now, we have no one to help us. We can only try this legendary method to fight for the last chance. Why should we care about the suspense? What you should be happy about right now is that the royal bloodline flowing in your body can also draw upon the fate of the royal family. As long as you absorb all of the fate of the royal family, you will naturally become the destined son of heaven. The royal family has no relatives. You are the same as others, and you are also the same. At that time, you'll have the fate of the heavens to protect you. Everything can be done easily. Think about that spiritual goddess who has the fate of the phoenix. As long as your highness becomes the destined emperor, you'll naturally be guided by fate. Everything will be just a matter of time. Of course, it doesn't mean that all the plans will succeed after doing this. Your highness, you'll still have to work hard to mediate. It's not going to be done once and for all. The black-robed man spoke with sincerity and sincerity. He put everything on the table and spoke with great sincerity and detail. The third prince's expression slowly calmed down. Then, he became very excited. If someone told him that he would be able to obtain everything immediately after doing this, and that he would be in control of the world, he would never believe it. However, the black-robed man had also said that this was only a reversal of fortune, and he still needed to work harder. This increased the degree of trust in him. More importantly, the third prince knew very well that he might only have this last chance to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. Everything else, such as the fact that he had no relatives in the royal family, was just a minor detail. The third prince had long understood that, so it was not a problem at all. Let me think about it. The third prince paced back and forth as if he was thinking about something. But in reality, he had already agreed in his heart and was even very excited. Soon after, he asked hypocritically, "If I take in all the luck of the imperial family, will it cause any harm to father and big brother?" The black-robed man sighed and said, "Third prince, this is an inevitable result. Even if a general succeeds, his bones will be piled up like a mountain, let alone the fate of an emperor. At least it won't be life-threatening, right?" The third prince asked. "They were heartless to me, so I can't be unjust to them." Hearing the meaning of his words, the black-robed man couldn't help but despise him in his heart. There were no outsiders here. Who are you trying to show off to? However, he muttered, as long as third prince doesn't have the intention to kill, the retired emperor and the eldest prince will naturally be fine. At most, their luck will be worse than ordinary people. Then I am relieved. Jun Changkong's face was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his mind. Then, shall we start now? Well, then third prince will have to endure some of the pain. The black-robed woman took out a few jade bottles and put them on the table. If you feel that you can't endure it, drink a bottle. This bottle contains the heavenly star holy water. Just one sip is enough to make up for all the missing blood in your body and increase your body's ability to produce blood. You will be able to withstand the current situation as much as possible. Okay, the map is ready. Okay, please. As far as the eye could see, there was an ancient star chart on the ground. On the star chart, there were 15 glittering objects placed in different positions. Your Highness, please cut open the veins on your wrist and drip your blood from the first point. When the light from the first point is extinguished, follow the path and spread it to the second point. The distance between the first point and the second point must be filled with blood. You must make sure that the light is completely extinguished before you can move forward, and so on until you reach the last star. You can't make any mistakes in the process. I understand. Jun Changkong couldn't wait to take out his knife. He gestured and asked, "Cut the artery directly?" The black-robed woman's eyes flickered. She said, "The effect is the best. I am afraid that it will be too hard for third prince to continue." "What do I have to be afraid of now? Life and death in the wind and rain. What haven't I experienced?" Jun Changkong laughed heroically. He put the medicine on his right hand and made sure that it was within reach. Then, he opened the mouth so that he could drink it at any time. Then, without any hesitation, he raised his hand and brought the knife down. With a schwa sound of flesh being cut open, the artery on his left wrist was cut off by the knife. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. The tide of blood fell on the first star on the map. Jun Changkong couldn't help but be surprised. It is really magical. So much blood has poured down, but still can't be extinguished. Once the arteries of the human body were cut, the blood in the whole body would gush out in a very short time. The amount of blood loss was very shocking. At that moment, Jun Changkong's blood kept gushing out and was absorbed by the first star on the star atlas. Not a single drop fell outside. Although it had only been a short while, at least 1,000 cc of blood had been poured in. However, the first star did not show any signs of extinguishing. Can it be extinguished? Jun Changkong couldn't help but panic. He was also an expert in cultivation. Although his physique was far better than ordinary people, such a large amount of blood loss was no different from the continuous loss of vitality. If this continued, how could he continue? His heart was in a mess. He couldn't calm down. If this expert hadn't saved his life more than once when he was being chased by the Dao League and the Feng family and showed a lot of sincerity to him, Jun Changkong would have doubted the other party's motives. After a while, at least 2 kilograms of blood dripped into the first star. Finally, the first star was extinguished. Only one star was extinguished, but Jun Changkong already felt that his body was a little weak. It was difficult to continue. Understanding the situation was one thing. Witnessing and feeling the loss of so much blood was one thing. Even with Jun Changkong's physique as a returned profound realm cultivator, he couldn't bear it. There were still 14 more star positions waiting for him. There was also the path in the middle that needed to be filled with blood. Could he really complete it? The black-robed man smiled faintly. He didn't mean to urge Jun Changkong. Instead, he waved his hand. The injury on the third prince's wrist suddenly stopped. Cool medicine sprinkled on it. It started to scab at a visible speed. What is the meaning of this? Jun Changkong was puzzled. In his understanding, if the blood traces along the way couldn't be interrupted, then the 15 star positions should be extinguished in one go. How could it be interrupted? We can't let your highness hurt your foundation just to succeed. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse but concerned. As long as one star position is extinguished, your highness can rest for a while. You can take medicine to recover your physical condition. You can also rest for a while to prepare for the next stage. How is it? Does your highness feel more confident? As he spoke, he took out some nourishing treasures and let Jun Changkong eat them. Then, he let him drink 2 mouthfuls of the Heavenly Star holy water. After drinking the Heavenly Star holy water, Jun Changkong clearly felt that his body had recovered almost instantly. He was full of vigor and strength. His blood was surging in his veins. The large amount of blood he had lost just now was completely recovered. He even had some left over. His cultivation also seemed to have improved a little. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Jun Changkong was full of praise. He was born in the royal family. He had reached the returned profound realm early on. Whether it was his eyesight or experience, he was extraordinary. He had also enjoyed a lot of treasures. However, the Heavenly Star holy water had such an immediate healing effect. It even had the ability to improve his cultivation. It was really rare. Just as the black-robed man said, he no longer had any concerns about the so-called loss of blood. Then, shall we continue? The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. Of course. Jun Changkong's confidence increased. With so many treasures here, why would he be afraid of losing blood? What a joke. It was more important to finish this quickly. Oh, you shouldn't have stopped me just now. Now that the wound has scabbed, I have to cut it again. Jun Changkong laughed and pretended to complain. In order to make your highness feel more at ease and have more confidence, it was not in vain. The black-robed man smiled and said in a genteel manner, "Oh, come on, let's continue. Let's cut it again." Jun Changkong chuckled. The black-robed man said, "Your highness, Did you see a flash of yellow light when the stars dimmed? I saw it. This is. Jun Changkong's breathing quickened. This is the yellow gown. But it's still not enough to do anything. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse. There was some meaning in it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue. Jun Changkong was completely excited. He took the initiative to pick up the knife and was ready to cut himself. This old man has to ask your highness one more thing. You know the consequences. If you continue, there will be no turning back. The black-robed man reminded in a deep voice. The more he reminded, the more arrogant Jun Changkong became. Don't worry. How can I turn back on this road? Good. Your highness is so bold. The black-robed man simply started to call him your highness. Jun Changkong laughed and cut his wrist with the knife. The artery was instantly cut off. It was even more resolute than the previous cut. Blood gushed out again, and a bloody scar spread out. On the other side, Jin Yunsheng was already in the business district. This was not a high-end business district. The prices of all the goods were very affordable. Therefore, when he came here to eat, drink, and spend money, it was generally affordable. Moreover, this place was not very far away. It was the third prince's residence, so it was relatively quiet. After all, in the hearts of the commoners, the royal family was still very intimidating. Today's condition is not very good. Moreover, Alliance Master Hong Xiaoyo is drunk. He kept chatting with me and asked me about my comrades in the sunshine. Oh, I'm so annoyed. I wanted to work overtime tonight, but today is a special day, so I can only work 2 shifts. Hong Xiaoyo is a chatterbox. He wasted so many hours of my time. Oof. Chapter 12:14. The two of them agreed to meet at a small restaurant. In fact, this restaurant was not small, and the courtyard was especially big. The owner had divided the courtyard into many small rooms. It was lunchtime, so it was noisy and crowded. Jin Yunsheng had been to this restaurant many times before. Every time he enjoyed the food, he would feel the fragrance in his mouth and cheeks. However, this time, he was stunned for a long time in front of the restaurant. The past flashed past his mind, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the past, he would come here happily with his girlfriend. But today, he was here for a breakup meal. In the past, he was happy and full of expectations for the future. But today, he only had a withered mood. You're here, Brother Jean. The waiter was very familiar with Jin Yunsheng. Yes, is there a room left? Your girlfriend has already booked it. It's the room in the corner on the right. The room in the corner? Jin Yunsheng smiled bitterly. In the past, he would choose the room in the middle every time he came. Looking at the noisy crowd outside, he would feel a little angry. Even if he couldn't book the room in the middle, he wouldn't go to the corner. He would rather choose the hall dot, but today, he booked the room in the corner. It was indeed a breakup meal. It was so different from the past. What did this mean? Did it mean that he had really walked to the corner? That he had reached the end? Jin Yunsheng smiled bitterly. Is she here? Not yet. Okay, then I'll go in and wait for her. Give me a pot of black tea. Jin Yunsheng originally wanted to order the green tea that he often drank, but when he was about to say it, he felt that the word green was like an arrow that shot into his heart. He subconsciously changed his words. Okay, time passed slowly. The sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns were already lit. On the star map in front of the third prince, 7 stars had already extinguished, and 8 stars were left. In other words, it was less than half of the star map. As for the precious medicine known as the heavenly star holy water, he had already drunk 4 bottles. The black-robed man wasn't in a hurry. He could only wait patiently. Occasionally, he would comfort and advise Jun Changkong to act according to his ability and not be too hasty. Only when one of the stars on the star map dimmed, and a yellow light flashed would a flash of light appear in his eyes. It had to be said that this third prince, in addition to being very afraid of death, was also very eager for quick success. Everyone had told him that he didn't need to finish it in one go. After pouring his blood into extinguishing 1 star, he could take a short rest. However, he simply didn't listen. Instead, he was impatient to proceed to the next step. It was probably because of this that he had consumed a lot of heavenly star holy water just to extinguish 7 stars. The black-robed man didn't expect that the third prince, Jun Changkong, would do this because of the heavenly star holy water's miraculous effects. The 4 times he stopped to consume it, it actually increased his returning profound realm cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, by 10%. It was truly an unexpected gain and a great benefit. Therefore, he became more and more convinced of the black-robed man's words. Naturally, he wanted to complete the process of collecting the imperial fortune as soon as possible. What Jun Changkong didn't know was that the black-robed man had gone through a lot of trouble to make such a big move. He opened a hole in the imperial family's chi meridian and extended it here with the formation. He also used a lot of secret medicine to cooperate with the formation. Using the power of the stars, he poured the imperial family's fate into the third prince's body. This series of actions took a lot of effort. His ultimate goal was to use the imperial family's bloodline as the carrier and use the blood as the medium to extract the imperial family's fate and pour it into the star map. Now that he had reached the final step, it was the most important point. Slow down. So be it. It was fine as long as he could succeed. However, this was all thanks to the Feng and Feng clan of the Dao League. If it weren't for these 2 clans coming all the way from Baishan City, Jun Changkong wouldn't have been so pressured. A person like Jun Changkong would never risk his life if he wasn't in a desperate situation. In contrast, the secret medicine that he had given up was worth it, even though it was a waste. Under the black-robed man's close watch, a large amount of blood mixed with a faint yellow color that Jun Changkong couldn't see gushed out and poured into the star map. During this process, the 2 of them didn't speak for a long time. Jun Changkong was full of anticipation and impatience, while the black-robed man was very calm and steady. Compared to Jun Changkong's impatience, the difference between the experienced and the inexperienced was even more obvious. The experienced and prudent black-robed man naturally had a calmness that was far beyond an ordinary person's. Success was right in front of him. In just a moment, he would be done. That on the other side, Jin Yunqing's girlfriend finally arrived at the restaurant in the courtyard. She came late, but she came with someone else. It was a young man with 2 bodyguards. Needless to say, if Jin Yunqing's girlfriend's character was disregarded, then her appearance was rather good. Regardless of whether it was her figure or appearance, she was extraordinarily exquisite, and she was filled with a delicate and pitiful aura. If a woman was given a full score of 100 points, Jin Yunqing's ex-girlfriend would still score more than 90 points for her appearance, even though she was just a mortal. If her appearance and figure didn't change after experiencing wealth, and if she added some graceful and luxurious aura, her score would be slightly higher. Facing his girlfriend and that young man, Jin Yunqing didn't feel as restrained as he had imagined. He actually became carefree. Please take a seat," Jin Yunqing said indifferently. "I'll be the host for today's meal. I wish you a happy life in the future." When Jin Yunqing saw that his girlfriend had brought this man over, he immediately gave up. However, he also let go of his feelings for him completely. Now that he had completely let go, he became magnanimous. Even though they might not be able to meet again, they should still be friends. Now that he spoke sincerely, he appeared even more graceful. In the cubicle, Li Chenglong sighed and said, "She's beautiful and graceful, but she's the root of trouble. The ancients say that a poor man shouldn't marry a beautiful woman. With Jin Yunqing's current situation, he won't be able to hold on to such a girl no matter what." Zhou Xiaoyan said indifferently, "It all depends on the person. As long as this girl can hold on, Jin Yunqing can. So the key to this matter is still this girl." Zhou Xiaodua's heart stirred, and he reached out to hold Zhou Xiaoyan's hand. Before Zhou Xiaodua's awakening, even though the situation was slightly different, it was fundamentally no different from Jin Yunqing and the others. At that time, Zhou Xiaoyan and he were clearly not from the same world, but Zhou Xiaoyan had never wavered. Sensing Zhou Xiaodua's intentions, Zhou Xiaoyan smiled. For a moment, she felt warmth in her heart, and she clasped Xiaoduo's hand with her slender fingers. She felt peaceful, happy, and satisfied. Boss, is this kid's luck really that good? Long Yuxing couldn't help but be curious. No matter how he looked at it, Jin Yunsheng was just an extremely ordinary cultivator. At most, he was at the Khanate realm. Such a cultivation level was simply too ordinary in the astral souls. Right now, he's in the midst of a bloody disaster. There's no way forward to speak of. However, if he survives this calamity, he'll have good luck. It's hard to say how far he'll go in the future, but his luck will definitely be exuberant. Now that we've intervened, the signs of his good luck are becoming more and more obvious. It's considered a lucky hit that changed the trajectory of his life. Since it's already a lucky hit, we might as well give him a chance. So Xiaoduo said, perhaps we can let him join our company, or Qiao-er. Gao Qiao-er's interest was piqued. From what you've said, this kid is valued by you so much that he's caught your eye. Not necessarily. I just admire his decisiveness and foresight. So Xiaoduo smiled. In the end, it's still just a casual move. However, Jin Yunsheng has good luck in the future. He'll be of great use. Zhuo Xiaonian, on the other hand, noticed something else. You have a company? Why don't I know about it? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were speechless. Next door, they were also talking about an old and cliched topic. It seems like we're indeed from different worlds. The so-called matching families might be an old rule, but it's not necessarily wrong. It's a good thing to separate as soon as possible, said Jin Yunsheng. The dishes were served one after another. Jin Yunsheng said indifferently, I don't have much money, so I'm destined not to be able to treat everyone to better food. This is the best I can do. Please don't mind. After all, from today onwards, we'll go our separate ways. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. I won't say anything resentful, but I can't say more blessings to all of you. Please raise your glass. Jin Yunsheng raised his neck and downed the wine in one gulp. I only hope that I, Jin Yunsheng, will only eat such a banquet once in my life. The girl opposite him had tears in her eyes. Looking at Jin Yunsheng's cold face, the hatred in her eyes grew stronger. She said indifferently, that's not necessarily true. In today's society, materialism is rampant. Jin Yunsheng, if you don't change yourself as soon as possible, I'm afraid you'll have to eat such a meal many times. That's my fate as well. Jin Yunsheng smiled in a carefree manner and wasn't angry at all. He said indifferently, you don't have to worry about me after today. The girl said, I know you hate me. You hate me for being greedy and ungrateful. After all, you paid for all my expenses when I went to school and learned martial arts. Now that I've abandoned you, you'll definitely hate me. That's human nature, so I don't blame you. Jin Yunsheng said, you're wrong. I don't hate you. Actually, I should thank you. After all, you're so beautiful, and you even spent some time with me. I should be very satisfied because I should have known from the very beginning that we're from different worlds. Being able to spend some time with you is already an advantage for me. Many people probably have the same thoughts, right? The girl paused for a moment and said faintly, Jin Yunsheng, let me ask you a question. If I wasn't beautiful, would you still support me? Jin Yunsheng said indifferently, what's the point of talking about all of that now? But since you've asked, then I'll answer you honestly. I wouldn't. The girl heaved a sigh of relief and said with disdain, so you've only taken a liking to my beauty since the very beginning. Jin Yunsheng smiled and nodded, yet he laughed bitterly and hollowly in his heart. Everyone loves beauty, yet it's actually a crime? But when I first met you, you were wearing shabby clothes, your face was sallow and emaciated, your hair was disheveled, and you were eating vegetables in the market. I really don't understand. How could I have taken a fancy to your beauty? I supported your studies, supported your cultivation, and provided for everything you needed in life. A few years later, you finally expressed your gratitude to me, fell in love with me, and wanted to be with me for the rest of your life. After that, our relationship changed, and we became lovers. That's what happened after that. At that time, you were just a little girl who had yet to grow up. Why did you have to talk about beauty? He just watched calmly as the girl he'd raised and protected with his life had finally shed her cocoon and become a butterfly. Yet she was about to leave just like that and never see him again. Even though he was unwilling to part with her, there were still some indescribable emotions flowing through his heart. The girl fell silent for a long time before she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'm very grateful for your care and support all these years. Please forgive me. I'm just unwilling to accept this. I'm unwilling. I'm more beautiful than most women, yet I have to suffer and suffer with you. Yes, I'm vain, but I can't wait to fight and succeed by your side. Yunsheng, I steamed a basket of your favorite meat buns for you before I came. Even if I don't have the face to beg you. I just hope that you can eat a bun in front of me. Perhaps I'll feel that I've repaid you a little. Just as you said, we might not meet again after today." The girl's tears finally fell. All right. Jin Yunsheng didn't hesitate at all. He took the steaming hot bag and opened it. There were 6 snow-white buns inside that emitted an alluring fragrance. Jin Yunsheng smiled bitterly and said, "Speaking of which, I was the one who taught you how to make buns back then." The girl said, "Yes." Jin Yunsheng smiled as he picked up a bun and put it into his mouth. "The buns are poisonous." Li Chenglong could tell from the next room. He didn't even have to look to guess. "You know it's poisonous, but you still ate it." Xiang Bing's eyes widened. "You won't die if you don't eat it. If you eat it, you'll poison your kind heart to death," Yu Moyan said coldly. Everyone sighed in unison. In the next room, Jin Yunsheng chewed slowly with a smile on his face. Tears streamed down his face as he said softly, "Perhaps I'll only eat such delicious buns once in my life." A trace of hesitation flashed through the girl's eyes before she stood up and said, "I'm going to the washroom. Wait for me to come back. I'll drink with you tonight." "Yes, I'll drink with you tonight." Jin Yunsheng smiled faintly as he watched her walk out. Then, he calmly looked at the 3 people opposite him. His smile grew wider. "What are you smiling about?" "I'm smiling. The poison has been administered, and I've eaten it. She left to create an opportunity for you. What are you waiting for?" Jin Yunsheng asked with a smile. Chapter 12:15. The young master smiled playfully. "Looks like Brother Jin isn't an ordinary person. I'm impressed. Since that's the case, the 2 of you can send Brother Jin on his way." The last sentence was for the 2 bodyguards. A woman who has a change of heart is really ruthless. It's actually cultivation dissolving powder and intestine-piercing water. Jin Yunsheng sighed and quickly stuffed all 6 buns into his mouth before he said, "Even though I might not be a match for you, I can't just wait for death to come, right? Life in this world is but a struggle for life." Young Master Chen said, "Kill him." One of the bodyguards laughed sinisterly and stepped forward. The other bodyguard took out a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder and a big bag. "Don't make it smell. Can't you just put it in your spatial ring?" Young Master Chen chided. "Aren't we just pretending to be dead? Please forgive us. Please forgive us." The bodyguard smiled apologetically. On the other side, the life-and-death battle had already begun. Jin Yunsheng's cultivation wasn't high. Coupled with the fact that his heart was dead and he had taken the initiative to take the poison, he was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. However, he used some unknown method to suddenly become more and more courageous. Just as he said, he was fighting for his life. After a while, the wind from his fist became more and more violent. Every step he took was extremely powerful, and it became more and more powerful as he went on. Every step he took had the power to shake the earth and mountains. With the addition of Su Wei's power, he gradually turned the tables and fought with the bodyguard to a draw. This made the 3 people who thought that they could easily take him down were dumbfounded. Clearly, this was beyond their expectations. Jin Yunsheng had a solemn expression on his face as he said indifferently, "Perhaps all of you aren't aware of this, but I possess the rare poison soul physique. Consuming poison would improve my cultivation and increase my spirit by 100 times instead. Even that little girl isn't aware of this. The stronger the poison, the more power I can unleash. It's all thanks to her ruthlessness that she gave me such a high-grade poison." "Huh!" Looks like I can drag someone down with me today. Jean Yinsheng laughed loudly. She's asked me many times why I bought so many cheap pesticides and poisons at home and why it's so unlucky. It's only because when I'm very tired, drinking a bottle can make me feel more refreshed. Those pesticides and poisons are no different from refreshing drinks to me. It's just that I'm afraid of scaring her and also afraid that I'll turn into a real poison person, so I didn't tell her. I just want to live a good life and work hard to earn money to support my family. Why do you always have to force me? All I want is peace, happiness, and stability. Why can't I even meet such a low requirement in this world? Her aptitude is not good. I only wanted to spend the rest of my life with her, but I was betrayed. I've already agreed to let go and retreated. Why do you still insist on forcing me to fight for my life? Why? Jean Yinsheng roared softly, and he fought even more madly. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. The restaurant owner heard the news and came over, but young Master Chen stuffed it with a bunch of cash and whispered, 5 minutes. The owner looked at him worriedly, took the money, and said, when the city guards come later, I won't care. Don't worry. I can handle it, young Master Chen said. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the room. With a muffled rumble, the two rooms that were connected to each other collapsed one after the other. At this moment, Jun Shankong had already dripped his blood to the 13th star. His heart was immersed in the third prince, who was about to be crowned with the emperor's robe and full of providence. He was focused on dripping his blood. Suddenly, the two of them felt the ground around them tremble. That dust began to fall from the sky above the secret room as if there was really an earthquake. What's going on? The black-robed man looked at the sky suspiciously. Jun Shankong was also surprised by the change. He said in surprise, what's going on? This is a business district next to the prince's mansion. Nothing should happen. Even if there is an earthquake, there should be a warning. The black-robed man frowned, and his eyes were full of worry. He said, this secret room has been sealed by the heavenly star sealing array. Ordinary sounds from the outside can't be transmitted in. Similarly, the movements inside can't be transmitted out. But this doesn't include the sturdiness of a secret room. This is the only flaw. Jun Shankong said, it won't be fine. When I built it, I added a lot of steel plates. Even if there is a disaster, it should be able to withstand the impact of a meteorite breaking through the sky and smashing into the nearby area. What about the load-bearing capacity above? The black-robed man asked hurriedly. To be safe, I added a few layers of load-bearing capacity. Jun Shankong said confidently, it's all made of reinforced concrete. It should be fine. It should be fine. That the black-robed man was speechless. Reinforced concrete? If it's really fine, why is there so much dust leaking out? Don't fucking do a shoddy project. That would be a huge scam. Even if it's made of reinforced concrete, it's not worth mentioning in front of the battle waves of high-level warriors. Did you see the construction process with your own eyes? The black-robed man felt more and more uneasy. This kind of project, why do I, a prince, need to supervise it personally? Jun Shankong was stunned by the question. What are you afraid of in such a safe place? Didn't it just shake a little and some dust fell? Even if there is an earthquake, my secret room can definitely withstand it. Nothing will happen. The black-robed man was even more worried. The ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. I'm not afraid of an earthquake. I'm afraid that there will be people fighting above. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, if there's a conflict between the two sides, one of them has an earth attribute talent or cultivates an earth attribute martial art, it may lead to a great change. Our plan will be ruined easily. This can't be so coincidental. Jun Shankong felt incredulous. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are a lot of things that can happen. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, let's speed up and finish it quickly. Don't worry, let's speed up. Okay. At this time, they had already reached the 14th star. There was only one star left. The black-robed man felt that the shaking above was getting heavier and heavier. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't calm down. Faster, faster, faster. Suddenly, at this critical moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire roof of the secret room collapsed. Fuck! The black-robed man cursed. Although it was only one word, the meaning behind it was complicated and difficult to explain. The star map that was about to be completed and the blood river that was flowing into a small stream was smashed by the falling roof. Nothing could be seen with this sudden sense of loss, this regret of failing at the last step, anger, and unimaginable, inconceivable, and extreme annoyance in his heart. Countless negative emotions gathered together. There was only one word that expressed it most incisively and vividly. On the other side, the third prince let out a blood-curdling scream. He was still bleeding madly, but due to the sudden turn of events, a falling brick smashed into his head. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Boom! The starlight on the black-robed man's body moved freely. He brazenly made a move and lifted the falling brick with his powerful cultivation. Hurry up and bleed. Then he grabbed Jun Chankong's left hand and chopped it off. Then he pressed down the last star on the star chart and poured his blood into it forcefully. Jun Chankong's scream was earth-shattering. You, what are you doing? Having his hand cut off was completely different from losing blood. As an emperor, no matter what, he couldn't be a person with 5 physical forms missing. No matter how much he longed for a beautiful dream, at this moment, he was already certain that the black-robed man harbored evil intentions and had other plans. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Jun Chankong screamed miserably. The black-robed man didn't answer. He just grabbed Jun Chankong tightly and sealed all his cultivation. Then, he used his true qi to stimulate Jun Chankong's qi and blood. Blood gushed out from the wound. For a moment, the last star was about to be filled. This was a most extreme and last resort. The world was incomplete, and any formation diagram had flaws and loopholes. It would be best if the formation he had set up could be completed perfectly, but if it couldn't, he could still use the extreme method. He already had 14 stars. As long as the last 15 stars also receive enough luck and blood, the formation could still be considered complete, and it could also exert 70 to 80% of its power. It was a great fortune in misfortune. However, when the black-robed man was still rejoicing that the formation could be completed in such a way, he heard a cracking sound. A person fell from the sky and coincidentally stepped on Jun Chankong's left arm. That person not only had the strength to stomp down, but also the sudden imbalance of strength. Lu Li's foot immediately pushed Jun Chankong to the side. It should be known that Jun Chankong's cultivation was sealed at this moment, so he was no different from an ordinary person. He fell to the ground with a bang. That person who fell down ruthlessly stomped on his lower abdomen, creating a big hole in his abdomen. Jun Chankong's body suddenly straightened. His eyes were full of despair. The black-robed man screamed. He saw the guy who suddenly fell from the sky step on Jun Chankong's flesh and blood with one foot. The other foot stepped on the star map that had been destroyed to the point that it couldn't be seen anymore. Bang, that the star map was directly smashed into pieces. A mass of light suddenly dissipated. Some of the yellow starlight rushed into the man's body. The star formation was finished. The black-robed man raised his head and roared. He only felt that his heart had suddenly become hollow at this moment. It was the last moment. It was the last moment. If only he had a few more seconds. Bastard. The black-robed man went crazy. What kind of bastard are you? Chapter 12:16. If he had gone to the extreme just now and forcibly completed the formation, he could still retain 70 to 80% of its power. But now that the last step had been cut off and the star map had been completely destroyed, the black-robed man had gone mad on the spot. Die! The black-robed man cursed with extreme hatred. His roar was extremely sharp. Then he slapped him fiercely. This slap was even more ferocious than the previous heaven and earth-shattering. With Jin Yunqing's cultivation, he would definitely die under this slap, even if there were 100 of him. But at this moment, a blazing flame suddenly appeared, and a huge hammer suddenly appeared in front of the falling person. The black-robed person used all his strength to slap the hammer heavily with the force of a thunderbolt. There was a loud explosion, and sparks flew everywhere. The black-robed man screamed in agony, but never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his palm strike, which he was so confident in, would actually land on a huge hammer. And indeed, it was a sledgehammer of strange quality that was beyond what his palm could bear. In an instant, the force of the reverse impact was completely wrong. His wrist was immediately dislocated from a shock, and 2 of his bones were also broken. What kind of hammer is this? The black-robed man roared in anger and disbelief. If it was an ordinary hammer, or even a great hammer that had reached the level of a divine weapon, with his cultivation level, even if he couldn't smash it with his palm, he definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Although he had used less strength, the rebound force was enough to break his bones. This must be a joke. Xiaoduo had been waiting for Jin Yunxing to escape. As long as he escaped, he would meet Granny Greedy Wolf according to his fate. This was the predetermined result that Xiaoduo had seen with his manifestation technique. However, he had never expected that this brat would become hot-blooded and use the mixed effects of the 2 poisons to increase his strength several times. He was fighting with young Master Qin's 2 bodyguards so fiercely. Every step he took was thunderous. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. Xiaoduo was confused. Could it be that there's something wrong with my image technique? This brat's posture clearly showed that he wanted to fight to the death here. This was definitely not a lie. In other words, he had no intention of escaping at all. He was fighting for his life now. He was risking his life. He wanted to drag someone down with him no matter what. This was strange. If you don't run, how am I supposed to find you? Well, not only does this kid have the poison soul body, but he also cultivates the earth elemental art. Right now, his warrior heart is unprecedentedly strong, causing his body to circulate faster than ever. Xiaoduo was depressed. The others also looked at Xiaoduo with the same question in their eyes. What's going on? What's going on? Xiaoduo didn't even know what was going on suddenly. Just when everyone was puzzled, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the room next door collapsed without any warning. The bottom was actually hollow. Xiaoduo's heart suddenly lit up, following which his room also started to tilt and collapse. Xiaoduo didn't say anything and jumped down from the room. Jin Yunxing really didn't expect the effect of the poison that his ex-girlfriend gave him to be so intense. She was clearly afraid that he wouldn't die. However, the more potent the poison was, the more it would increase his strength, and the higher it would be. He risked his life and put his life aside. There was only one thought left in his mind. If my life ends today, then one of you must accompany me on the lonely road to the Yellow Springs. Either you have money, or you have power, or you have huge forces. But in the situation where I don't care about anything, I'm equal to you in the face of life and death. Perhaps this will be the only chance for me to be equal to you. So, I won't miss this opportunity. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll make you bleed. Jin Yunxing's vital energy and blood surged violently under such an extreme state of mind, and he seemed like a mad devil. He didn't even know how much the poison had strengthened him, and he just fought madly. Finally, when he put his life on the line and stomped down, it finally collapsed. Jin Yunxing didn't know what was going on at this instant, and the only thing he felt was that he seemed to have stepped on something. For the sake of stabilizing his body and maintaining his combat state, even if the ground had collapsed, he still exerted all his strength to stand firmly at the first possible moment. Only then would he be able to continue fighting. Otherwise, the slightest slip would cause him to be at the mercy of his enemies in such a terrible situation where he was weak. Just now, I seem to have stepped on something, but I don't have to care about these details at this moment. They aren't important. In any case, I'm going to die today, so why should I care? What else is worth paying attention to? But in the next moment, an enormous aura suddenly rose up. It was him. Whether it was in the past or now, he was already the strongest he had ever been in his life. It was an absolute power that was difficult for him to come into contact with. Who was it? Was it a profound returning expert or a fairy? In short, it was a super expert that he had come into contact with, or rather, didn't know. Just as Jin Yunsheng was in despair, a huge hammer suddenly appeared out of nowhere and saved him from the fatal hand of an almighty expert. For a moment, Jin Yunsheng felt as if he was in a dream. What he didn't know was that he had just stepped on the hand of a profound returning expert and stomped on his stomach. With his cultivation base that had yet to reach the core realm, he could boast about this achievement for the rest of his life. With a loud bang, everything that had collapsed above was instantly cleared away. When he focused his eyes again, he could actually see the night sky outside. The black-robed man roared and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Xiaoduo didn't say anything and swung his hammer over. It was fine to fight, but why did he have to announce his name? Who set this stupid rule? How much of a waste of time was it? An icy cold aura rose up. A sword came piercingly cold, as if it was responding to Xiaoduo's sledgehammer. It was Zhuo Xiaonian. Her sword was cold and frosty, and its power was not inferior to Xiaoduo's hammer at all. Li Chenglong and the others also showed up and surrounded the black-robed man from all directions. The secret room was not very big, and it was impenetrable. Yu Moyan was the last to arrive. His sword was dripping with blood. That young master, his 2 bodyguards, and that ungrateful girl had all become ghosts under his sword. Yu Moyan hated such ungrateful people the most. Since he had encountered them, he wouldn't let any of them escape. When the girl saw Yu Moyan, her face was full of fear and she looked pitiful. Unfortunately, she had just begged for mercy when Yu Moyan's sword cut off her head and pierced through her heart. Yu Moyan's thought was simple. Since you have no conscience, I'll just cut it out for you. After all, you won't need it anymore. The black-robed man saw that the situation had changed again. He groaned and mumbled something. Suddenly, starlight shone brightly. The moment the starlight shone on his injured hand, the wound healed instantly. The starlight surged and seemed to have increased his strength. He was able to block the joint attack of Xiaoduo and the others. Even though he still couldn't help but fall into a disadvantageous position, such a battle achievement was already sufficient to shock the world and shock everyone. No one noticed that far away in the sky, a star was shining brightly. Its light shone all around, making the stars around it pale in comparison. It was the Tanlang. With another boom, he slammed his palm on Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer again. But this time, it wasn't the black-robed man's arm that was dislocated or broken. Instead, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who felt a tremor in his hand and almost lost his grip on the hammer. At this moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. This is Granny Tanlang. Zhuo Xiaoduo really couldn't believe it. He had asked Mo Xuani before, "Your master, Granny Tanlang, what is her cultivation level?" Mid-stage returning mystic. At that time, Mo Xuani said it very confidently and without any doubt. But now the black-robed man's cultivation level was at the Dao integration pinnacle Dao integration stage. This fact made Zhuo Xiaoduo suspicious. Hammer after hammer, Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Greedy Wolf Granny, you really live up to your reputation." Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes flashed, and he said with a sinister smile, "Zhuo Xiaoduo is indeed a prodigy of the generation." While laughing sinisterly, he continued to attack fiercely. More than half of his attacks landed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. After fighting for a while, his body shook inexplicably and the starlight suddenly scattered. On the ground, Jun Changkong propped himself up and said, "Save me." It wasn't that Jun Changkong was brainless and didn't realize that the black-robed man had ulterior motives. But the black-robed man was his only life-saving straw. With the appearance of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaonian, and the others, and the fact that their cultivation levels were far higher than before, he could only rely on the black-robed man to survive and escape this disaster. He hoped that he was still useful to the black-robed man. Most people didn't want to die, and Jun Changkong especially didn't want to die. It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. He wanted to live as long as he could. The black-robed man's eyes flashed fiercely. With a loud roar, starlight shot out from his body like hundreds of sharp arrows. Starlight arrows shrouded the area in all directions. Jun Changkong, Jin Yunsheng, and the others were all within range. As the starlight burst out, Li Chenglong and the rest were unable to dodge in time due to the limited space in the secret chamber. All of them had to use their full strength to defend against it. Everyone felt their bodies trembling. The might of the starlight was something that even Li Chenglong and the rest, who had already reached the sky realm, found difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they were only having a hard time. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't resist and their lives were in danger. However, Jun Changkong didn't have this ability. The starlight flashed and exploded on Jun Changkong's body. One on his head, one on his dantian, one on his chest. In the instant of the explosion, Jun Changkong's body was blown to pieces by the starlight. Not even his bones were left. Chapter 12:17. Zhua Xianyan swung her sword like the wind, blocking the starlight that was shooting towards her and the two starlights that were shooting towards Jin Yunsheng. As for Jun Changkong, who was close to her, she completely ignored him and let him be annihilated in the starlight. All of you retreat. Give me some space. Zhua Xiaoduo roared. Then he pointed one of his two hammers to the sky and the other to the ground. With a muffled sound, he had already launched the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, intending to kill the black-robed man. He had to come up with a killer move to end this battle as soon as possible. The current situation had exceeded his expectations by too much. It was very different from his initial plan. No matter if it was people or things, they were all beyond his expectations. In particular, Granny Greedy Wolf's own strength was far from what he had predicted. It was as easy as flipping one's hand, and it was as easy as flipping one's hand, and it had suddenly become unshakable. He had to go all out to prevent more accidents from happening. In particular, there were many civilians in the commercial area outside. The power that was like the explosion of the world was limited to a corner and fiercely smashed down. Black and white suddenly burst out from the eruption of the primordial fire divine art. Granny Tan Lang stretched out her hand to block it. Suddenly, she let out a muffled groan. However, Zhua Xiaoduo's second hammer came across the sky like a meteor catching up with the moon. In the blink of an eye, Zhua Xiaoduo had launched 5 consecutive attacks. Granny Greed let out a loud roar and coughed up blood. She let out another angry roar, and the starlight flowing through her body became even more brilliant. Her body swayed and turned into 20-something figures. Each of them shone with starlight, and they were incredibly beautiful. Many figures broke out from encirclement in different directions. Zhua Xiaoduo and the others were already prepared for this. Each of them unleashed their highest combat power and intercepted them separately. Stop them! Boom! 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 Countless starlights burst out. So Xiaoduo waved his 2 hammers and smashed 4 starlight clones one after another. Zhua Xiaoyan's sudden burst of cold air froze 3 clones. Then, she smashed them with the spirit-snatching sword. Li Chenglong and the others used all their strength to block them. And indeed, they managed to block quite a few of them, but however, the secret technique that Granny Greedy Wolf used was mysterious and strange. The doppelgangers that they encountered all had considerable strength and were able to suppress Wan Li Xiu and the others. Zhen Piapiao and Digan who were weaker, were no match for her. In the end, there were still 3 doppelgangers that broke through everyone's ceiling force field and rushed into the sky. They turned into flowing lights and disappeared without a trace in the night sky. All that was left was a voice filled with resentment that echoed through the night sky. Zhua Xiaoduo, just you wait. After a short while, the voice also dissipated in the starlight that filled the sky. Even though they had clearly laid out the best of their plan, they still failed to capture the other party, let alone completely annihilate them. Zhua Xiaoduo and the others were a little dejected, feeling that something was not right. Especially Zwishaoduo. He deeply felt that this granny greedy wolf was completely different from what he had expected. Even though she was the head of sect, Mo Schwani had clearly said that she was at the middle stage of the returning mysterious realm, so there should be no mistake. She couldn't have taken some medicine in the past 1 or 2 years to be able to rise so quickly. Didn't that mean that Granny Greedy Wolf was a genius comparable to him? This was not scientific. If so, what had she been doing all these years? However, this guy's strength was too strong to the point of being ridiculous. Besides, was this Granny Greedy Wolf a man or a woman? After fighting for so long, Zwishaoduo still couldn't figure it out. At the other end of the commercial street, far away from the scene of the incident, in a very secluded place in a slum, the dim starlight suddenly dissipated, and a black-robed man fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard, making an extremely heavy muffled sound, and blood flowed out of his mouth. "Help me! Come!" Several figures flashed, and they were all shocked when they saw who it was. They saw a skinny and withered old woman in the black robe. Her face was pale, and she was about to die. How could this be? Several people hurriedly protected the old woman and helped her to heal her wounds. They quickly carried her inside, and someone stood guard outside. Their movements were experienced and clear. In the secret chamber. How could this be? How could she change so much? It's impossible for there to be such an expert in Shangjing City now. How could she be injured like this? It shouldn't be. Granny had activated the starlight of the Star Lord to the maximum, which was comparable to the power of the peak stage of the imitated Dao integration stage. How could she still be so seriously injured? Who on earth is her opponent? How could he be so strong? I'm afraid that the Star Formation project is most likely doomed. After a long time, Granny Greedy Wolf finally woke up slowly. Under everyone's questioning, she let out a long sigh. We've worked so hard for so long, but in the end, all our efforts were in vain. The Star Formation project was about to succeed, but failed. I was forced to kill the third prince, Jun Changkong. Everyone's face was gloomy. Jun Changkong's life was not important, but the plan that they had planned for a long time suddenly failed. No one could bear it. The Star Formation project was so meticulous, and it had already entered the final stage. How could it fail? We've studied it for a long time before deciding on it. Moreover, the will of heaven was involved, and all the top experts of the astral souls were attracted to the front line. There was no providence in Shangjing that could affect this plan at all. How could it fail? Even if there's a variable like the poison of destiny, the aura divination, and the astrology show that the poison of destiny only exists in ants. It can't affect one's luck at all, so how could it? Didn't the Star Lord do his best to improve your strength? Why are you so miserable? Granny Greedy Wolf was speechless. I had no choice. I met Zwishaoduo. Fuck. Everyone was speechless. This kind of stall. We had clearly planned it well and didn't have any conflicts with them. We even had a relationship with them. How could we still meet them? Could it be that the will of heaven is playing tricks on us? Not only the astral souls, but also us. I don't know about this either. Everything happened so suddenly that I was caught off guard. Granny Greedy Wolf looked exhausted. This time, my soul has almost been completely shattered. My 3 souls and 7 spirits, the incarnation of the Star Lord, have all been shattered. Please use the Starlight Pool to help me recover, Granny Greedy Wolf said as she spat out blood from the corner of her mouth. Starlight Pool. Everyone sighed. Granny Greedy Wolf's injuries were extremely serious. If she wanted to recover, she would need to use the Starlight Pool in addition to taking many elixirs. If it were any other day, with Granny Greedy Wolf status, it would be understandable for her to use it. However, if she rashly used the Starlight Pool, she would inevitably lose a part of her foundation in this North-South star formation. At the moment of the future battle for Providence, it would definitely be reduced. However, without Granny Greedy Wolf, this star formation would not even be able to function. The Killing and Breaking Wolf 3 stars had to exist before the star formation could exist. If someone was absent from the killing and breaking wolf team, a constellation would fall. Forget it. This is the only way. Another middle-aged man sighed. I didn't expect such a perfect star formation to have a flaw and collapse completely. Everyone's faces were filled with gloomy clouds. They were all lamenting that they had failed in this round, that they were bound to win. The top experts of the astral souls were driven away by the will of heaven. It should be the will of heaven. How could it be like this? And that's what Xiaoduo. He was a fucking shit stirrer. Why was he everywhere? What about the star formation map? Did you bring it back? And the 15-star battle aura crystal? Did you bring it back? We clearly felt that the battle aura crystal had formed. Even if there was a flaw and we couldn't bring it back completely, we could at least bring back a part of it, right? Another person asked with a glimmer of hope. It happened so suddenly. I controlled the battle aura crystal and took a risk. I even forced Jun Chankong to use a large amount of blood essence, hoping to turn the situation around. However, it was just an ant that stepped on me and ruined my plan. Everything was so unbelievable, but it was real. The star formation was destroyed on the spot. Granny Greedy Wolf's eyes were lifeless. Everyone was speechless. Fuck. Not only did they not bring back the battle aura crystal, but they also had to activate the starlight pool. Not only did their plan fail, but they also suffered losses. They had lost so much that they were about to lose their underwear. Everyone said that they had lost so much, that they had lost so much, that they had lost so much. Those words were true. Everyone looked at Granny Greedy Wolf with a complicated expression. They felt that she had given her the wrong name. She must have given it the wrong name. This was really a huge loss. Damn it. Damn it. This was Xiaoduo. How did he appear there so coincidentally? He has the blessing of dragons. What we did this time doesn't match at all. How'd he get there? Even the battle aura crystal doesn't have such a method. After listening to Granny Wolf's explanation, everyone was still puzzled. However, it's useless for others to have the battle aura crystal. No one will even recognize it. We might be able to find a chance to snatch it back. Didn't Granny Wolf say that he forced Jun Chankong's blood essence crystal at the last moment? Although he didn't succeed fully, he might have at least 50 to 60% of the effect. One of them said, with the connection of minds as a guide, it's not difficult to determine the location of the object. The situation might not be irreversible. Snatching something from Xiaoduo. It's easier said than done. He survived the heavenly tribulation safely, and his strength is not what it used to be. Granny Wolf activated the battle aura crystal and was no different from a Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivator. However, he was still defeated and severely injured. Who among us can take it easily? Another person sighed. On the other side, Li Chenglong and the others went out to calm the people outside. Xiaoduo casually touched the tattered star map on the ground, only to find that a few small dots had rolled out. What's this? Xiaoduo picked it up and looked around. There were at most 15 of these little things. 14 of them were dark red, and the last one was slightly ruddy. It was still sparkling like a miniature star. It seemed to be quite fun. Xiaoduo took in his hand and sized it up. Mommy, this is delicious. Bai and Jiu appeared in the form of little dolls. They spun around in Xiaoduo's hand, and the 14 dark red little stars all disappeared. Then, little Jiu stretched out a tender green gourd vine and pinched the remaining glowing one. She picked it up and handed it to Little White. Bai shook its head proudly, indicating that it didn't care. Jiu then gave it to Bai with a fawning expression. Take it. Little White was reserved for a while before it finally opened its mouth and swallowed the last luminous object. It patted its little belly without leaving a trace and turned around proudly before disappearing. Jiu did a somersault in satisfaction and patted its belly before disappearing as well. I'm full. Thank you, Mommy. Chapter 12:18. Could it be that they found nourishment for the two gourds? But what exactly is this nourishment? Can it be replicated? Why didn't I take a closer look just now? Xiaoduo was very surprised. However, since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. It was good to get something. Anything that could catch the eye of Little Black and by must be extraordinary. Looking at the tattered star map that had broken into dozens of pieces, Xiaoduo threw a ball of fire at it. The star map immediately burned and turned into ashes in an instant. While Bai and Jiu swallowed the 15 crystals in the secret room of the slums, the 15 people who were discussing the possibility of taking back the Providence crystals, including the heavily injured Granny Tanlang, all felt a splitting headache at the same time. Their hearts were full of pain. After a while, they all spat out a mouthful of blood. The Providence crystals were refined. At the same time, the 15 of them were dumbfounded. This was really a huge loss. We have to report this to the Lord. A middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The loss this time is really too heavy. Yes, this was no longer a case of going for wool without wool, but a huge loss with no profit. The third party involved in this incident, Jin Yunsheng, was in an unprecedented state of confusion. He didn't know what was going on. He was completely disheartened and didn't want to live anymore. The reason why he fought with his life was just that he was a little unwilling to accept the fact that he was the weaker party. Although the 6 buns didn't poison him to death and even increased his strength, they still couldn't be erased. When he ate the 6 buns, his heart was already dead. It was completely poisoned to death. He fought with the determination to die, stubbornly resisting. He didn't know why the ground suddenly caved in, that he also didn't know that there was actually another world below. At the moment of the accident, a large group of super experts that were beyond his knowledge jumped out and shouted for a fierce battle during that time. There were immortals who wanted to kill him, but there were also more powerful people who appeared to save him. And then they fought among themselves, throwing him to the side, completely ignoring him, but it seemed like someone wanted to kill him to vent their anger. It seemed like he had ruined some kind of plan. But when did I ever ruin your plans? All I did was fall from above, and I think I stepped on someone twice, and that ruined your plan? How could there be such logic in this world? It was the kind of special effects that could only be seen in movies, but they kept blooming right beside him. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long. A handsome young man walked to his side with a smile and asked, Jin Yunsheng, what are your plans for the future? Do you know me? Where's little Yue? Jin Yunsheng stared blankly outside. Little Yue? Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment before he remembered that this was the name of his ex-girlfriend. He smiled and said he was accidentally injured by the black-robed man just now and is dead. Young Master Chun and his 2 bodyguards were also killed by mistake. What a pity. Another 3 innocent lives met with such misfortune and died. So Xiaoduo said, with a compassionate expression on his face, when he sensed the heavenly secret orders on the 3 of them and the 5 heavenly calamity fulfilled luck points flowing back into his body. Dead. Dead? Jin Yunsheng looked like he was struck by lightning. Yu Moyan walked over with his sword that was still dripping with blood. He pursed his lips and said, if such a shameless woman doesn't die, are you going to keep her for the new year? Jin Yunsheng lowered his head dejectedly. He was naturally very clearly aware that he didn't know better than anyone else that there was nothing worth remembering about that woman anymore. She was just a venomous woman. She wasn't worthy of his feelings, nor was she worthy of his sincerity in life. In fact, it would be a huge waste to give up even a strand of his hair for such a woman. He understood. He understood this principle better than anyone else. However, how could it be so simple to let go just like that? How could he say that it wasn't worth it and forget it from now on? Could he really forget it? Could he really pretend that nothing had happened? The amount of pain a relationship could bring depended on the amount of happiness it had brought. The two were basically the same. Jin Yunsheng was heartbroken because of the beautiful memories he had in the past. Thank you, everyone, for saving my life. Jin Yunsheng was visibly dispirited. A rotten aura emanated from his body. He was young, but he was like an old man who had seen through the mortal world and no longer cared about anything. He was filled with the aura of death. So Xiaoduo smiled and said, Brother Jin, you don't look old. Are your parents and family doing well? Parents and family. Jin Yunsheng's body trembled, and his eyes regained some color. It's fate that we meet today, is what Xiaoduo said straightforwardly. Since we're fated to meet, there are some things that I won't avoid. Brother Jin's current situation seems to be a little unsatisfactory. If you want to rely on your own ability to support your family and make your parents proud of you, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You'll need a lot of time to temper yourself. Jin Yunsheng laughed bitterly. It wasn't just difficult. That was simply impossible. Even before this matter, he was powerless, let alone now that he was like a walking corpse. But since you met me, it's a turn for the better. I can give you a chance. So Xiaoduo said, take this note of mine and go to Beijing's Kaiyun printing factory to look for Boss Zhou. I have a batch of goods there and need a qualified supervisor. When he sees this note, he will immediately arrange for you to be the supervisor. I will pay your salary. As for your salary, let's temporarily set it at 100,000 yuan per year. There will be additional bonuses every month, quarter, half a year, and every year. 100,000 yuan per year. Jin Yunsheng suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone brightly. His current monthly salary was only a little more than 2,000 yuan. It was 3 or 4 times more than that. It was only enough for him to survive in Shangjing and not starve to death. It was impossible for him to become rich. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan. He had never even thought about it. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan? Are you telling the truth? Jin Yunsheng asked. Of course it's true. Because there are no more businesses in Shangjing now, the only position I can give you is the supervisor. There will be other positions waiting for you in the future. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan is just the minimum annual salary of my company. In the future, it will be an annual salary of 1 million yuan or even 10 million yuan. So Xiaoduo turned his head and said, Ciao. Arrange for someone to bring Jin Yunsheng over to join the company and record him in the company's files. Got it. Gao Qiao smiled. Jin Yunsheng, send me a copy of your basic information. Jin Yunsheng didn't hesitate and sent it over right away. He knew that a cultivation expert like Xiaoduo would definitely not lie to him about such matters, nor would he use such a trivial matter to play with him. It was because he was not worthy and not qualified. Since he was not worthy and not qualified, then all of this was true. It was really a heaven-sent opportunity. A pie had fallen from the sky. Working hard is the best reward for me. I admire your character and value your character. Remember to use all your hard work today and the future. So Xiaoduo patted him on the shoulder. Do your best. Don't disappoint me. Yes, boss. The cleaning was almost done. Everyone left the secret room. The moment they went out, they saw a mess. Jin Yunsheng, in particular, looked at the decapitated corpse of his ex-girlfriend, young Master Chun, and the 2 bodyguards. He fell silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around and left. Aren't you going to collect her corpse? After the government is done with it, I'll go and claim her corpse. I'll bring it back and bury it properly. I'll change her into the shabby clothes she was wearing when I picked her up back then. This way, she'll still be the timid, cowardly, but pure and kind girl for back then. All the filth and evil, all the beauty and betrayal. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Jin Yunsheng left in a carefree manner. So Xiaoduo believed that after the case here came to an end, Jin Yunsheng would definitely go and claim the woman's corpse. He would definitely do everything he said. Does he really have such great potential in the future? Is it worth it for you to personally recruit him? Gao Qiao looked at Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo smiled. Actually, potential is secondary. Xiaoduo said softly, I just want to do some good deeds for these people who were betrayed in the end. I want to try my best to maintain some social justice. There's a saying that good people will be rewarded. A good person should be helped by a noble. No one can be a noble, so I'll be the one. It feels good to be a noble. Xiaoduo smiled faintly. This was the first time Gao Qiao saw Xiaoduo like this. She suddenly felt a subtle sense of respect. Xiaoyan lowered her head, but a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Such a puppy. She really wanted to give him a kiss. Everyone returned to the camp, and continue to cultivate. Through this battle, everyone felt that there was a lot of danger. This was only one of the 15-star sects, but the leader of one of them was already so powerful. So many of them worked together, but they still couldn't stop her. This kind of strength was truly shocking. We're still too weak. Everyone thought so. Even Zhuo felt the same way. If this continues, our chances of winning in this heavenly Dao array are really not high. Let's work overtime and train hard. Zhuo made a decision. However, before training hard, Zhuo needed to go to a place and find someone. Immerse. He needed to seriously ask Granny Greedy Wolf, what was her cultivation? Chapter 1219. What? You're saying my master's cultivation base has reached the Dao integration stage? How is that possible? Immerse was completely stunned by the news brought to him by Zhuo. His eyes were as round as saucers. If his master's cultivation base was at the Dao integration stage, then what was there to worry about in the Stargate competition? One had to realize that Immerse had seen his master lose to the seniors of the other Stargate sects more than once, and he had even been injured in the process at his master's cultivation base. There was no way he was at the Dao integration stage. This was something that Immerse dared to guarantee with his life. Zhuo asked a lot of questions, and Immerse answered all of them in detail. In order to be safe, Zhuo called Feng Yinhua. What's the cultivation base of your senior sister? My senior sister? That old witch? Nonsense. What's her cultivation base? Returning profound intermediate stage. She's slightly stronger than me by a hair. You really dare to say that? When your senior sister was at the returning profound intermediate stage, you were only at the cloud transformation pinnacle stage. How can you say that she's only a hair stronger than you? Cough, cough. Young master boss. Let me tell you, ever since I started following you, this little one's cultivation has been steadily increasing. Right now, I'm at the middle stage of the return profound realm. Perhaps I'm stronger than her by a hair. With her strength, she hasn't moved for a long time. I know that this is definitely because of young master's protection. This little one's loyalty to you is as clear as day. Fuck, you still have the face to talk nonsense? Do you have any sense of shame? Hee hee. Young master is wise and mighty, open and above board, and your subordinates are all elites. How can there be one or two people without any sense of shame? If everyone is open and above board, it doesn't seem too good, right? Someone like me can accompany young master in playing cheap. Fuck off, by the way. How's your assistant doing? Guan Shanha? I'm quite capable. I'm good at management, sales, social relations, and so on. My cultivation has also improved. That's why young master subordinates are all elites. Stop. You have to work harder. I have to take the test when I go back. Zhuo understood Feng Yinua's character very well. She was a typical salted fish. What's more, it was a salted fish that had already been cooked. He wouldn't move if he could. If it didn't give Feng Yinhua enough pressure, it was very likely that Feng Yinhua would sleep until he died. In terms of salted fish, Zhuo felt that he was already an expert. He yearned to win his life by lying down. But compared to Feng Yinhua, he paled in comparison and was inferior by more than one level. This fellow was so steady that he didn't move at all. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely work hard, even harder. Also, I just recruited someone today. He's currently carrying a small burden in Shangjing. When you're free, you can come and guide him. This kid still has some potential. Cough, cough. Young master, I'm afraid I can't go to Shangjing for the time being. There are too many acquaintances there now. It's bound to be awkward if we meet. What awkward? You're just afraid that those people will beat you to death, right? You're a traitor. I'm abandoning the dark for the light. I'm not afraid of them. It's just that we're old friends. If we really meet, it's not safe no matter how I deal with them. Forget it. You can come back after this. All right, young master. I'll remember that person's contact details. If necessary, I can send it back to Feng Hai to report. Didn't you say that he has a mission? Feng Hai is our headquarters. It's only right for him to report back. Ugh. Fan Yinhuo had made up her mind. She wouldn't come to Shangjing no matter what. It was too dangerous. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Fan Yinhuo was so steady and cautious that it had reached the point where all the bacteria in his body were present. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally certain. Granny Greedy Wolf's cultivation base was only at the intermediate stage of the mystic returning realm. Even if she had made some progress, she would at most be at the advanced stage. Although the powerful combat strength she had displayed was at the pinnacle stage of the Dao integration stage, it wasn't the true pinnacle stage of the Dao integration stage. No wonder I only sense strength but not power. Even though I'm using brute force to resist brute force, I'm still able to contend with her. If she's really a Dao integration stage cultivator, there's no way she can do this. Zhou Xiaoduo was deep in thought. If that's the case, then the situation is much easier to deal with. However, improving my cultivation base and strength is still my top priority. I can't relax in the slightest. On the afternoon of the third day, Jin Yunsheng brought 2 people with him to deliver the Tianji orders that had been produced in the past 3 days. A total of 250 million. This number was much higher than Zhou Xiaoduo had expected. At this moment, Jin Yunsheng seemed to be surrounded by a large entourage. He even brought 2 bodyguards with him that in the past 2 days, Jin Yunsheng felt like he was dreaming. He was only a supervisor for young Masters Wa, and wasn't even an official employee. However, the treatment he received was beyond his wildest dreams. As soon as he arrived at the printing plant, he was treated like a god by the boss. He was just a supervisor. Was he that important? Just as Jin Yunsheng was feeling puzzled, someone came to the office of the head of the martial arts department. The first secretary came in person and started a friendly talk with Jin Yunsheng in an amiable manner. His attitude was so humble that it was beyond imagination. After that, a few housekeepers from the top 5 families in Shangjing came in person. It was said that they wanted to do some printing business. However, before they could do anything, they all became friends with Jin Yunsheng. Furthermore, they were extremely respectful to Jin Yunsheng. Their attitude was so good that it made one's hair stand on end. Jin Yunsheng was even sure that these people wouldn't be as respectful to the crown prince as they were to him. Why was that? Even though he repeatedly explained that he had just started working and wasn't even considered an official employee, he repeatedly rejected and resolutely refused. But in the end, he still received a lot of gifts in a days. It was normal for his desk to be piled up with gifts. What was even more outrageous was that those gifts were piled up in a spatial ring. Would you believe such a ridiculous thing if it were you? Spatial ring. Before this, Jin Yunsheng had heard of it for a long time. However, he didn't even think about whether he could afford it in this lifetime, because he definitely couldn't afford it. Moreover, even if he could afford it, with his small body, he would be a source of trouble. He would be coveted by others and would easily bring harm to himself. But now, such a magnificent object had been reduced to a device for storing things. A pile. Even though the purpose of a spatial ring was to store things. After that, the head of the martial arts department asked his secretary to bring over a piece of calligraphy, saying that he had specially written it for him to encourage him. To Jin Yunsheng, be neither arrogant nor rash. Never forget your original intentions. At the bottom was Minister Ding's signature and seal. It was framed. Needless to say, just the word fortune alone was enough to become a protective talisman for any official on the continent. As long as there were no major problems, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, he didn't even know how the secret of his poisoned soul physique had been exposed then. Then he received a lot of poisons. They were arranged in order from the lowest to the highest. Each set had a total of 300 types of poisons. Now, he had more than 30 sets. I need them for cultivation. Why are you being so polite? It's not worth mentioning. It's just a small matter. If Brother Jean is being polite, it'll be a slap in the face. Brother Jean, if you have time, do us the honor of having a drink. That's the best reward for me. Jin Yunsheng also asked, why is that? However, these people all said the same thing. young masters was said that good people should be rewarded. Brother Jean is a good person. Naturally, there will be benefactors helping you. This is the reward for your kindness. There's no need to be surprised. Jean Yinsheng didn't dare to accept any of these resources. In fact, he was scared to death. He was just an employee with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. He hadn't even been promoted to a full-time employee. However, he received gifts worth more than 1 billion yuan in less than 2 days after he took office. What kind of madness is this? Hence, he called Gao Qiaoer to report. Gao Qiaoer returned the call while she was cultivating. After hearing the news, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, she knew the source of all this. However, she didn't dare to act on her own. Hence, she asked with Xiaoduo, "Don't worry about it. Just deal with it yourself. Let Jean Yinsheng use this time to improve his strength." How could Xiaoduo be interested in such trivial matters? Besides, wasn't one of the reasons why he gave this position to Jean Yinsheng was so that he could improve quickly? If he really only needed a supervisor, why would he go through so much trouble? Why would he specially arrange for him to be in Shangjing? Wasn't it so that the resources of these large families could be used to nurture Jean Yinsheng to the maximum extent and reach the stage where he could take charge of things as soon as possible? This kind of thing should be carried out by sensible people. He only needed to place Jean Yinsheng in a good position. As for how far Jean Yinsheng could go in the end, it would depend on him. Young masters was said that you don't have to hand it over. What others give to you is yours. However, young masters also said that the master can show you the way, but the cultivation is up to you. It depends on your strength and ability. How much you can improve during this period is also a test for you. After receiving Gao Qiaoer's reply, Jean Yinsheng was dumbfounded. I've become a billionaire just like that? A few days ago, my girlfriend left me for the young master of a family with a net worth of over 100 million. Now, I'm just using the resources I have to exchange for money. It's enough to smash that family to death. If you had known earlier, would you still have left me? Jean Yinsheng chuckled miserably. So this is life. It's really amazing. I've often heard of women who look down on their husbands and make a fuss until the world collapses. In the end, they finally get a divorce or break up. In the end, the day after the divorce, the husband wins the lottery. This is tens of thousands of times better than winning the lottery. Life is like a play. It all depends on who's writing the play for you. Chapter 1220. Jean Yinsheng knew that he had really met a benefactor. He could control the world with a flip of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a person's fate would be completely changed. This kind of opportunity could only be encountered by chance. Everything that had happened to him was because of young Master Zhuo. You treat me like a national scholar. What should I do? I don't know anything else. I don't understand. Jean Yinsheng picked up a bottle of poison and opened the lid. He sighed softly and murmured, I only know that a gentleman will die for his bosom friend. In the other clans, have you given him the item? Yes, but Jean Yinsheng doesn't seem to dare to accept it. He didn't pay attention this time. He might return it tomorrow. You must make him accept it. Yes. You must build a good relationship with him. Yes. Patriarch, who is this person? There's nothing special about the file. Ordinary is good enough. You don't have to worry about the details. You only need to know that it might not be beneficial for us to build a good relationship with him. However, if you bully him, our clan might be gone. That's the benefit. That's the benefit. Hiss. Similar conversations were taking place in the other clans as well. This included the Yu clan, the Nian clan, and so on. These were all 1,000-year-old foxes. Zhuo Xiaoduo's intention of letting Jean Yinsheng stay in Shangjing so openly was obvious at a glance. Those who were qualified to know Zhuo Xiaoduo's identity naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. As for young Master Chen's clan, the patriarch was furious that his son had been killed. He wanted to settle the score with Jean Yinsheng, the culprit. If he didn't bring that little bitch to Shangjing, would my son have been charmed? If my son hadn't been charmed, would he have died today? Jin Yunsheng has committed a heinous crime. Capture him. I want him to die a horrible death. I want him to regret being born in this world." Then, within 15 minutes after the patriarch of this small clan made his grand declaration, all the businesses related to the clan were investigated. There were no exceptions. Hygiene standards were not up to standard. Seal. Fire safety standards were not up to standard. Seal. Food standards were not up to standard and harmful to health. Seal. Arrest. Tax evasion. Arrest. How dare he commit an illegal act? It turned out that there was a murder case. This was serious. Dig deeper, dig deeper. My God, there are some antiques from the Wu people at home. Betraying the country. The whole family is in jail. After that, this small clan was completely uprooted within a day. After that, someone even sent a copy of the report to Jin Yunsheng. Jin Yunsheng was completely shocked. What kind of godly development is this? I really didn't want to be so ruthless. Unlike Jin Yunsheng, who had risen to the top in a single bound, the Wang family's strength had shrunk again and again during this period of time. The attitude of the upper echelons towards the Wang family had also grown worse and worse. Their malice was practically undisguised. The Wang family's current attitude was to grit their teeth and endure. There was no other way. He could only endure it now. As long as he could get through this period of time, things would take a turn for the better. At that time, if there was a turning point, it would be a good opportunity for the clan to prosper and shine for generations to come. On the contrary, it would be better for them to suffer the calamity of being overthrown. However, it was still better than having their flesh cut with a blunt knife. Every moment was unbearable. Fortunately, they only had less than a month left. However, it was truly very difficult. The Wang family had canceled almost all of their foreign affairs activities and endured bitterly. However, every once in a while, someone from the military would come knocking on their door. The front lines are tight. As a clan of the God of War, your Wang family's high-end combat strength needs to be transferred to the battlefield to continue the glory of the God of War. In the face of such a request, no matter how hard the Wang family tried, they couldn't reject it. Every time they came, at least 3 to 5 people would be sent to the battlefield. No matter what, they had to give an explanation. However, every time they sent people out, the Wang family felt as if a knife had been gouged out of their hearts. Because the Wang family members who were sent to the battlefield previously had all died in battle. There were no exceptions. Not a single one of them was left behind. In the end, only a notice of death and a jar of ashes were returned. The military repeatedly explained that the military was in the process of verifying the merits. After this period of war was over, they would naturally determine the merits. This statement was also normal. After every war, the compilation of all kinds of achievements, how to give an explanation to the soldiers who died in battle, and how to give an explanation to their families. None of these could be decided in a short period of time. However, the Wang family felt that something was wrong. This was too wrong. When your military merits are verified, will our Wang family still have any? Wang Han could no longer sit still at home. However, he knew that he couldn't act rashly. He couldn't act rashly. He didn't dare to act rashly. He also knew that he had already become the target of public criticism. If he could not act, then he wouldn't. If he did, then he would definitely make a mistake. However, his heart felt as if it was being fried in oil. It really made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. As time passed and the situation continued to worsen, he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. Logically speaking, at least from Wang Han's point of view, this matter shouldn't have reached such a level. However, what was the reason for this? Why did the Wang family become the target of public criticism? The God of War family's 10,000 years of reputation and monstrous merits actually couldn't suppress the commotion caused by some small characters, a group of ants. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have done it. At this moment, the core members of the Wang family were having a secret meeting in a secret room. Everyone's face was dark and gloomy. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? Up till now, every aspect of the situation is filled with bizarre strangeness. Wang Han's face was filled with confusion. The Yu family, the Nian family, the 4 great generals' families, and a few ministers should know something. Even the emperor should know something. But the more they know, the more distant they are from us. No, it's more appropriate to say that they are enemies. There must be a key point in this, a key point that we don't know about. And the fatal point that caused us to sink so deeply into the mud and be on the verge of despair should be this key point. But what exactly is the problem? Even if He Yuanyue is Liu Yingfeng's youngest daughter, even if the Liu family is united and won't rest until we are dead, how could a mere Liu family create such a huge commotion? It doesn't make sense. Preposterous. Sort it out properly. Sort it out from the beginning. Wang Zhong sat at the side with his head lowered. A few months ago, he still had a head of thick black hair. Now both sides of his temples had turned white, and he even looked a little senile. Big brother, there's no need to sort it out. I've always felt that. This time, it should be the minister who made the move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to create such a huge commotion. Wang Zhong said faintly. What did you say? The minister made the move. Everyone in the Long family was shocked when they heard this, and their faces all changed color. This was a person's name and a tree's shadow. Just a name alone was enough to intimidate many. As long as you think about it, there's nothing you don't understand. Some things, even if we don't think about it, it doesn't mean that it won't happen. Wasn't the incident at the beginning of the incident caused by Qin Fanyang? When a minister went to the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, he clearly said that Qin Fanyang was his lifelong friend. Wang Zhong sighed. Although the minister didn't personally deal with it, he still found out a few clans. At that time, we thought that it had come to an end, and it was just a warning. Little did we know that it was just the beginning, and there would be more to come. In fact, the minister's attitude was already clear. It's just that we were still holding on a hope, and were unwilling to give up. Also, if it wasn't for the minister or the emperor, with the power of our Wang family, we wouldn't have been unable to find out any news until now, right? To be able to keep such a tight lid. How could there be no top forces involved? So many clans know about this, but we don't know anything and have been kept in the dark all this time. What does this mean? It's just that this level of secrecy in the entire continent, who can silence the entire continent with just one sentence? Until now, our Wang family can't even find out the truth, even if we want to. What does this mean? Wang Zhong sighed and said, Big brother, I said before that this with Xiaoduo might have something to do with the minister. You didn't believe me and listed all the evidence and insisted on your original intention. That's why we fell deeper and deeper. Now, even though we still can't find out anything, but all of this, isn't it more obvious? Wang Han's face suddenly drained of blood. No, this is impossible. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. This is the truth. Wang Zhong raised his head, revealing a dead look in his eyes. Just 2 nights ago, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others got into a big fight in the business district. Although we don't know who the opponent was after that incident, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others just left. After that incident, there was nothing to do with Zhou Xiaoduo at all. Naturally, there would be someone to clean up the mess. Is this normal? After causing such a big commotion, there was no investigation, and no one questioned. Is this normal? Even if he's a prince. After such a thing happened, even if others don't investigate, His Majesty should at least ask, right? However, Zhou Xiaoduo's side had sunk a large area of land, and no one asked about it. Is this normal? Wang Zhong sneered. If this isn't enough, then I have more. What else? Just that night, after Zhou Xiaoduo finished causing trouble, he recruited an employee called Jin Yinsheng. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly. He's just a little ant with a Xiantian cultivation. Zhou Xiaoduo appointed this guy as his supervisor. He's in charge of supervising the sales of a printing factory, and his annual salary is 100,000 yuan. Everything seems normal, right? But since 2 days ago, this Jin Yinsheng suddenly became very popular. Minister Ding personally wrote a calligraphy piece, framed it, and sent it over. He said it was a gift, but it was also a warning or a warning. The content was, don't be arrogant and don't forget your original intention. The meaning is very clear. isn't it? Don't let down Zhuo Xiaoduo's hopes. Just this kind of thing. A supervisor of a Zhao's printing factory was personally inscribed by the Minister of State Martial Arts? Is this normal? Chapter 12:21. After that, the Yu family, the Nian family, the Dongfang family, the Nan family, the Wu family, and the Lu family all sent their stewards to meet Jin Yinshang by chance or to do some business at the printing factory. In short, they all tried their best to establish a relationship with Jin Yinshang and even gave him gifts. And their attitudes were extremely humble. Which one of the stewards of these families is an ordinary person? Isn't any one of them more impressive than the patriarch of an ordinary family? Even the leaders of the various departments with real power in Shangjing have to smile and be amiable when they see these few housekeepers. However, these people are all smiling and being amiable to a Khanate realm cultivator like Jin Yunxing. Is this normal? The small family with the surname Chun who stole Jin Yunxing's ex-girlfriend was completely uprooted today. All kinds of checks were carried out, and they rushed in like wolves and tigers. In the end, they were charged with treason. Is this normal? However, Jin Yunsheng, who is the most connected and should know the most, was the last to know. He's almost the same as the ordinary people. Why do you think this is? Why? For Jin Yunsheng? Jin Yunsheng is just a poor boy with a simple background. He's only a Khanate realm cultivator. Is it worth it? Then why? It's none other than Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's because Zhuo Xiaoduo has clearly taken Jin Yunsheng as one of his own. Jin Yunsheng is now Zhuo Xiaoduo's subordinate and might even become a trusted aide in the future. That's why these people are doing this. Isn't this speculation the truth? Jin Yunsheng is the only subordinate of Zhuo Xiaoduo in the astral souls on the surface. He's no different from a target. So much so that everyone rushed in. Then why? Why else? It's all for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Do you still want to ask who Zhuo Xiaoduo is? Why do these great families have to curry favor with his subordinates? Wang Zhong smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, if it's not that you haven't thought of this, you don't deserve to be the patriarch. It's just that you don't dare to think in this direction and don't want to think in this direction. That's all." Wang Han's face turned pale. For a moment, the secret chamber was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. At this moment, even if a needle were to fall, it would probably cause a thunderous effect. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the patriarch's response. So, Zhuo Xiaoduo is really related to the minister. Wang Han's lips trembled. At this moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. Not only is there a relationship, I'm afraid it's not just a normal relationship. Wang Zhong smiled miserably. "Big brother, our Wang clan. This time, we have really bumped into the gates of hell." Everyone became more and more dumbstruck, like cicadas in winter. This was all because of Zhuo Xiaoduo. This kid's luck was the best among the younger generation, and no one could surpass him. Therefore, he was the only one who could pull this off. Therefore, Qin Fangyang was unlucky. He attracted Zhuo Xiaoduo, and then Yuan's tomb was dug up. It was also because of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo did come because of this. However, ever since this kid came to Shangjing, the whole situation suddenly took a turn for the worse, and it was out of control. Because of him, it was all because of him. Qin Fangyang was Xiaoduo's mentor, the minister's close friend. Yuan was Xiaoduo's mentor. Wang Han groaned in disbelief. Perhaps he was still holding onto a sliver of hope as he said, "Our luck can't be that bad, right? Is it really related to the minister?" Wang Zhong smiled miserably and was speechless for a long time. You could never wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep. Until now, the patriarch was still hoping for a fluke. How could he be saved? There's no need to investigate this anymore. We can't find anything. Now, in the entire Astral Soul's mainland, the entire country, and the high-ranking aristocratic families, only the Wang clan knows about this. Wang Han took a deep breath. After a long time, he took out his phone and said, "I'll make a call." He dialed a number. Beep, 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 duh. The call went through, but no one picked up. Wang Han sighed. Then, he changed to another person and made the call. When it came to the third call, it rang 5 or 6 times before it was picked up. The voice on the other side of the phone sounded a little high and mighty. Patriarch Wang of the God of War clan, how come you have the time to call me? One honor. Butler Nian, how have you been? Wang Han coughed dryly. It's all thanks to you. Fortunately, my surname isn't Wang, and I'm living quite peacefully. I don't have to worry about not being able to sleep. Everyone's face was filled with extreme anger. Back then, the clan of this chief steward of the Nian clan had encountered a calamity. The Wang clan had extended a helping hand and helped him escape. To the Wang clan, this was a simple matter, but to this person, it was a life-saving grace. It could be said to be a great favor. Now that the Wang clan was in trouble, they had to ask for help. However, they never expected this person to speak in such a way, mocking and gloating over their misfortune. However, Wang Han wasn't angry at all. He knew that this was the most normal thing to do. This was human nature. In this society, when was there such a thing as human kindness? If you had power and influence, you would naturally have human kindness. However, if these people didn't hit you when you were down, didn't beat you when you were down, didn't humiliate your high and mighty female family members for pleasure, it was already a great favor. As for providing timely help, there might be some, but most of them would only be haha. When a person who had never risen up was in trouble, as long as this person had talent and potential, there might be people who would provide timely help. However, when a family that was at its peak was in decline, very few people would provide timely help. There would only be people who would kick a man who was down. This is probably the world of mortals. Wang Zhong sighed faintly. Wang Han's face was filled with a warm smile as he said in a fawning tone, "Why do you say that, Brother Nian? I'm calling you today because I'm at my wit's end. Brother Nian, please enlighten me with a sentence." There was a moment of silence on the other side before he said, "The Wang family has been a family for many generations. Our achievements are unparalleled, and we're awe-inspiring. The glory of the God of War will bring glory to the future generations. Saying that we're at our wit's end is too much of an exaggeration. Brother Nian, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Our Wang family has suffered a great loss this time. The possibility of us making a comeback is less than 30%, Wang Han said calmly. Brother Nian, it doesn't matter if the Wang family still exists or not. The ownership of the Nian family's 4 mansions outside the city and the 2 skyscrapers in the city will always belong to you. For mansions and 2 skyscrapers, Wang Han said, Brother Nian, you should know that these are all properties that aren't registered. With just a word from me, it can be done immediately. What we lack now is also a word from you, Brother Nian." On the other side, Butler Nian's voice was deep for a moment before he said, "Master Wang, please speak your mind. I can't be away from my post for too long." Everyone was speechless. Can't be away from your post for too long? You're the butler who's second only to one and above everyone else. It was obvious that he didn't want this call to last too long. I won't say anything else. I just want to know where our Wang family died this time. Wang Han asked in a deep voice. How would I know where your Wang family died? Butler Nian said. Wang Han said sadly, I know even if you don't tell me. Why are you still asking if you know? How could you ask such a small person like me? Haha, Butler Nian, do you really think that you can hide the relationship between Zhou Xiaoduo and the minister from me forever? Wang Han laughed bitterly and said, This matter has been hidden from everyone in the world. Our Wang family has finally died because of this. Although he was just trying to get information out of Butler Nian, his words were full of certainty. His tone was resolute and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Butler Nian was silent for a moment before he said, Since all of you know, you should understand that your Wang family didn't die in vain this time. 30% chance of making a comeback? Does the Wang family always overestimate themselves? Not even half. Everyone in the Wang family felt their hearts sink. This sentence was too obvious. Wang Han choked for a moment. Then he said with grief and indignation, Although we brought this upon ourselves, the minister is too protective of us this time. Butler Nian smiled faintly and said, Master Wang, so you were tricking me. So you didn't know anything. Wang Han stared blankly for a moment before replying, Where did this come from? Master Wang, you tricked me into saying something. You've wiped away the karma of the past. The future is long. Take care of yourself. For now on, I won't use this number anymore. I'm just a servant. How can I take over your 4 mansions and 2 skyscrapers? The world is long. Take care of yourselves. Slap. The call ended. Wang Han frowned. Wang Zhong's expression became even more gloomy. What do you mean? The other Wang family members asked in confusion. Why do you suddenly realize that we don't know anything? Wang Zhong's face was pale. He was on the verge of collapsing. What's wrong? What did you think? Wang Han asked anxiously. Big brother, the Wang family is really finished this time. Wang Zhong muttered. This is worse than the worst situation I imagined. Where did this come from? Wang Han's voice trembled uncontrollably. He could vaguely guess, but he still couldn't believe it. Mr. Nian said that since you knew, you should know that the Wang family didn't die in vain. Wang Zhong's face was pale. He said, Then, big brother, you said that the minister was too protective. Mr. Nian immediately knew that you didn't know anything. What this means is unimaginable. What do you mean? Because the old man's protective behavior can only be unreasonable under 2 circumstances. Wang Zhong said with a trembling voice. First, you hurt his favorite son. Second, you hurt his favorite grandson. Apart from these 2 relationships, the others aren't that serious. Chapter 1222. Wang Zhong's teeth were chattering as he said, This means that Zhou Xiaoduo is either the minister's son or the minister's grandson. Because in addition to these 2 kinds of relationships, in terms of familial ties, great-grandchildren and the like are not enough for the old man to value them so much. If it wasn't his son, then it was his grandson. The moment he said this, the minds of everyone at the foot of the Wang clan's mountain went blank. The most serious consequence they had thought of was that Zhou Xiaoduo was the minister's clansman, but they had never dared to extend the relationship to the minister's son or grandson. But now, my Wang clan is doomed. Make a comeback? That's impossible. Wang Han looked up to the sky and sighed, tears streaming down his face. Who would have thought that the Wang clan had schemed for a long time and had painstakingly planned for this? They had mobilized all their resources, mobilized all their financial resources, mobilized all their experts who had been hidden for thousands of years, and even committed many taboo crimes. They had spared no effort to plan this scheme, and it had actually been planned out by the Sky Inspecting Minister. If only they had known a little beforehand, that Wang Han would have definitely stopped the plan immediately, and the whole family would have knelt in front of the minister's door. But now, it was all too late. Qin Fanyan was already dead. He Yuanyue's grave had already been dug up. Zhou Xiaoduo had already been assassinated several times. The irreconcilable blood feud had already been formed, and it had already reached a point where it could not be resolved no matter what. The minister did not come forward to condemn the Wang clan, and he had already given enough face to the deceased god of war. But for everyone in the Wang clan, the sky had already darkened. They were originally full of confidence, but they suddenly realized that they had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke. In this world, what could be more fucked up and more hopeless than this? All of you leave. Wang Zhong, you stay. Wang Han slumped into his chair and waved his hand weakly. The others walked out like walking corpses. Their faces were filled with deep despair. What should we do? Wang Han turned his neck weakly and looked at Wang Zhong. Brother, you have the most ideas. You, make a decision. Is there any way to turn this around? There's no room for negotiation. There's no room for negotiation. Wang Zhong laughed bitterly. Unless what? Wang Han asked anxiously. Unless Qin Fanyan comes back to life and finds out that He Yuanyue's grave hasn't been dug up at all. Then, The entire family will go to the heavenly king of the right and ask him to bring them to the minister's seat to beg for forgiveness. They will also have to hand over all the people involved and send all the high-level cultivators of the Wong clan to the front lines to atone for their sins. After the minister gives his consent, the Wong clan will have to give up all of its clan's assets to Zhuoduo. If Zhuoduo is willing to accept it, the Wong clan will still have a chance to survive. Wang Han sat down on the chair with a pale face. This was simply impossible to fulfill, especially the first two requirements: resurrecting the dead and restoring the destroyed tomb. I think we can work harder. At least in my opinion, there is still room for improvement. Wang Zhong exhaled softly. Big brother, do you still remember the flower you obtained from He Yuanyue's grave? Wang Han narrowed his eyes. That red spider lily? Not bad. You mean, find someone to send it back and some other treasures. Let's see if Zhuoduo will accept it. Wang Zhong said. This will be a signal for the future of the Wang clan. That's not a problem. The red spider lily was a rare treasure. It was said that those who ate the red spider lily could recover the memories of their previous life. It was a rare treasure, especially for powerful cultivators. If an accident happened during the reincarnation process, the red spider lily could be said to be the only divine medicine that could solve this problem. The Wang clan was pleasantly surprised to find the red spider lily on He Yuanyue's grave. They reported it to Wang Han immediately. Wang Han was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth for a few days. He felt that the Wang clan was indeed blessed by the heavens. They went out to dig up a grave and found such a treasure. Now, the treasure in their hands had to be taken out. After all, no matter how precious it was nothing compared to the life and death of the entire clan. Wang Han immediately began to make arrangements. The red spider lily appeared in front of He Yuanyue's grave not long ago. Zhuoduo may not know about this. When the time comes, we will act according to the circumstances. If he doesn't know, it will be our goodwill and sincerity. If he knows, we will return it to its rightful owner and also show our goodwill. Let's see if we can negotiate with Zhuoduo. As long as we are humble enough and hand over the gravediggers, and someone will take responsibility. Even if we have to sacrifice a few lives, this matter, we have to try. Second brother, do you think he will accept it? There is a high possibility that he won't accept it, and the lives of those who go will be in danger. Doesn't that mean there is no room for negotiation? We still have to go. This is the only chance that the Wang clan has. Giving it a try is better than not giving it a try. Zhuoduo may be a relative of the minister, but based on his past actions, he has always respected the soldiers who protect the mainland. No matter how hostile he is to our Wang clan, he still has to give face to Grand Elder Jinghong. Okay, yes, we have to create as much momentum as possible. As for face and whatnot, we can't afford it now. I understand. That afternoon, the Wang clan issued an apology to Zhuoduo. The radio stations and other television stations were all bought by the Wang clan at a high price. At the same time, they created a momentum to send a peerless treasure to young Master Zhuo. This was to express the Wang clan's deep apology and remorse. This matter was made known to everyone in an extremely short period of time. When Zhuoduo and the others came out to rest, they happened to see this news. Looks like the Wang clan knows who you are, boss. They want to express their goodwill and beg for mercy. Li Chenglong snickered. Long Yuxing scratched his head and said, Zhuo's identity? What is Zhuo's identity? Li Chenglong sighed and said, Damn, you still haven't figured it out? Long Yuxing shook his head blankly. Then, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio coughed and said, I only have a rough guess. I didn't tell you before I confirmed it. Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming also shook their heads. Their faces were full of confusion. Obviously, they didn't know what Li Chenglong and Wan Lixio were talking about. Gao Qiao, Zhan Piao, and the others face-bombed and were speechless. The three of you don't know? Li Chenglong then realized that Pai Yibao was also shaking his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. If Pai Bao didn't shake his head, he would have forgotten about Pai Bao again. Well, why did I say again? Even so, when he saw this shaking head, he actually thought for a while. Baby, your invisible great technique, has it reached the level of perfection? Don't call me baby. Pai Bao's face was distorted and he roared angrily. Bao, no, Xiao Bao. Li Chenglong, do you really want to bully me? Do you really think that you are the number one person after Zhua? Even if you are, you can't bully me like this. Pai Bao was so angry that his face was red. He was already speaking incoherently. He was a man, but he was being called baby. Bao, it was really too embarrassing. Haha, everyone was swaying back and forth. No one stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, you guys don't know? You didn't guess it? You didn't guess? Or you didn't want to guess? Li Chenglong laughed and asked. Nonsense. If we could guess it, why would we ask you? To show that you are smart? Li Chenglong nodded. Then you guys can continue to hold it in. We are very smart, smarter than all of you. We are smart, we have foresight, and we are proud. He actually stopped explaining and started to talk about the matter. Long Yuxing and the others were furious. It was as if their mouths were filled with something that they couldn't swallow or spit out. So you've been talking for so long just to play with us? Boss, what do you say? What else can I say? It's what Xiao Duo said. Since they have shown such great sincerity, we have to meet them. When the time comes, listen to my orders and act according to my mood. Everyone's spirits were lifted at once. With the Wang clan's actions, Zhua Xiaonian's courtyard became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's attention was focused on the courtyard. Naturally, they wanted to see how the legendary young master, Zhua, would deal with this matter. Under everyone's gaze, the four Skysoar realm experts of the Wang clan, led by the third brother of the Wang clan head, Wang Yi, came to the courtyard. The Wang clan doesn't have anything to offer. We only have a stock of heavenly wondergrass that we obtained by chance some time ago. We are giving it to young Master Zhua as a token of our sincerity. Wang Yi finally saw the real person and heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had completed half of his mission. At least, Zhua Xiaoduo was willing to meet him. As long as there was something to talk about, anything could be discussed. Li Chenglong and the others didn't know what was going on. Only Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned when he saw the beautiful Permitha flower swaying in the wind. That was the Permitha flower in front of Grandma, He's grave. What was the Wang clan doing? Were they trying to provoke him? Adding fuel to the fire? Zhua Xiaoduo's thoughts had wronged the Wang clan. The Wang clan really didn't have such intentions. They believed that they had already given a sufficient signal. We admit our mistake. We even took the initiative to return such a rare treasure like the Permitha flower. Young Masters, well, what else do you need? What else do you need to appease your anger? We will accept everything without any hesitation. By returning the Permitha flower, we are admitting our mistake. No matter what you say, we will accept everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent the Permitha flower. If Li Chenglong knew the origin of the Permitha flower, he might be able to see through the Wang clan's intentions. Unfortunately, the Wang clan was facing Zhua Xiaoduo, the young master, Zhua, who didn't walk the normal path. Young master's way of thinking had always been different from others. Therefore, the moment he saw the Permitha flower, Zhua Xiaoduo's face turned gloomy. Chapter 1223. There's a way. Wang Yi was overjoyed when he saw Zhua Xiaoduo's expression. It seemed like Zhua Xiaoduo recognized the flower. He could get straight to the point. Young Master Zhua, get out, Zhua Xiaoduo said rudely. Huh? Wang Yi was confused. What was going on? Your Wang clan and I are already irreconcilable. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. You don't need to give me any gifts. I won't accept them. Zhua Xiaoduo slammed the table angrily. Send them out. Hearing Zhua Xiaoduo's order, Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, Li Zhongming, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, and the rest immediately charged forward like wolves and tigers, chasing the 5 Wang family members out of the door. Zhuo said that they should act according to his signal. Now, they didn't need to act according to his signal. They had to act. Li Qinglong was stunned. He looked at Zhuo. You don't want it? Zhuo gave him a look. I told you to act according to my signal. Don't worry about it. I have my own plans. I'll bring you guys to have fun. Li Qinglong beamed. More fun? Zhuo. Of course. Under the pushing and shoving of Long Yuxing and the others, the 5 people from the Wang family were directly pushed out of the door. The door closed in front of them. The 5 Wang family members looked at each other. What should they do? They didn't accept it and even chase them out. The other party's attitude was obvious. They were going to fight to the death. As for easing their relationship, what was there to talk about? Wang Yi had no choice but to lead his men back with their heads and faces covered in dirt. However, he was somewhat glad in his heart. Luckily, they made a big fuss this time. Otherwise, the 5 of them would have been in danger. This Zhuo had no intention of reconciling. There were so many pairs of eyes staring at them. They were chased out of the door just like that. The Wang family had lost all face. His face, which had already been stepped on, sank further into the ground. But the situation was stronger than the person. So what could he do? He could only walk back with his face covered in dirt. On the way back, Wang Yi only felt that his face was burning and his back was itching. He felt as if countless eyes were staring at his spine, and countless people were pointing and mocking him. Wang Yi instinctively quickened his pace and did not dare to raise his head for a long time. Seeing that they were about to reach the Wang family's residence after turning around this street and passing through the business district in front, they would arrive at the Wang family's old residence. Wang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be humiliated a second time. He had already licked his face and tried to suck up to her cold, but he still hadn't managed to do so. This was too disgusting. But at this moment, suddenly an indescribable aura descended from the sky, lofty and majestic. A dozen or so people landed in front of him. They were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. No matter how one looked at them, they did not fit in with the current atmosphere. The leader shouted, "This is a robbery. Leave all your valuables behind, and I'll spare your life." "This is a robbery." The other dozen or so people shouted in unison. There was no fear in their voices. Instead, there was some excitement. At this moment, Wang Yi was so shocked that he didn't know what to say or where he was. What kind of robbery is this? This is Shangjing City, right in front of the Imperial City, right under the feet of the Emperor, in broad daylight, in the middle of a bustling city. Robbery? Could you guys be any more ridiculous? What's more, even if you covered your face and came to rob me with that layer of cloth, you might not be able to change your voice a little. I just spoke to you. Do you think I don't know that you're Zhuo? You should at least change your voice and figure. The preparation for this robbery is too careless, isn't it? Left. Wang Yi had just said a sentence, or rather, a word, but he immediately felt the aura of the 14 people opposite him. They had already started to move and greeted him. All kinds of weapons, all kinds of auras, all kinds of mysterious skills. Fell neatly. Some were hot, some were cold, some were gloomy, some were tyrannical, some were murderous. This group of people shouted as they attacked. "We are the handsome bandit team of the North. Today we are here to do some small business. If you know what's good for you, don't move. We, the handsome bandit team, will never kill the innocent. Only those who resist stubbornly will be killed and not buried. The 5 fat lambs in front, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your valuables. This road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. We, the handsome bandit team, have always abhorred evil. We enforced justice on behalf of the heavens and robbed the rich to help the poor. Hand over your valuables." Ow, ow. Wang Yi became more and more speechless. "You didn't want it when I gave it to you before. You just turned around and you came to rob with your face covered. Can you be more shameless? What a handsome bandit team. Can't you guys have some moral integrity? We wanted to hand it over, but we didn't expect to resist stubbornly. But the problem now was that you didn't give us a chance. Before we could hand it over, the other party's weapons had already smashed over with earth-shattering force. the first thing that came over was the most frightening. It was a pair of big hammers. A pair of big hammers that were enough to scare people to death. Buzzing sound. One hammer flipped into the sky, and the other hammer seemed to turn the earth upside down. Mixed with an appalling force, it fell down violently. It was mixed with a thunderous roar. The handsome bandit team is out to do business. Idlers, back off. Wang Han only felt an unprecedented crisis in his face. For a moment, his soul was in turmoil. He desperately roared, wanting to compromise, wanting to admit defeat. But before he could shout out the word hand over, a long arrow had already pierced through his mouth and went straight to the back of his head. The abundant force brought his whole body up and then ruthlessly nailed him to the hard ground of the Imperial City Street. On the ground, a pool of blood quickly spread out that Wang Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes lost their light, but he still looked at a certain place in the sky in disbelief. High up, Pai Bao's figure flashed. He was brazenly shooting arrows from high up in the sky. There were clearly countless experts in the surroundings, and they weren't Sua Xiaoduo's group, but no one noticed it. It was only when Wang Yi was shot dead that everyone woke up and looked up, but the high up in the sky was already empty. This wasn't a deliberate act of keeping one eye open or closing one eye, but rather, no one noticed it. It was truly inconceivable. Below, Sua Xiaoduo brazenly smashed down with his hammer. With a buzzing sound, followed by a puff sound, it was as if he had smashed a ripe watermelon. A wave of blood was smashed out. One of the Wang clan's Sky-Soar Realm experts who came with Wang, he was actually unable to resist. His entire body was smashed from head to toe, and his mangled flesh and blood fell to the ground, turning into an oval-shaped meat patty. The one with the ring on his arm was intact. The other person beside him was completely frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. As the sword light flashed, with a crashing sound, ice shards scattered all over the ground, forming a sparkling and translucent pile on the ground. The third person's body was pierced by 6 different weapons, one after another. Then, Xiangchang's overlord halberd smashed down from the sky, directly smashing his head. The fourth person struggled to take a step forward, but a sword was already coming at him. It was the Azure Dragon Sacred Sword. He tried to block it, but his weapon shattered. Long Yuxing's Sword of Might had already split open his face. Gao Xiao Zhun Piao, and didn't even have time to attack. Unable to stop the momentum, they unwillingly slashed at the corpse twice. Don't destroy the ring. So Xiaoduo moved like lightning. With swift movements, he cleaned up the interspatial ring and other equipment. Then he shouted, "Hurry up, retreat. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. We're the handsome bandit team from the north. We'll uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and rob the rich to help the poor. Today, we've robbed a few fat lambs. Don't implicate the innocent. Go back and check. If there's something missing, we'll rob them. Don't be so stubborn. Let's go." Then, the black-clothed members of the Northern Handsome Bandit Gang leaped up one after another, and with a whistling sound, they instantly disappeared without a trace. Only the bloodstains on the ground were left. Countless experts who were secretly paying attention to the situation were in an uproar. Just like that, the third master of the Wang clan, along with 4 Sky-Soar Realm experts, was killed on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. From start to finish, it took less than 20 breaths of time. If one didn't count the wrangling at the beginning and end, it would only take a dozen breaths of time. Although this kind of vendetta battle was common in today's society, and there were martial artists fighting on the streets, this was the first time someone had committed such a crime in front of the Imperial City. Furthermore, the person who was killed was a high-ranking member of the War God clan, which was even more unusual. Countless years before this, people from the Wang clan had always been chasing people and fighting. Today, a member of the Wang clan was killed on the street. It was truly refreshing and satisfying. Although the countless spectators didn't say anything, they were all cheering in their hearts. This is too satisfying. Even your Wong clan has such a day. On the other hand, the experts hiding in the dark felt their hearts shiver. They released their divine senses to observe the situation, but for some reason, the divine senses they released were alternating between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like it would melt, and when it was cold, it felt like it would freeze. It was just that after watching this great battle, everyone felt like their heads were about to split open. Their divine senses felt like they had caught a cold. Only these people could truly understand the people who were killed were all Skysaur realm experts. This was even more inconceivable. Skysaur. A group of Skysaur realm experts were chopped up like vegetables without any strength to fight back. This handsome bandit team from the north is too powerful. Handsome bandit team from the north. What a ridiculous name. I wonder who came up with it. That person doesn't have any moral integrity at all. Even if you're doing it half-heartedly, at least do it half-heartedly that the street was completely silent. Blood flowed noiselessly. The entire area where the incident happened was as quiet as a ghost town. Nobody dared to go over that. The security team, Star Shield, and the people from the city guard office waited for the handsome bandit team to disappear for a while before they arrived. What happened? Killing people on the street? How audacious. Who did it? Who did it? Handsome bandit team? Investigate. Check it out. Where did this handsome bandit team come from? Investigate thoroughly. Chapter 1224. A group of professionals began to investigate the scene. After a round of investigation, they announced that 5 experts of the Wong clan had been attacked by bandits and died. The bandits had killed and robbed. They were extremely vicious and arrogant, and their methods of committing crimes were even more brutal. The nature of this case was extremely bad. They had already reported it to the higher-ups, and they were ready to mobilize manpower to surround and annihilate the handsome northern bandit gang. At the same time, they were to gather all information about the handsome northern bandit gang. They could not let the bandits get away with it. Once there was news, they would immediately attack and arrest them. It was better to let them go unpunished than to let them go. In addition, this case was no small matter. It needed to be carefully investigated to make sure that there were no hidden secrets, no grudges, and no other social relationships. Why did this happen? The so-called robbery was too one-sided and not convincing enough. Then, there must be another real reason. Wait. The coroner team soon arrived and carefully examined the corpses. Their work was meticulous and serious. Soon, people from the Wong clan also arrived. Looking at the tragic scene, the Wong clan manager's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. This was clearly a planned assassination. There's no need to investigate the murderer. This is obvious. Oh, steward of the Wong clan, since you have already said so, compared to the suspect, who do you think is the suspect? The murderer is... Before the Wong clan manager could finish his sentence, he was already speechless. Who was the murderer? The son of the Sky Patrol minister? Not to mention whether anyone would believe him or dare to believe him. He did not dare to say it. He could only mutter, "We're innocent. Our Wong clan members died unjustly." I know. Innocent people died just like that. It must be hard to accept. We will investigate properly and solve the case as soon as possible to give justice to the deceased. Don't worry, justice may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. The corpses of the deceased. Bring them back first. We have already finished investigating the surroundings of the crime scene. We can collect the corpses now. After all, the deceased should be buried in peace. Hurry up and send them to the ancestral grave. When the people from the Wong clan heard this, their faces all darkened, as if they had been stabbed in the back again. Ancestral grave? What ancestral grave do we have now? It had long collapsed. This case will be handled as such for the time being. After I return, I will immediately report to my superiors and let them decide how to apprehend the culprit. Steward Wong, do you have any other opinions or suggestions? If you have any suspects, remember to tell me. Suggestions? Suspect? Let me tell you, the members of the Wong family felt as though they could go crazy at any moment. Not to mention that this was the first time the Wang clan had suffered a loss in broad daylight, even in the entire Shanjing city. This was an unprecedented rare occurrence. The Wang family. Despicable. Shameless. Shameless. How dare this Xiaoduo claim to be a descendant of the minister? He actually used such a despicable method. Wang Han angrily smashed the entire study. Such shameless methods. Where is your face? Where is your decency? Brother, please calm down. Wang Zhong calmly advised. You must not lose your composure now. If you lose your composure, then our Wang family really has no hope. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. Wang Han's face was twitching with anger. His entire body was trembling so much that it changed shape. After a long time, he finally calmed down under Wang Zhong's reassurance. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Second brother, that was Xiaoduo, who can be said to be the descendant of the most prestigious family in the continent, actually used such a despicable method. Wang Han's face was ashen as he paced in circles in the room. Whether he accepts or not, it's all within reason. But he just had to refuse in front of them. He waited for them to leave the house and then came to snatch them. He even killed them and robbed them. How shameless and crazy is this behavior? This old man is so disgusted that it's as if he ate shit. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly. Brother, Zhou Xiaoduo is not shameless. He's deliberately disgusting you. This is his true motive for using all kinds of methods. Wang Han suddenly froze. He didn't accept it, which made his stance clear. He turned around and snatched it back, and he didn't even try to hide it. This is purely to disgust you. It's also to make his stance clear. He didn't even try to hide his figure or his voice. He's clearly telling you that I did it. What can you do? What can you do? His actions now are equivalent to pointing at your nose and saying, just like before, we set up a trap to kill Qin Fangyang and dug up He Yuanyue's grave. Didn't we think that we were the ones who did it? What do? We thought that the other party couldn't do anything to us. Now the tables have turned, and now we really can't do anything to him. We no longer think that way. No matter what, we don't dare to do anything to him. Especially now. We don't even dare to reveal his identity. Firstly, we don't have any evidence. If we reveal his identity, it will only make the world take more extreme measures against us. You dare to insult the minister. Wang Han sighed deeply. How can I not know this? You said that the minister's son did it. Can you show us any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you are slandering the minister. No one in the entire continent can prove that the minister doesn't have a son. How can we have evidence? Besides, even if we prove that the minister's son did it, what can we do? Everyone in the continent will be even happier. The minister has a descendant. The whole world will celebrate. Everyone will know. Everyone will admire. That's something that can be imagined. Some people will even be so happy that they will set off firecrackers. Wang Zhong's face was full of gloom. If we insist on doing something, we will be attacked by everyone. What's the big deal about the minister's son killing a few of you? This sentence will definitely fall on the Wang clan's head. The two sided each other. This sentence was just like what the Wang clan had said before. Our War God clan has made outstanding contributions to the astral souls. What's the big deal about killing a few people? What's the big deal about our War God clan occupying some land? What's the big deal about our War God clan digging up a grave? But no matter how awesome your War God clan is, how can you compare to the minister? How big of a face do you have? If Zhou Xiaoduo's identity was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. According to your Wang clan's logic, what's the big deal about the minister's son killing a few people of your Wang clan? Just treat it as a pastime. You still have the face to shout? If the minister's son wants to kill you, why don't you wash your necks and line up? Why don't you stretch your necks and play with the young master? What if the young master doesn't feel good about beheading people? Wouldn't your Wang clan be guilty of a great crime? Thinking of this situation, Wang Han and Wang Zhong felt so ashamed that they could die. Think about it again. The reaction of the city guards and the Star Shield today was not normal at all. It took so long for them to arrive so late. Doesn't this mean that someone is deliberately delaying the operation? And this person is probably a high-ranking official, or even a high-ranking official. After arriving, he seemed to handle things fairly. But in fact, he was perfunctory. Every sentence that he said was rubbing salt on our Wong clan's wound. He even specifically asked about our Wong clan's ancestral grave. Who doesn't know that our Wong clan's ancestral grave collapsed? If he didn't do it on purpose. This is blatant bullying of others. And the one he bullied is our Wong clan. I won't accept your gifts. If I accept your gifts, it will inevitably be misunderstood. I won't accept it, but I still want it. So I will take it back. Killing people and robbing them is just a trivial matter. Does your Wong clan have a problem with that? Everything had been deduced clearly, but the two brothers could only sigh at each other in silence. The situation was clear. Zhuo's purpose was also clear. I'm bullying you. What can you do? What can you do? For many years, this kind of bullying was done by the Wong clan to others. They could only look at each other in despair and helplessness. Now, the tables had turned. Someone else had also bullied the Wong clan. They could only suffer in silence. Not only could they not fight back, they could not talk back. They did not even dare to testify against the culprit. The Wong clan had truly tasted the feelings of those people who had been bullied by them previously, and they tasted it several times more. This kind of grievance, helplessness, despair, and helplessness, they were so depressed that they wanted to commit suicide. At this moment, suddenly, someone came to report. Clan head, Zhuo is here. Zhuo is here? Wang Han and Wang Zhong were shocked. What was he doing here at this time? That after the handsome northern bandit gang returned, Li Qinglong's eyes turned, and he immediately came up with a good idea. Boss, this matter is not over yet. We can make use of the follow-up. How do we make use of the follow-up? Now that the Wong clan is aware of your identity, things will be much easier to handle. Li Qinglong narrowed his eyes and said, Originally, we were in a disadvantageous position. We can't go to them directly. They can encircle and annihilate us if they don't know. But now, it's a different matter. We can make things worse, be more arrogant, and discuss them. Let's get some interest first to vent our anger. Due to the situation, we can't really kill the Wong clan to avenge the old principal. But now we can do something else. Zhuo's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Didn't the Wong clan always bully others? Today, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Who doesn't know how to be arrogant and despotic? Li Qinglong smiled sinisterly. Let's do this. Good idea, I like it. Haha, don't say that you like it first. You still have to do this and this and this to get revenge. Let's have a good time first. Chapter 1225. Brilliant plan, brilliant plan. Swollen, you're so bad. You're so bad that you have ulcers on your head and pus on your feet. But I like it. Haha. Zhuo was exultant. Li Qinglong. I've racked my brains to come up with ideas for you, and all I get is ulcers on my head and pus on my feet? This bastard. It's settled then. After making up his mind, young Master Zhuo couldn't wait any longer and went to the Wong family. Since he was going to vent his anger, he had to do it ruthlessly. Zhuo dragged Lu Yingfeng along. Lu Yingfeng was more resentful than anyone else. Zhuo was certain. Now that his identity was clear and the curtains had not been drawn, the Wong family wouldn't dare to do anything to him even if they were given 10,000 guts. Therefore, he was exceptionally safe. Thus, everyone left in a grandiose manner. Although they felt like they had eaten a fly, the Wong family still chose to welcome Zhuo, Lu Yingfeng, and the others in with the etiquette of welcoming VIP guests. The head of the family, Wang Han, even personally came out to greet them. One could imagine the grievance in the heart of the head of the Wong family. He even had to suppress his anger and suffer internal injuries. Ayaya, the Wong family is so big. Zhuo strode forward with the air of a son of the heaven inspecting minister. With a reserved expression, he said, Not bad, not bad. This residence is excellent. Li Chenglong, who was dressed like a butler, crooked his nose and said, "How much wealth did the people spend on this house?" The Wong family looked at him. "How could this butler speak like that? You're even in front of us. How could you be a guest?" "Ha ha, be careful with your words." So what Xiao Duo said, "You have to be flexible. Don't speak the truth. It's easy to offend people." Li Chenglong understood. Big brother is right. I'm a straightforward person, but this place is indeed extremely extravagant. There's an ancient saying, "Wine and meat stink behind the red door, and frozen bones lie on the road." It's probably referring to the Wong family. The Wong family was speechless. If you don't know how to speak, then speak less. Wang Han held back his anger and smiled. "Young masters, for you to come here today, I wonder, is there something important?" "It's nothing." So Xiao Duo laughed and said, "Actually, there are some things that are hard to talk about. Young masters, feel free to speak your mind. It's like this. During this period of turmoil and chaos, my side is also in a state of panic. Moreover, we have suffered quite a lot of losses. Look, my father gave me a few treasures, and I accidentally lost them. This is somewhat inexcusable. My father gave them to me. My father." Wang Han's face turned green. This scare almost made him lose his soul. What was there to not understand? "We wanted to kill Zhuo Xiao's parents, but we couldn't find them. If that's the case, could it be that our Wang clan almost assassinated the minister?" A layer of cold sweat appeared on Wang Han's back. His face was covered in white sweat. For a moment, his mind was in turmoil. He actually didn't pay attention to what Xiao Duo said. So Xiao Duo laughed. Lost something, just lost something, ha ha ha. Old man, you're playing dumb. But how can I let you play dumb?" Wang Han came back to his senses. For a moment, his mind was blank. He could only follow Xiao's words and said, "Young master Zhua, lost something?" The moment he asked this question, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Then, he saw LV Yingfeng's half-smile. Wang Han's face finally changed. Next to him, Li Chenglong stood up. His face was filled with righteous indignation. He pointed at Wang Han's nose and scolded, "Wang Han, why are you playing dumb? Our boss lost something because your Wang clan stole it, and you're still pretending to be innocent. You put a donkey on your nose. Do you think you're pretending to be an elephant? Don't you know that this thing is soft when cut off?" Wang Han almost vomited blood. "My Wang clan stole it? Where did this come from?" Countless Wang clan members glared at Li Chenglong. They couldn't wait to rush up and eat him up. So Xiao Duo pretended to be angry. "Swollen, what nonsense are you talking about?" Then, he looked at Wang Han with a fake smile. "Wang clan master, I'm sorry. I'm just a housekeeper. I don't know how to be flexible. I'm straightforward and like to speak the truth. Please don't mind." "I don't mind." Wang Han looked at Li Chenglong as if he wanted to eat someone. "I don't mind at all. Yous with Xiao Duo are really talented. This is your housekeeper? Who are you kidding? Who doesn't know that this is Li Chenglong? He even has the extremely high title of Generation's military advisor. The generals all over the world are drooling over him. Can you, Zhuo Xiao Duo, afford to use such a housekeeper?" Well, Zhuo Xiao Duo is the minister's relative. It seems like he can still afford to use him. Wang Han didn't dare to get angry. He could only grit his teeth and say, "My Wang clan didn't steal." These words were full of grievance and anger. "Bullshit. Bullshit. You didn't steal. You said you didn't steal, so you didn't steal. There are witnesses and evidence. You actually dare to open your mouth and say such things. You're really full of lies. Do you think that just by moving your lips, you can poop out like an anus?" Li Chenglong scolded, "Look at your lack of confidence. It's obvious that you're guilty. Did you get the fucking fire of the sound path?" Wang Han's blood immediately rushed to his head. Too unpleasant to listen to. Too unpleasant to listen to. This bastard's mouth is smellier than a dung pit. "Wang clan master, please don't mind." Actually, Zhuo Xiao Duo said hypocritically. Wang Han couldn't take it anymore. "Li, you said you have witnesses and evidence. Where is it? Take it out. Even if you have a respectable status, You can't slander good people for no reason. Good people? Li Qinglong laughed out loud with his nostrils pointing to the sky. Your Wang clan still dares to talk so arrogantly in this day and age. You keep saying that you are good people. Do I not know the meaning of the word good? Or do I misunderstand the meaning of the word? LV Ingfeng, Long Yuxing, and the rest were so satisfied that they felt from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Especially LV Ingfeng. He was so happy that he was about to fly. The scolding was so vicious and unpleasant to the ears. But I really like it that to be able to see Wang Han being scolded in front of him was the most pleasing thing in his life. Looking at Wang Han's sullen face, the more LV Ingfeng looked at it, the more he felt that he couldn't get enough of this face. A little more sullen would be even better. Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the rest were all enlightened. Li Qinglong's eloquence was really something. No wonder Li Qinglong volunteered to do this job. This guy's eloquence was really good. He was so good at scolding people. There were so many good words that I couldn't even think of in my dreams. I know many of them, and I know how to use them. But to string them together to form the most vicious words, I couldn't even think of it even if I was beaten to death. So Xiaoduo chuckled. Patriarch Wang, it's like this. When you sent me the red spider lily, I didn't want it, and I was very angry. This, haha, I can't hide it from you. You know about this, right? Wang Han let out a muffled groan. You still have the face to say that you snatched it back long ago, and you even killed everyone. And you still want to talk about the red spider lily? Where did you get the face? How can you not feel embarrassed? I know, right? How can I not know? So Xiaoduo said, but there's a reason why I'm angry. To tell you the truth. So Xiaoduo said, back then, my father and mother were afraid that we were too young and insensible and would cause trouble, provoking people we shouldn't provoke. What if we got injured or something? Right, that wouldn't be good. If we provoked those unreasonable bastards, it would be inevitable that our friends and elders would be killed and their graves dug up. It would be even more unpleasant. Wang family head, don't you think so? So Xiaoduo said with a smile. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Wang Han coughed and said, young masters, well, you're right. This is human nature. So Xiaoduo chuckled. In order to avoid this, my father and mother prepared something for me. As for me, I was really disappointing at that time. Because my family was relatively well off, I didn't take anything to heart. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. You should know that every porridge and meal is not easy to come by. Every strand of food is hard to come by. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard to come by? Am I right, Patriarch Wang? Wang Han lowered his head and rolled his eyes. You're pretty fucking cultured. Among the things my parents gave me, there was a heavenly treasure. Yes, a red spider lily. Some time ago it was stolen. Along with it were a lot of heart of stars, jade of astral souls, heavenly weapons, heavenly treasures, and so on. A lot. This was really embarrassing, but the amount of things I stole was really not small. It's already hurting my bones. Originally, the things were stolen because I wasn't good enough. It has nothing to do with anyone. I've already admitted my loss. In life, who hasn't stepped on a pile of dog shit and been disgusted a few times? But today, when I saw the red spider lily you sent over, I felt that it looked very familiar. It's what Xiaoduo said. Red spider lilies should all look the same, right? Wang Han said coldly. He finally understood. These guys were clearly here to disgust him, extort him, and humiliate him. Ah, is Master Wang implying that you've seen other red spider lilies before? And you've seen more than one? So Xiaoduo asked in surprise. Rare treasures like the red spider lily. How many of them were there in this world? I wouldn't dare. But if it's the red spider lily, although the Wang family's foundation is shallow, we still have a few, Wang Han said coldly. So Xiaoduo laughed and said, of course, I don't mean to question Master Wang, but I can confirm that the red spider lily you took today was mine. May I ask how you can prove it, Master Zhua? Proof is easy. I've been mischievous since I was young. The main reason is that I'm a possessive person. I like to leave my own mark on things that belong to me. Zhua, Xiaoduo explained with a face full of smiles. On that red spider lily, I pinched one of its petals with my fingernail. And I even drew a little turtle on the pinch mark. Haha, I was young and ignorant back then, but I didn't want to become the evidence of today's events. A carving and a peck, could it be that it's destined? So Xiaoduo laughed and said, as long as Master Wang takes out that red spider lily, I'll show it to you. The evidence is conclusive, so there's no way for you to deny it. Chapter 12:26. Take it out. Wang Han glared at him. You really have the nerve to say that. You've already taken it, and now you want me to take it out to confront you? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Han was so angry that he leaned back and said with a dark face, but this red spider lily was just taken away by the damn Northern Handsome Bandit group. Taken away? So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, Wang family head, it doesn't matter if it was snatched away. As the saying goes, the net of heaven has a long arm, and those who kill and steal will have their own retribution. But I have other evidence to prove that the Permitha flower that the Wang family took out today indeed belonged to me. Evidence? What evidence? I took a photo when you sent it to me. Master Wang, you'll know when you see it. So Xiaoduo took out his mobile phone, opened the camera, and showed him a photo, saying, Master Wang, please take a look. In the photo, Wang Yi was holding a red spider lily in his hand with a fawning look on his face. And on the petals of the red spider lily, there was a fingernail print and a little turtle that was not very cleared out of course. This was the photo taken by Li Chenglong when he disguised as Wang Yi. With his current cultivation, it was easy for him to control the muscles on his face, to change into another person's appearance for a short time. That Wang Han's face suddenly darkened. How could he frame me like this? I've lived long enough to see this. Where's your face? Where's your face? Is this fun? Is it really fun? So Xiaoduo pointed at the photo and said, Master Wang, look, isn't this a fingernail print? Isn't this a little turtle? Isn't this your third brother? What's his name? Wang Yi. Does this count as conclusive evidence? Wang family head, give us a straightforward and fair answer. Li Chenglong stood at the side and said proudly, the truth is that it was the Wang family who stole our things. The Wang family is a thief. Wang Han's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, Young Master Zhua, what do you want to do? Do you want to completely humiliate our Wang clan? Before Zhua Xiaoduo could say anything, Li Chenglong slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean by that? You guys are fucking thieves, and you still think you're in the right? Was this how the Wang clan, which had a history of 10,000 years, got rich? Huh. During the day, he behaved like a human, but at night, he became a thief with his family, killing people, robbing tombs, and robbing tombs. That's how they managed to build up a clan of 10,000 generations. Can your Wang clan be any more shameless? Was it possible? Wang family head, do you have any shame? Why do I look like an ass? Open your mouth and let me see. Are there any teeth in your mouth? Don't tell me it's really upside down. Move further away and let me see. Don't really spit out shit. PFFF, Xiang Chong, Long Yuxing, and the others couldn't help but turn their heads and spit. Because they had already foreseen that they would be scolded harshly today, the group of female classmates did not come. However, the group of male classmates did not miss a single one, and all followed along. At this moment, all of them felt so good that their intestines were about to cramp. However, they all made up their minds. In the future, they must not provoke Li Chenglong. This guy was too vicious when it came to scolding people. They would rather provoke Zhua and get beaten up than provoke Li Chenglong's poisonous tongue. It was too powerful, and no one could withstand it. Wang Han was finally angry. He slammed the table and stood up. Li, don't go too far. The Aries clan is not to be trifled with. Li Chenglong was also furious. He slammed the table and stood up. So what if you're from the Aries clan? You think the Aries clan can steal? You think the Aries clan can be unreasonable? Now that there are witnesses and evidence, do you still want to go to court for such an obvious thing? Fine. Since you don't want to admit it, we'll go to court and let the country and the law be the judge. Let Uncle Neo from the law enforcement department handle the case impartially and settle the matter. Go, go, go. Let's go to the law enforcement department now. I don't believe that there's no room for reasoning in this world. The War God clan can do whatever they want, being scrupulous, and have no taboos. Patriarch Wang, I only want to ask you, if the law enforcement department decides that you stole, what will you say? Li Chenglong slammed the table. He puffed out his chest and raised his head, spittle flying everywhere. Wang Han could only feel his blood pressure rising. He was about to vomit blood. Was there a need to go to court? Wang Han knew very well that no matter where this case went, the Wang clan would lose. Even if they were to fight in front of the Emperor would only say, "It was your Wang clan who stole it." Although everyone knew that the evidence was fake, no one would speak up for the Wang clan. Everyone would say, "This is the truth." So Xiaoduo could only point out 2 pieces of evidence to prove that it was him. However, at that level, they could easily find 1,000 pieces of evidence to prove that it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's. This was a case that they were bound to lose. And the Wang clan had done this kind of thing no less than thousands or tens of thousands of times over the past few thousand years. As long as they wanted something, they would buy it for 100,000 yuan for something that was originally worth 100 million yuan. Not selling it? Just nice. They could even save that 100,000 yuan. When they went to court, they had plenty of evidence. This was originally their clan's. They didn't want to bully others, so they said that they bought it back with money that then the verdict would be. Yes, this was their clan's. They didn't have to spend a single cent. They didn't even have to pay for the lawsuit because the loser would pay for it. How simple. They could even earn a good reputation. But today, the same method was being used on him. This feeling was really terrible. Xiaoduo sighed and said, "Patriarch Wang, I don't understand. If you stole something, so be it. Can't you just return it? I don't have any excessive demands. With such conclusive evidence in front of us, why do you have to deny it? You're tarnishing the glory of the Aries clan for no reason. We didn't steal it." Wang Han was so wrong that his chest was about to explode. You really didn't steal it? Zhuo Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. Since you, Patriarch Wang, are so certain, then you don't intend to be reasonable. Then I can only find someone reasonable. What do you want? Wang Han softened. Although he didn't know who Zhuo Xiaoduo was looking for, he was sure that it was someone he couldn't afford to offend. And there weren't many people like this in Shangjing, but there were also quite a few. With the Wang clan's current situation, it was unwise to make such a big enemy on the surface. Instead of feeling even more uncomfortable when the time came, and the arrival of a big shot might further affect the overall plan, it was better to act like a gangster now. Didn't he already understand that the situation was stronger than him? Well, one is very simple. As long as you give me my things, I'll turn around and leave. I won't stay here, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Your things. Wang Han vomited blood. What things do you have? I'll give them to you. By saying this, he was determined to compromise to the end and spend money to avoid disaster. This was something that couldn't be helped. The situation was stronger than him. I really don't know what things you have. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked indifferent. I just took them at the time and didn't see what they were. Anyway, there are a lot of treasures and weapons. Wang Han was dumbfounded. If you don't even know, then how can we compensate? What do you mean by a lot? How about this? You open your warehouse, and we'll go in and take a look. You see, my things are marked. We definitely won't take things casually. So Xiaoduo looked serious. Puff. Wang Han finally couldn't help but vomit blood. Are you fucking here to raid my house, Dot? If you open my family's treasury, as long as you want something, you can put your fingerprints on it, and it'll be yours. I can even think of this with my ass. In this way, if you empty my family's warehouse, my family will have the reputation of being thieves. Moreover, what you steal is the minister's family's treasure. This is simply a big black pot, and it's coming down so wildly. But you have to admit it. If you don't admit it, your Wang family might be gone today. As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo says something, someone will immediately come to enforce the law impartially and seal the Wang family's warehouse, allowing Zhuo Xiaoduo to go in and find his own things. This is a done deal. Well, The Wong family had such an experience before. Of course, it was always the Wong family who went into other people's warehouses to search for the things they wanted. Fine, I admit it. Wong Han gritted his teeth. I hope young master is what keeps his word. After you find what belongs to you, don't cause any more trouble. Zhou Xiaoduo was displeased. He said, Wong family head, who are you looking down on? Is Zhou Xiaoduo that kind of person? He said with a righteous face. How am I causing trouble? I'm the owner. Justice is in the heart of the people. How can black and white be mixed up? Wang Han only felt that his vision was turning black. What good question. Chapter 1227. Li Chenglong mumbled to himself as he walked. I can't believe there's such a shameless person in this world. There are all kinds of people in this world. He's so hesitant to open a storeroom. There's solid evidence, but he still refuses to admit it. It's fine if he doesn't admit it, but he agreed to let us in to take it. He's so arrogant. Arrogant. My horizons have been broadened today. Wang Han walked quickly at the front, keeping a distance from Li Chenglong. He was really afraid that he would die from anger. However, when Li Chenglong saw that he was far away, he infused his voice with spiritual energy. Instantly, his voice boomed like a loudspeaker in the Wong family mansion. Everyone in the Wong family was trembling with anger. They watched as Xiaoduo and the others entered the storeroom. That, of course, the Wong family had more than one storeroom. That was for sure. Even the items stored in this storeroom were not the real treasures of the Wong family. However, Xiaoduo also knew that it was not easy for the Wong family to open this storeroom. In other words, this was the Wong family's bottom line. After entering, they were greeted by a pile of top-grade jade of astral souls. Found it. It's really here. So Xiaoduo cheered. These are all from my family. I remember it clearly. My family's items all have my family's aura. My family's star soul jades all have spiritual energy. And there are even fingerprints on them. He casually grabbed a piece and said, Go and check this piece. See if there are any fingerprints on it, and if there's any spiritual energy in it. These are all solid evidence. We can't erase them. The few people from the Wong clan who came in with him were so angry that they were bewildered. Then they saw Zhou Xiaoduo walking in. The herbs here are also from my family. There's spiritual energy and fingerprints. I even peed on them when I was young. The smell of urine may have dissipated, but there's a 99% chance that my aura is still there. This pile looks familiar. It looks like the ones my family lost. I have to touch it to see if there are any fingerprints on it. Most likely there are. Yes, these weapons clearly belong to my family. My fingerprints are on them. I took a closer look and my face is on them. Wang Han was so angry that his chest felt stuffy. He clutched his chest and sat down. Forget it, forget it. I won't go with you. I'll just wait here. Just take whatever you like. You can do whatever you want. In any case, I don't want to listen to you anymore. However, Li Chenglong's voice grew louder and louder. The Wong family is really shameless. So many lost items are actually in their house. Look, haven't we found them? Just now, they still had the guts to say that they didn't steal anything. It's only because Boss is benevolent. If we were to report this to the police, what good would the Wong clan have? How shameless. Sure enough, the original capital accumulation of the big aristocratic families is bloody and illegal. The Wong clan has stolen so much from our home alone. How infuriating. These should belong to the Liu clan. Look, there are markings on them. These herbs are split into two, clearly representing the Liu clan. This is the guidance of the heavens. I can't stand some people's shamelessness. This should also belong to the Liu clan. Master Liu, take one and see if there are any fingerprints on it. These weapons definitely belong to the Liu clan. Fingerprint verification. Master Liu, touch it and see if there are any fingerprints on it. These pills belong to my family. Yeah, there are even Liu clan's pills among them. These few star cores definitely belong to my family. Other than my family, there are no other places. If there are other places, then they must have been stolen from my family. It's an extremely simple deduction. This No wonder my Flaming Sun Sutra hasn't made any progress for so long. So the Flaming Sunstone that aids my cultivation has been stolen here. How vicious. Yeah, there's so many yin cats here. I was wondering why her extreme cold Xian ice was gone. So it was here. Did you recognize the wrong person? There's no mistaking it. This is emitting yin cat's exclusive ice-cold aura. These herbs look so familiar. They belong to my family. That's also my family. This belongs to the Liu clan, right? It belongs to the Liu clan, right? Master Liu, your clan is the same as ours. Both of you are not strict enough. Besides, there's nothing we can do. They are strong in martial arts and tyrannical in power. It's already a blessing for us to be able to find the lost items. If we insist on asking for more, I'm afraid we will be silenced. They are the clan of the god of war. Their glory is limitless. Destroying small fries like us is nothing to them. Does this frame belong to the Liu clan? Damn it! How much did the Wang clan steal? Looking at this wall now, it looks like it belongs to my family. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhuo and the others walked out of the warehouse in a single file. Wang Han looked into the warehouse with a hopeless expression. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Such a huge warehouse had been emptied. Yes, it was empty. It was completely empty. Even the countless iron frames were gone. Now, this warehouse had really been emptied. It could be said that even a mouse would have to come out with 2 streams of tears in its eyes. Zhuo and Li Chenglong, who were walking out, were still muttering regretfully. There's still so many good things that haven't been found. Those precious treasures of heaven and earth, divine weapons, must have been hidden away. This is a reasonable thing. But what we found today is only worth a little. What's worth? The ones that we didn't find are the real good stuff. You should be happy that we can find these things. But the Wang clan is clearly perfunctory with us. Damn it. There are actually such shameless people in this world. Butler Swollen, how many things have we not found? I don't care about these things. I can't remember clearly, what Xiaoduo said. Just the things that you mentioned in the past. We have recovered less than 1/10 of the total. And this time, we have recovered all the common goods. There are no high-quality goods to speak of. Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed, as if he was extremely distressed. Damn, only 1/10 of the goods? Still not enough? How many good things have been stolen from our family? Why don't you think about it? Our family is worthy of its name. It is the real #1 family in the world. How can we not have good things? How can we not have good things? How can Uncle and Annie not give you good things? Yes, that does make sense. Then, the Xiaoduo turned around and said, Master Wang. Wang Han stood up shakily and said, Young masters with these. Things have been returned to their rightful owners. Today's matter, is it okay? Wang Han, the master of the Wang clan, looked as if he had aged a few decades in this short period of time. The wrinkles on his face had deepened. So as Xiaoduo said, but there are still a lot of lost items that haven't been found yet. I've only recovered less than 1/10 of the items. Look at Patriarch Lu's worried face. The amount that we've recovered is definitely far from enough. But our Wang clan only has this one warehouse. There is nothing else. Who are you lying to? TSK, do you think I will believe you? My family has 400 to 500 warehouses. Wang Han wanted to say, Who are you lying to? Show me the 400 to 500 warehouses in your family. Hurry up. Open the other warehouses as well. We have to continue to prove it. We will not touch anything that has nothing to do with us. If there is no evidence, we will not touch it. I've already said so. I am very sincere, right? It's what Xiaoduo urged. But our Wang clan only has this one warehouse. Wang Han swore. He insisted that his family only had this one warehouse. That can't be right. So Xiaoduo's eyes were full of distrust. You clearly said that your family has a lot of spider lilies. Why didn't I see any in the warehouse? The Wang clan definitely has more than one warehouse. Wang Han, now you understand. You took one and still think it is not enough. Seeing that this guy was not going to leave until he gave it to him, Wang Han waved his hand with a headache. Housekeeper, Go to my study and bring the 2 jade boxes with the spider lilies. Let young masters would take them away. Take it as a token of my appreciation. What do you mean by a token of your appreciation? Those are clearly mine. My dad told me that only our family has these things. As for the others, so Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. He might as well use the tiger's skin as a flag. Fine, fine. They are all yours. Wang Han was getting weaker and weaker. This young man in front of him had even dragged the minister into this matter. How could he argue? Coming out to receive them this time was the most regrettable thing in Wang Han's life. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come out no matter what. He could have just sent someone to receive them, but he was so angry that he almost fainted. He was so angry that he almost died. You said it yourself. And so, Xiaoduo took 2 more spider lilies. While he was admiring the Wang clan's long history and deep heritage, he also felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. My family has lost them before. Young Masters, the heavens are watching. Enough is enough. Wang Han's lips were trembling uncontrollably. Are you not done yet? Let me ask you, has your family ever lost a Wang clan? Have you? Li Chenglong was still blabbering on, but Xiaoduo already knew that this was the Wang clan's limit. If they continued to drag it out, they would not be able to do anything if they insisted that they did not. After all, it was not yet time to fall out with them. Especially since they could not waste so much time here. The gains would not make up for the losses. Since today's blackmail was successful and the humiliation was in place, this was about it. Huh? So Xiaoduo laughed. That's it then, Master Wang. I will take my family's things and leave. Seeing that we are all from the same place in the Astral Soul's mainland, I will not report this matter to the police. This will save you some trouble. Even if the Wang clan is the war god's clan and has not lost its glory, there is no need to be labeled as a thief. Wang Han's face darkened as if he was about to vomit blood. Thank you very much for your magnanimity, young masters. Chapter 1228. Li Chenglong muttered, "There's a lot of evidence in hand, and you're just going to let it go? Boss, you're too magnanimous. I have to say a few words to you. Even if you don't care about these odds and ends, there's still a lot of high-quality resources. In my opinion, you should capture them all. What glory of the god of war. There's such a big bandit family in Shanjing. I feel deeply worried about the safety of the lives and property of the people of Shanjing. Taking people's things. Humph. Too shameless. Too shameless. I can't stand it anymore. Intolerable. There are actually such shameless people in this world. This is really an eye-opener for me. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. This is really too easy for them." Wang Han could no longer endure it. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he finally understood the current situation and swallowed it back down with a gulp. He knew that if he really vomited blood, not only would he be ridiculed by the people in front of him, but he was afraid that there would be waves again. The Wang family head was starting to act again. He was really a good actor. Could it be that he was going to stage a venomous slander? Long Yusheng and the others saw all of this. They tried hard to hold back their laughter, but their stomachs were hurting. As they were about to go out, everyone suddenly found a white-haired old man in front of the door. He looked old and senile, as if he would fall to the ground if the wind blew. This old man was wearing a green robe. He was bent over, leaning on an armchair. In his hand was a sword, a sheathed long sword. At this moment, he was rolling his eyes, looking at Zhou Xiaoduo. He gasped and said, "You are Zhou Xiaoduo? Are you a descendant of the minister? Who are you?" Zhou Xiaoduo tilted his head and frowned. "Who am I?" The old man took a deep breath and said, "I am Wang Lingyun." Wang Lingyun? Zhou Xiaoduo said that he had never heard of it. However, Li Chenglong's expression changed, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Wang Lingyun is the eldest grandson of Senior Wang Feihong, the heavenly king of startling heavens. He's also the founder of the Wang clan. Back then, when Heavenly King Wang passed away, he left behind an only son. He raised 7 children, and Wang Lingyun was the eldest. He single-handedly established the Wang clan, and it continues to this day. This old man is the Wang family's oldest surviving ancestor. So Xiao Duo nodded, indicating that he understood. Wang Lingyun, right? Why are you sitting here? What do you want? So Xiao Duo asked condescendingly. After knowing his identity, so Xiao Duo didn't dare to address him casually anymore. He chose to call him by his name. Although this old man's age was obvious, even if Heavenly King Jinghong was of the same generation as Zhuo Chonglu, his eldest grandson, Wang Lingyun, was still a generation younger than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wang Lingyun was at most a third-generation descendant, but Zhuo Xiaoduo lived up to his name. He was a pure second-generation descendant. Therefore, Wang Lingyun couldn't even use the title of Old Master Wang in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. You slander my Wang clan for stealing for no reason. You used the name of the minister to blackmail my clan. Do you know how much damage this will cause to Grandpa Zhuo's reputation? Wang Lingyun rolled his eyes and glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. His voice was already weak, and he panted for a while after each sentence. After a long while, he finally finished his sentence. Then he raised the sheathed sword in his hand and said indifferently, I may not have the right to control you, but even Grandpa Zhuo would feel sad if he saw this sword. This is the sword of Heavenly King Jinghong, the Jinghong sword. It was given to my ancestor by the minister. Wang Lingyun said angrily, Zhuo Xiaoduo, if you know what's good for you, leave the sword behind. Then he muttered, You said that the descendant of the sky inspecting minister came to our Wang clan to extort money, and didn't stop even after emptying the warehouse. Is there such a thing? Wang Han took a deep breath and said, Yes, there is such a thing. This is the truth. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath and said, Is Grandpa Minister still alive? Li Chenglong said loudly from the side. The sky inspecting minister is now recognized by the 3 continents as the #1 expert on the same level as the Flood Witch. His power can suppress the universe, and his spirit can reach the heavens. A few days ago, the 3 continents fought the Flood Witch in front of hundreds of millions of troops, and they were evenly matched. Wang Lingyun's eyes were filled with tears. He muttered, Grandpa Zhuo is still the pillar of the Astral Souls continent. Congratulations. Then he fell silent. There were many things that were too clear. The minister was still alive and the #1 expert in the world. Then, who did Zhuo Xiaoduo need to extort money from? He didn't even need to open his mouth to ask. He only needed to sit at home and wait for the gifts to arrive, as long as he was willing to accept them. Then, how could he come to the Wang clan this time to extort money? Wang Lingyun was silent for a long time. Then, he said coldly, What did the Wang clan do? What did we do wrong? Why did someone come to our house like this? He wasn't asking Zhuo Xiaoduo, but Wang Han. Wang Han's face changed. He kowtowed, but didn't say anything. Wang Lingyun's expression became complicated. He couldn't stand still anymore. He slowly fell on the chair and hugged the startled sword to his chest. He sighed. After a long time, he said, The minister is still alive, and his power shakes the world. Wang Han, what is so special about our Wang clan that the minister's descendant would come to the Wang clan to extort money from us? What treasure does the Wang clan have that even the minister's descendant would covet? Why would he come to extort money in broad daylight? Wang Lingyun said weakly, He is still here. Obviously, he hasn't had his fill yet. You, take it out and let me see. Wang Han didn't dare to speak. He was still silent for a long time. Wang Lingyun murmured, Well, you can tell me directly. This old man is very curious. Our Wang clan actually has something that could catch the eye of the minister's descendant and covet it. This is a great honor. Wang Han and the rest still didn't answer. Wang Lingyun suddenly shouted, Take it out. This old man wants to see. He opened his eyes. Even though he was old beyond recognition, he still exuded a powerful aura that soared into the sky with a loud roar. His eyes were shining so brightly that no one dared to look at him directly. The tiger was old, but its majesty was still there. Wang Han trembled all over. He still didn't say anything. He couldn't defend himself and didn't dare to. At this time, a descendant of the Wong clan couldn't help but say, Zhuo took away our red spider lily, all our top-grade jade of astral souls, countless heavenly treasures, the heart of stars. Even the iron shelves in the warehouse were taken away. Wang Lingyun was silent, as if he didn't hear anything. He just looked at Wang Han and said lightly, Are the Wong clan's rules already like this? The person I asked hasn't replied yet, but there's someone beside me who speaks so quickly. He waved his hand tiredly and said lightly, Drag this one away and punish him according to the clan's rules. After the punishment, drag him back for me to see. The people beside him didn't move. Wang Han hurriedly shouted, Didn't you hear the elder ancestor? Drag him away. Beat him. Immediately, two people dragged the speaker away. Then there was the sound of a board being beaten. Wang Lingyun's eyes were still fixed on Wang Han, but there was a layer of darkness in his eyes. Speak, Wang Lingyun said. Wang Han lowered his head and said, It's like this, elder ancestor. Ha ha. Wang Lingyun suddenly laughed mockingly. Then, he looked at Zhuo with a disheartened expression. After a while, he said in a low voice, Zhuo, how should I address you? So Zhuo was silent for a moment and said, According to seniority, you should call me uncle. You should call me uncle. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, suddenly ringing out. At this moment, the faces of all the Wong clan members were dead silent. There was no color in their faces. The sentence was full of meaning, or it could be said that it was too clear. Wang Lingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly struggled to stand up and was about to kneel down. Zhuo hurriedly supported him. Let me kneel down, Wang Lingyun begged. In the world, no one dares to pretend to be this person. Since the identity is real, I can't lack etiquette. This is human relations. This is friendship. There's no need. I don't want to have any relationship with the Wong clan. Zhuo said lightly. Wang Lingyun smiled bitterly. I understand. He looked at Zhuo and begged, Can you let me talk to Grandpa Zhua or Grandma Zhua? No, I just want to hear the voices of the elders. Wang Lingyun trembled and begged, I'm going to die. Grandma Zhua. She held me when I was young. Chapter 1229. Zhuo was silent for a long time. Just say that. I stopped you and wouldn't let you go. I want to hear what Grandma Zhua has to say. Just a few words will do, Wang Lingyun said. Zhuo understood. The old woman still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, or rather, a glimmer of unwillingness. Zhuo took out his phone expressionlessly, dialed Wu Yuding's number, and put it on speaker. Mom, what's the matter? Wu Yuding's voice came from the other end. The Wong family stole something from our family. I can't take it, but they wouldn't let me go, Zhuo said. How dare they? Wu Yuding said angrily. They stole from our family, and they want to just let it go? What do they steal? Let them pay back 10 times. The mother and son cooperated well. Wu Yuding knew that her son was using the tiger's skin as an excuse to make a big deal out of it. But since it was her son who was causing trouble, as a mother, she naturally had to cooperate perfectly. On the other side, Wang Lingyun's tears fell. She sobbed and said, Grandma Zhua, it's Xiaoyun. On the other end of the phone, Wu Yuding's voice paused. Xiaoyun, are you still alive? Grandma Zhua, it's me, Wang Lingyun wailed. Xiaoyun, Wu Yuding sighed and said, How many years have you been away from the world? It's been more than 4,000 years. 4,800 years. Wang Lingyun sobbed and said, Since Ling passed away, I've been away from the world. Well, before that, I didn't care about anything. Wu Yuding sighed faintly. So, you don't know anything about what happened all these years? I don't know. Wu Yuding's voice came. Xiao, yes. Take Wang Lingyun out. Wu Yuding sighed and said, Don't forget to bring the startling sword. This. Zhuo was stunned. Taking away someone else's ancestor in their home. What was that supposed to mean? How could Wang Han and the others be willing to let their final protective talisman be taken away? If you can't take him away, I'll send you Don Tian and Yun Zhonghu over. They have the ability to take him away. Wu Yuding's voice sounded faintly. Yes, not only did they have the ability to take people away, they also had the ability to wipe out the Wang family in an instant. The heavenly kings of the left and right had both arrived. When Wang Han and Wang Zhong heard this message, their faces turned ashen. From today onwards, Wang Lingyun is no longer related to the Wang clan. Wu Yuding said, Xiao Yuner, are you willing? Wang Lingyun sobbed, I'm willing. Grandma's what, can I ask? Why? Wu Yuding said indifferently, your uncle will naturally tell you later. Things in the world are unpredictable, and karma is never pleasant. With that, she hung up the phone. Wang Lingyun burst into tears, like an orphan who had been separated for thousands of years, suddenly reunited with his family. Although she had only heard his voice, her heart was already surging with emotions. She couldn't stop the urge to cry. Wang Lingyun was an old man who had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the flame of his life had reached the end and was about to be extinguished. However, the admiration at this moment was so overwhelming that it was difficult to suppress it. What do you say? It's what Xiao Duo asked. I'll go with you. Wang Lingyun replied without any hesitation. Ancestor. Everyone in the Wang family knelt down neatly. Wang Lingyun took a deep breath and said, I'll go and see what you've done. If you're really unforgivable, then I won't come back. Don't tarnish the ancestors' glory anymore. I'll take the startling sword away. If there's still room for redemption, I'll beg Grandma Zwa to let me come back with the startling sword. Wang Lingyun said resolutely, Don't kneel. You're destined to not be able to keep me. I don't even recognize you anymore. Wang Han took a few steps forward on his knees, looked up and cried, Ancestor, didn't you hear what Grandma's was said? Wang Lingyun said coldly, Don't tell me. You want the left and right heavenly kings to come and take me away? Wang Han lowered his head and lay on the ground, crying loudly as if his father had died. No, even if his father had died, a sly old fox like him would most likely not be so pitiful and miserable in his 7 emotions. When Zwa Xiaoduo and the others pushed Wang Lingyun out of the Wang family in a wheelchair, only the sound of crying could be heard behind them. Everyone from the Wang clan was kneeling on the ground. They were all covered in dust, and their eyes were filled with despair. They knew very well. Today, Wang Lingyun had left with the startling sword, and the Wang family had lost their last hope. The dying Wang Lingyun was not the Wang family's last hope. The real hope was the startling sword in his hand, the War God's sword. That was the trump card that could save the Wang family. It was also the last mark left by the War God of the continent, Wang Feihong. If one person and sword left the Wang family at the same time, they would lose their last trump card. However, no one dared to say anything at this moment. No one dared to say a word. The minister madam had said very clearly that if Zwa Xiaoduo could not do it, she would immediately send the left and right heavenly kings over. With just one order, the left and right heavenly kings would arrive here in half an hour. Even at the peak of the Wang family would not be able to resist the combined power of the 2 heavenly kings, not to mention the Wang family that was now in a precarious situation. He would definitely leave. Looking at the old figure that was like a candle in the wind, slowly walking to the door and leaving the Wang family mansion, Wang Han could not help but be filled with hatred. He could not hold it in anymore. He said loudly, Ancestor, I have something to say. Wang Lingyun's withered face twitched. He patted Long Yuxing's hand that was pushing the wheelchair and turned around, Speak. Wang Han stood up suddenly, straightened his back, looked at Wang Lingyun, and said loudly, Wang Han is not talented, but as the current head of the Wang family, now that Ancestor has decided to leave, I would like to represent all the descendants of the Wang family to ask Ancestor a question. The withered look in Wang Lingyun's eyes did not change, like a pool of stagnant water. He said lightly, Ask. May I ask, Ancestor, since Ancestor has broken out of the door today, Does Ancestor intend to completely cut ties with the Wong family? You even took away the startling sword that the descendants of the Wong family rely on as their life support and the greatest glory. Have you ever thought about the future generations of the Wong family? Not even a little bit? Wang Han's face was filled with grief and anger as he questioned loudly. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious and was about to refute. Wang Lingyun slowly raised his withered hand and stopped Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. He said gently, "Little uncle, let me solve the Wang family's problem. You have to pay for what you have done. As Grandma's was said, the world is unpredictable, and karma is never good." He turned his indifferent gaze to Wang Han's face and said indifferently, "I understand the meaning of your words. Do you think that the Wang family will lose its strongest protection if the startling sword leaves the Wang family?" Although it was embarrassing, Wang Han had no choice. He raised his head and said, "Yes. If the startling sword leaves, the Wang family will be finished. Ancestor, please show mercy and give the descendants a chance to live." Wang Lingyun did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he coughed and said, "So you have really done things to the extreme." Wang Han lowered his head and did not speak. "So you have really made a big mistake, to the point where you need the ancestors' help to save your life. That's why you told me today that the minister's descendant came to provoke you and asked me to step in. Indeed, everything in the world has karma, and karma is not unpredictable." Wang Lingyun sighed. "Ancestor, please show mercy." The Wang family members shouted in unison. In order to survive, they did not care about their reputation anymore. Wang Lingyun's withered face showed a mocking expression. He held the startling sword with both hands and said lightly, "You should all know that a magical sword has a spirit, right? Back then, my ancestor wielded a sword in white. One man and one sword. He killed all the heroes in the world. He never bowed. He never retreated. He would rather break than bend. He would rather die than retreat. That was my ancestor's illustrious name." Wang Lingyun's gaze was distant, as if he saw his grandfather Wang Feihong, who was dressed in white like a sword. In all his memories, he had never seen his grandfather's white robe stained with dust, and he had never seen his grandfather bend his back for even a second. He was always so proud and upright, looking down on the world. He was dressed in white under the cold sky. He chilled the 3 continents with one sword. Heavenly King Jinghong. Wang Lingyun recited slowly, full of coldness, white robe stained, on the peak of the ice mountain, proud and elegant sword. The entire place was silent. Although they did not have a good impression of the current Wang family, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others could still feel their blood boiling when they heard about Heavenly King Jinghong's deeds. It was as if they could see that proud and aloof swordsman in white robe. When there was no one left to fight, he came out alone with his sword. One man and one sword. He faced the countless Heavenly King experts of the Umno Alliance and proudly challenged them. "If you could defeat me, Wang Feihong, you will win." His proud and upright body did not bend even when he died. He would rather turn into a bright star than accept the defeat that would determine the fate of the continent. That earth-shattering explosion still reverberated in the hearts of generations of the Star Soul Continent's ancestors until this day. Back then, my ancestor fought against the heavenly kings of the world alone. He used this Jinghong sword. Wang Lingyun looked at the sword in his hand. "This sword is as proud as my ancestor. You want it to protect you? Let's not talk about whether you deserve it or not. Dare you ask it if it is willing?" Wang Lingyun's voice was as calm as water, but his old face slowly turned red with anger. It was obvious that his heart was not calm, and he was extremely angry. He pulled out the sword with all his might. Light flashed, and it was as if all the frost in the world had descended at this moment. This was the power of the sword itself. After Wang Lingyun pulled the sword out of its sheath, he threw it out. The long sword somersaulted in the air a few times, and light shone in all directions before it landed on the ground with a clang. The tip of the sword stabbed into the hard ground of the Wang family's old residence. The long sword flickered and swayed slightly. Although it was just a sword, although it no longer had an owner. However, This sword was still as aloof and proud as ever. Stabbed into the ground, it was still at the peak of the ice mountain, looking down on the world and shocking the world. Cold and arrogant, no one was worthy of being associated with it. The sword swayed, and the frost was still cold. A sense of anticipation was faintly emitted. It was as if it was waiting for its owner's big hands to come and hold the sword hilt again. Come and hold me. I will accompany you to fight the heroes of the world again. Come quickly. After a long time, the sword finally stopped swaying, but the feeling of anticipation had gradually vanished, and it transformed into a feeling of loneliness, and sorrow. It was filled with a feeling of loss and sadness, and it effused out from the sword. Where did you go? Why didn't you come? After losing its partner, the Jinghong sword had been lonely until now. Now that it was out of its sheath again, it was still sharp, still cold, still radiant, and still full of fighting spirit. It wanted to fight the world again, but it no longer had that person to accompany it in the martial world. Clang, clang, clang. The Jinghong sword let out 3 sorrowful sword cries. Chapter 1230. Clang, clang, clang. The startling sword let out 3 sorrowful sword cries. The glow of the sword slowly retracted, and there was an endless sense of loss and silence. Just like an abandoned puppy, it curled up in the corner. Wang Lingyun looked at the startling sword and said word by word, Wang Han, can you ask the startling sword if it is willing to be your shield for your mistakes? Wang Han looked at the motionless startling sword and took a step forward. Just as he was about to speak, clang! A loud and clear sword chime suddenly rang out, coming from the startling sword. Everyone present could hear the uncontrollable anger in this sword hum. It was a kind of extreme shame and humiliation that couldn't be any stronger, surging emotions. This caused everyone present to feel the same way, and they were indescribably shocked. With a flash of light, the startling sword that was clearly not controlled by anyone pulled itself out from the ground and spun in the air. The sword light shot out in all directions and stopped steadily in midair. The tip of the sword was pointed at Wang Han's glabella. A massive sword intent that was filled with humiliation, anger, and irritation suddenly spread out. The sword could not speak, but at this moment, everyone could feel its meaning. It was clear. Don't use such things to humiliate me. That was what the startling sword wanted to say. There was no doubt about it. Wang Han stood rooted to the ground and stared at the startling sword. His body was stiff, and he could not speak. Wang Lingyun sighed deeply and moved the scabbard in his hand. In midair, the startling sword let out a sword cry, as if it was still angry. With a spin, it returned to its scabbard with a soft sound and returned to silence. The sharpness of the sword that challenged the world also disappeared quietly and turned into loneliness. Wang Lingyun burst into tears and stroked the startling sword. He choked and said, the startling sword was unsheathed this time and did not find its ancestor. It returned to its scabbard in disappointment. I'm afraid it will never be willing to come out of its scabbard again. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others sighed softly. Looking at the startling sword that was shrouded in a deathly atmosphere, they felt complicated but did not know what it was. Although they were young geniuses with outstanding cultivations, their life experiences were still shallow. They were unable to experience the loneliness of 10,000 years. Once, the man and the sword were one, and they had promised each other that they would never leave each other. Now the sword was still there, but the man was gone. Wang Lingyun turned his wheelchair around. He really couldn't bear to look at these unfilial descendants anymore. Ancestor! Behind him, the Wang family members cried out mournfully. Wang Lingyun never looked back. The Wang clan is no longer mine. The Wang clan is yours. Before my grandfather died in battle, he asked a few of his close friends to take care of the Gu family's descendants. At that time, his grandfather had said, this war requires sacrifices. If we don't sacrifice blood to the heavens, how can we achieve peace? The two of you are the pillars of the astral souls and cannot be lost. If this battle requires someone of sufficient weight to die, then I, as the first in line, will be the one to do it. If anything happens to me in this battle, I'll have to rely on my brothers to take care of the Wang family. Wang Lingyun said indifferently, "Is this all you remember?" "No, or should I say, that's all you remember?" These words were well known throughout the entire continent. Who didn't know of Heavenly King Wang's heroic deeds? Not to mention that the Wang clan had spread it intentionally or unintentionally. It could be said that everyone knew about it. Back then, when the minister and the emperor sent the ancestor back, they deliberately spread these words to the world, but they concealed the last part of the ancestor's will. The minister and the emperor did not say it for the sake of the Wang clan, but the ancestor's will is still engraved in the ancestral hall. Don't you remember? You just don't want to remember, or you don't want others to remember or know. Wang Lingyun said in a low voice, "Whether you remember or not is irrelevant because I still remember. I'll read it to you now. The remaining part is, if my descendants do well, brothers, help me out. If they don't and use my meager contributions to bring disaster to the continent, please eliminate them as soon as possible. I, Wang Feihong, am a hero of my generation. I believe that I'm not ordinary. Don't let my unfilial descendants tarnish my name. I'm fighting for the world, not to be a protective umbrella for the little brats. If my descendants are unavoidable, don't wait until they're gone before you act. Remember that I, Wang Feihong, cannot afford to lose that face. The startling sword is enough to protect me for my entire life." Wang Lingyun stroked the startling sword in his hand lovingly. Hot tears rolled down his face as he said, "Wang Han, everyone of the Wang clan, don't tarnish my grandfather's illustrious name. Let's go." He pushed the wheelchair out. Long Yuxing hurriedly stepped forward and took over pushing the wheelchair toward the door. They walked until they were far away, but there was no more sound behind them. The countless Wang clan members behind them looked on in a daze. They knew clearly that the last barrier, the last protective talisman, had disappeared. Wang Lingyun sat in the wheelchair and looked at the scenery on both sides of the street listlessly. He wanted to see this world and recall the past, the places where he had walked hand in hand with his beloved wife. However, he hadn't left the Wang clan's old mansion for a long time. The outside had changed greatly. As far as the eye could see, it was strangely unfamiliar. It was a completely different world, and he couldn't even recall the scenery. His white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was blank, and so was his gaze. A sense of desolation rose spontaneously. "Ling? This is no longer the world that you and I are familiar with. From beginning to end." He didn't look back. After pushing him for more than 10 minutes, Wang Lingyun said softly, "Little uncle, let's hurry." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the wheelchair. Everyone jumped up and returned to Zhuo Xiaoyan's small courtyard as fast as lightning. Before leaving, Zhuo Xiaoduo only wanted to bully and humiliate the other party. He never thought that he would actually invite the ancestor of the Wang clan back. Moreover, it was his mother who asked him to invite him back. Looking at Wang Lingyun sitting in the villa, Xiaoduo couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't know what his mother was thinking. In short, he felt that everything was so strange. It was indescribable that LV Ingfeng came to say goodbye. "Xiaoduo, I'm going back." "Then take care. Take care of Grandma, LV. I'll visit you in a few days." LV Ingfeng walked to the door and turned to say, "Xiaoduo, I've put the spatial rings of those things in the cracks of the sofa. Use them well and improve quickly." So Xiaoduo was stunned. "What are you doing? That was for you in the first place." LV Ingfeng shook his head and waved his hand. "The LV family doesn't need so many resources. You're all Chanqian. You're all good children that your old principal thinks highly of. As long as I can see you improve and achieve more, I'll be satisfied." He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others kindly and said with relief, I've already benefited greatly from the fact that you thought of inviting me along today. Xiao Duo, although the LV family may not have the ability, this old man still wants to continue to cultivate the genius that my daughter fancies and cultivate the person she painstakingly cares about in her life. Remember to work hard. LV Yingfeng smiled, turned around, and walked out of the door. So Xiao Duo and the others were all excited. Receiving LV Yingfeng's heartfelt praise was no different from receiving the old principal's praise. Fours was Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong. This was happier than any praise. Wang Lingyun looked at LV Yingfeng's back with admiration in her eyes. She praised, "Who is this person? His open-mindedness is the best in the world." So Xiao Duo and the others had the same thought, but they missed Yuan Yue even more than they rejoiced. Li Chenglong and the others wanted to talk to Wang Lingyun, but Wang Lingyun was not willing to do so. Right now, I urgently want to know what exactly the Wang clan has done. Wang Lingyun looked at Xiao Duo with her sunken eyes and pleaded, "Little uncle, let me see." Okay. So Xiao Duo sighed and gestured for Li Chenglong to give him the information. Li Chenglong thought for a while and began to organize the information. He divided all the information into 3 parts and gradually let Wang Lingyun understand them one by one. Wang Lingyun couldn't wait to pick up the first book with trembling hands. Xiao Duo gave Li Chenglong a look, and Li Chenglong expressed his understanding. He already had a few bottles of heaven's turning water in his hand. If Wang Lingyun became emotional and something happened, he would immediately take it to protect her. Then, as Xiao Duo read Wang Lingyun's fortune, his heart sank, and he slipped out to call Wu Yuding. "Mom, yes, you picked him up?" "Yes." "Good. But because of this, your identity is almost exposed. Basically, you know everything you need to know. What do you think? Puppy, are you ready to be a rich second generation? This seems to be your biggest wish in life." Wu Yuding joked with her son. "Mom," so Xiao Duo said with a bitter face, "I've been risking my life every day. How can I enjoy being a rich second generation at all?" Wu Yuding laughed. "Silly boy, let me tell you, this is what a rich second generation is really like. Do you think the second generation is just eating and waiting for death? Do you think our generation can only nurture rich playboys? Let me tell you, from ancient times until now, except for a very small number of people with mediocre talent who only have the ability to preserve their achievements, the rest are basically all exhausted to death. Being forced by their own parents to the point where they have nowhere to go is nothing but a trivial matter. This is the real life of a rich second generation. Because of corruption and playboys, the real big families, the descendants of real heroes, or the heirs of dynasties, all of them didn't start from the second generation, because the first generation is wise and powerful. How can they allow their children to be playboys and corrupt? You want to be a salted fish when you're just a dog? You must be crazy." Wu Yuding's accent was very heavy, so Xiao Duo smiled bitterly. How could he not understand this? But the second generation he had pinned his hopes on was never the second generation in this sense. Okay? At least, it was completely different from the second generation he had pinned his hopes on. Well, is it because I'm too outstanding, too talented? So, it's my fault. Chapter 1231. So Xiao Duo sighed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have tried so hard to enter the path of cultivation. If that was the case, would he have been able to become a second-generation heir? That still wasn't right. If that was the case, Yin Yin Cat wouldn't be fated with him. Even if he was willing and Yin Yin Cat was willing, his parents wouldn't agree to it. Sigh. Life is always so difficult to be perfect. While Zhou Xiaoduo's thoughts were running wild, his mother's political class didn't stop. She had more to say and went on for a long time. "Understand, Mom. You're calling to ask about Wang Lingyun, right?" "Yes. This is what your father and I wanted. Wang Feihong only had one son, but he died in battle early. Both husband and wife died at Sun Moon Pass. At that time, Wang Lingyun was only 7 years old. His younger siblings were even more immature. Wu Yuding sighed and said, Wang Feihong loved this grandson the most. Even when Wang Lingyun grew up and had children, Wang Feihong would still bring gifts for Wang Lingyun every time he returned from the battlefield. And his last words were very clear. It was enough to protect his grandson for the rest of his life with the Jinghong sword. In other words, the one Wang Feihong couldn't let go of the most was his grandson, only his grandson. Wu Yuding said, to be fair, Wang Lingyun didn't let Wang Feihong down. He lived a simple, conscientious, and honest life. He built the Wang family single-handedly and maintained the Wang family's traditions for 3,000 years. At that time, the Wang family could be said to be the #1 family in astral souls. They did things openly, and their traditions were stable and prudent. They didn't tarnish the name of the god of war for astral souls at all. But because of the death of his beloved wife, he was too sad and went into seclusion. After so many years, I thought he had already passed away. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Wu Yuding sighed and said, so you have to understand that the Wang family can be destroyed, but this Wang Lingyun, your father, and I can't ignore him. I understand. Don't worry, Mom. How is Xiaoyue now? Wu Yuding asked with concern. Very bad. His entire body is thin and shriveled. Only a handful of bones are left. So Xiaoduo sighed and said, I don't have much lifespan left to begin with. After today, my lifespan will inevitably be reduced. Although we've already brought him out, it's hard to save him from the shadow of a candle in the wind. From what I've read, Wang Lingyun will pass away in half a month's time. It's not something that can be stopped by anyone. No matter how miraculous the elixirs are, it will be difficult to extend his lifespan. Half a month. On the other side of the phone, Wu Yuding suddenly fell silent. Then, Zhuo Changlu picked up the phone. Obviously, he had been listening by the side. Zhuo Changlu's calm voice rang out, Xiao Duo, I'm here. Do you have a way to extend Wang Lingyun's life? I want to hear the truth. Yes, the heaven-mending stone can do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave an affirmative answer immediately. Then, he said in distress, but the biggest problem now is Wang Lingyun himself. I can't see any signs of life in him. Just now, he strongly requested to see the Wang family's information and evidence. I'm worried that after he sees it, his remaining lifespan will be destroyed again. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, tell Wang Lingyun that I still want to see him. Tell him to hang in there. Okay, perhaps this was the only way to let Wang Lingyun stay in this world for a little longer. There were too few things in this world that could move him. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. On the other side of the phone, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding also sighed. At this moment, a heart-wrenching roar came from the villa. I'm so angry. Then there was a loud bang. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly said and immediately walked back. Don't hang up, Zhuo Changlu said hurriedly. Put it on speakerphone. In the room, Wang Lingyun's eyes were wide open. He stared at the file in front of him in disbelief. His whole body trembled, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His face was red, and he roared hoarsely, These are really done by our Wang family. At this moment, the guilt and shame in the old man's heart reached the extreme and almost burst out. He had a premonition that the Wang family, which he had ignored for a long time, was rotten. They bullied people, dominated the market, killed people, and even interfered with the imperial court. After all, he had been in charge of the Wang family for 3,000 years. He had long been used to the filth of the world, but he had always kept his original heart. However, the more he read, the more frightened and cold he felt. The content recorded in the file was all kinds of immoral and bottomless, all kinds of heartless, all kinds of unimaginable, all kinds of inhumane things. It was actually done by the god of war family that I founded. The old man only felt his heart shattering bit by bit. His whole body was filled with cold and hot feelings. His mind was endless, but it also felt like thousands of things were happening at the same time, one after another. Li Qinglong opened a bottle of heaven's returning water and stepped forward to feed him the medicine. However, he was pulled to the side by Wang Lingyun. Wang Lingyun trembled and suddenly stood up. His eyes were red as he screamed, "This is my Wong family? This is my Wong family? This is the god of war family, the Wong family?" His fingers trembled and the file rustled. Suddenly, his face turned red. How can I face grandfather in the underworld? I. How can I face? I. Suddenly, he choked on his breath. His throat made gurgling sounds, and his eyes bulged out. Li Chenglong screamed and hurriedly supported the old man. He forced the bottle of heaven's returning water down his throat. Wang Lingyun struggled violently and refused to take the medicine. It was obvious that he wanted to die. However, Li Chenglong didn't care about him at all and forced the medicine down his throat. "Oh my God, how can I face myself to continue living?" Wang Lingyun wailed. "The Wang family that I founded with my own hands. I thought that I inherited grandfather's great prestige and the glory of the god of war. However, after I ignored it, I let the family fall step by step into this state. I am full of sins, too many to record. I created a huge tumor for this continent. It harms the common people and is extremely poisonous." He screamed at the top of his lungs as tears streamed down his face. His hands slapped his head with all their might, making loud banging sounds. He never would have thought. There were countless things in the file. Every single one of them was the result of the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. They were all evil deeds that couldn't be resolved, even if they were chopped into pieces. As for the Wong clan, they actually made an entire thick book. It was truly too numerous to record, and it was extremely poisonous. Is there more? Is there more? Wang Lingyun grabbed the file. This is only from the past 20 years. What about before that? What about before that? Is this generation's clan head muddle-headed? What caused the Wong family to fall into such a state? His eyes flashed with extreme desire. He hoped that he could get a definite answer. Li Chenglong said indifferently, "This is indeed only the file of the Wong family's misdeeds in the past 20 years. In my hands, I also have all the evidence of the Wong family's crimes in the past 3,000 years. The crimes of every 20 years are no less than this file. It's just that for the previous files, even the ancestors of the victims have all died. It's useless even if I show it to you. It's meaningless." Wang Lingyun slammed the table and shouted angrily, I want to see every single file. Show it to me." His eyes were already filled with dead silence and ashes. That was the appearance of someone who had nothing left to live for. Obviously, if the Wang Lingyun who had just arrived had a trace of hope, a trace of life, now he was in complete despair. He didn't want to live anymore. He muttered, "After I die, I want to go and ask grandfather for forgiveness. These mistakes, I want to say them all, report them one by one. I am a sinner. Show it to me. Show it to me." Li Chenglong saw that old master Wang Lingyun was already in a state of delirium. He was extremely worried that something bad would happen to him in the next second. Even if he had the water of reversal, it would be useless. However, who was Li Chenglong? His brain worked quickly, and there was no one who could match him in this world. He could only think and come up with the idea of fighting poison with poison. He snorted coldly and said, "What are you shouting for? Aren't all these things done by your descendants? Aren't all these good things done by your children and grandchildren? How can you shout at me so righteously? Order me around? If all the files and evidence are taken out, this villa won't be able to fit them all. Can you look through them all alone? A month, a year, or the rest of your life?" Li Chenglong sneered. These words were extremely unpleasant, but it calmed Wang Lingyun down immediately. He also calmed down. His face was full of shame and shame. His old body trembled. Suddenly, he curled up on the sofa. He covered his face with his hands and cried silently. Drops of tears leaked out from between his fingers and dripped onto the Jinghong sword. The Jinghong sword still had no reaction. Chapter 1232. After a thunderous reprimand, Wang Lingyun finally calmed down with a face full of shame. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lingyun began to take the initiative to find medicine to stabilize his mind, calm his state of mind, and recuperate. He no longer wanted to die. On the contrary, he urgently wanted to live until the day he could see Grandpa Zhua and Grandma Zhua again. Zhua Xiaoduo was not lying when he said that he had the confidence to save Wang Lingyun's life. Wang Lingyun's lifespan was almost depleted, and his body was in a terrible state. It was not something that could be healed by any kind of elixir. However, this was not a difficult task for Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoduo had infinite vitality and a huge amount of vitality given by Elder One. As long as he did not want someone to die, as long as he provided the target with enough vitality, the target would not die even if they wanted to. As for the crippled body, it was even simpler. Wasn't there still the heaven-mending stone? That was a sacred object that could heal even a heavenly king stage powerhouse's body in an instant. Treating a person who was in the twilight of his life was just a small feat. Zhua Xiaoduo first stuck the heaven-mend stone on Wang Lingyun's body so that his body could bear the life force. Then, he used the life force in his spiritual sense space to stabilize Wang Lingyun's vitality. Then, he used 1/3 of the laurel honey to strengthen his divine soul. It was not that Zhua Xiaoduo did not want to give more. It was that Wang Lingyun could only bear so much. Wang Lingyun's lifespan was about to come to an end, and that was the biggest problem. Once his lifespan was completely exhausted, his life would naturally come to an end. That was the true meaning of the heaven-mending stone. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed. When you were young, you overdrew your life potential to improve your cultivation. And more than once. Wang Lingyun was surprised. Uncle, you really have a sharp eye. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed. After that, when you found that your lifespan was about to end, you used your vitality to forcibly prolong your lifespan. Wang Lingyun was completely stunned at this time. Grandpa Zhua and the others knew about overdrawing their life potential, but they didn't dare to do so after being scolded. Because his initial dream was to break through to a higher level of cultivation regardless of the cost. He wanted to inherit his grandfather's legacy and enter the battlefield with the startling sword, hoping that the name of the god of war would not be tarnished. However, reality was exceptionally cruel. Even though his will was as firm as a boulder, his body truly did not have that kind of talent that could be cultivated. Like Wang Lingyun, who was unwilling to accept this, he secretly overdrafted himself many times and advanced all the way until he was not inferior to any of the outstanding talents of that time. But later, his true identity was discovered by the minister. He was severely reprimanded and ordered to return home. He was never allowed to set foot on the battlefield again. It was also because of this that the Wang clan existed. However, no one knew that he had used the art of dispersing vitality, condensing his life spirit, and forcibly prolong his lifespan. How did Zhua Xiaoduo know? You did it twice. The former drained your foundation, and the latter made your already broken body even more unbearable. Although you can struggle at death's door, your vitality will not be restored, and your cultivation realm will not exist. Your body will not be able to take any nourishment. Even if you get a heaven-defying elixir or a miraculous pill, you will not be able to enjoy it. Zhua Xiaoduo expressed his heartfelt sigh. Even if he used all his means to treat Wang Lingyun, with his current condition, he would at most be able to maintain his life for a year. After that, there was no other way. And this lifespan was the upper limit of Wang Lingyun's art of dispersing vitality. Wang Lingyun smiled. It's okay. I know my own body's condition. With your help, I have enough time. I will definitely be able to see Grandpa and Grandma. He sighed softly. At that time, my wife was still healthy, but I was already at the end of my life. In desperation, I had no choice but to use the art of dispersing vitality. I dispersed 90% of my life's art of dispersing vitality. Against heaven's will, I restored my life spirit to the divine reigning destiny and gained an additional 5,000 years of lifespan. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife, but I did not expect that. After only a few decades, my wife would suddenly die. From then on, we would be separated by life and death. Sigh. He stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. As for why Wang Lingyun's wife could die, he did not continue. But Sui Xiaoduo understood that there must be a rather long story behind this. Uncle, Grandpa asked me to look after you. But I hope you won't be angry, and don't think I'm nagging. Wang Lingyun said very carefully, in addition, the things that the Wang family has done these years. I also need to take a look and confirm the situation. Speaking of the family, he finally sighed. It's really a great shame. I, as your nephew, am really ashamed. Sui Xiaoduo had a nephew who was more than 10,000 years old. He also felt uncomfortable all over. Not to mention that this was the ancestor of the Wang family, that when he heard that Wang Lingyun wanted to organize the Wang family's files, he immediately felt relieved and said, just do what you need to do. If there's anything you need to ask, just look for Li Chenglong. He's an expert in this field, and it's best to gather all the questions before asking. He's very capable, but his temper is not good. After a pause, he continued, is there anything you can't let go of in the Wang family? Or do you need anything? And other things. Wang Lingyun smiled bitterly no. Sui Xiaoduo frowned. For example, your direct descendant. Son? Grandson? Wang Lingyun sighed. When I was in charge of the family, my children were all driven to the battlefield by me. Until now, even my great-great-grandchildren have all died 7,000 years ago. When I was in charge of the family, the Wang family was pretty good. If my children were still alive, the Wang family wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. No matter how bad the family is, how could this bunch of bastards be in charge of it? Don't think about me. Wang Lingyun was completely disheartened. I just want to do my part now. I'm not here to make any requests. If I still shamelessly make any requests, how can I face Grandpa and Grandpa Zhua? Firstly, I don't have the face to make any requests. Secondly, there's no one I want to save. Look at the actions of the Wang family in recent years. It shows that the current Wang family has long decayed to the bone. There is not a single person who is qualified to continue living, including me, the one who started all of this. Their sins are grave and unforgivable. Wang Lingyun said with tears in his eyes. So Xiaoduo's eyes flashed, and he said, perhaps the Wang family still has some babies in swaddling clothes. Wang Lingyun shook his head decisively. No need. They say that the babies are innocent, but they were born after drinking the blood of the people and eating the flesh of the heroes. How can they be innocent? Wang Lingyun gritted his teeth and said the Wang family. Let be. I was muddle-headed and only knew how to immerse myself in the memories of the past, completely ignoring the affairs of the world. Otherwise, the Wang family would have long been reduced to ashes in my hands. How could I allow this bunch of bastards to tarnish the reputation of the ancestors? So Xiaoduo nodded secretly. So, I'll arrange a room for you on the first floor. There's a living room, a study, and a bedroom. You can quietly read the information of the Wang family these years. In addition, if there are guests, if you want to, you can meet them or even old friends of the past. Okay, Wang Lingyun agreed immediately. Looking at Wang Lingyun holding the Jinghong sword and entering the study, the back view that was struggling to support himself, but was actually extremely lonely. With so many elixirs, it was enough to greatly improve his body and even his current best condition. However, there was no change in the aura of a dying man. That was already within the scope of the heart, and it was not something that could be healed by elixirs. So Xiaoduo sighed deeply. The few words just now had already made each other's bottom line clear. Wang Lingyun really did not have any thoughts about the current Wang family. Even he himself was a walking corpse, a living dead who only had one last thought left. The glory of the family. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. Is it really that heavy? Li Chenglong said softly from the side. Everyone's experiences are different, and they each have their own understanding of these 4 words. It's especially heavy on Wang Lingyun, probably because His grandfather is the Jinghong heavenly king. The glory of the god of war is supreme and cannot be tarnished. In Wang Lingyun's heart, this was many times more important than the family. Even his own reputation is not worth mentioning compared to that of the god of war. That's why he felt so uncomfortable and couldn't bear it after knowing the truth. Li Chenglong sighed and said, I think if Uncle's phone call hadn't stimulated his last bit of vitality, perhaps Wang Lingyun would be lying in a coffin now. Sigh, how's your sorting of the clues? The clues are actually very clear. The only problem now is where the 15 star is, or what method they use to activate it, and their mode of action. Li Chenglong sighed. So Xiao Duo laughed. Do you want to solve it in advance and take drastic measures to deal with it? Swish, this is the heavenly Tao. Moreover, there's an extremely brilliant Qi diviner behind the other party. Well, speaking of this Qi diviner, I reckon his attainment is not below mine. In fact, he is even stronger than me in terms of pure Qi diviner. So Xiaoduo's expression was somewhat heavy as he said, if it wasn't so, I would have sensed something by now. However, this person is so cautious that he doesn't want to be tainted by karma or even cut off karma. He is really amazing. Who is he? It was a pity that Li Chenglong couldn't help him on this point, and neither could his friends. Let's practice. So Xiaoduo sighed. Not at the same time. In a cafe in Shangjing, a man and a woman, both of whom looked ordinary, were having a meeting here. Something big happened in the Wang family, the woman said. What happened? The man took a sip of tea. I don't know what's wrong with Xiaoduo. He gathered people to cause trouble in the Wang family, blackmailing them. Deliberately disgusting, and then... Chapter 1233. The woman recounted the incident in detail. The man gritted his teeth as he listened, his emotions surging. This shit stir. How could he do such a thing? It's really love. Only someone with no moral integrity would do such a thing. The woman frowned and sighed. The key issue now is no longer about moral integrity. The biggest problem is Zhou Xiaoduo's identity has been exposed. It's completely exposed to the eyes of the higher-ups. The man said, it's related to the Sky Surveyor throne, right? Is he a member of the throne's side branch? Or a descendant? The woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. Neither. Zhou Xiaoduo is actually the Sky Surveyor throne's biological son, the only son of the first wife. What? What did you say? The man could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up abruptly, almost knocking over the coffee table in front of him. The woman was already prepared for this reaction. She reached out a hand and held the coffee table firmly. Biological son? Are you serious? The man's face was instantly covered in white sweat. His eyes were filled with fear. Yes, that's right, the woman said with certainty. Looking at the man's reaction, the woman did not have the slightest intention of mocking him. This was because when she first received the news, her reaction was almost exactly the same as this man's. In fact, it was even worse than this man's. She had almost wet her pants on the spot. That remote little city actually hid the Sky Surveyor throne. This was super shocking news that would make one's eyeballs pop out. After a long time, the man was still trembling. She could not help but say, I know this news is very unexpected, but you don't have to be shocked for so long. Although she had almost wet her pants, she had not been shocked for so long. The man smiled bitterly. You don't know. He sat back in his chair in a daze. His fear was still lingering as he said, Zhou Xiaoduo's father is that middle-aged man from Phoenix City, Zhou Chonglu. In other words, Zhou Chonglu is the Sky Surveyor throne? Yes, the woman said with certainty. The man's entire body began to tremble again. He was shivering, and layers of cold sweat were dripping down his back. What's wrong with you? The woman realized that something was wrong. This reaction was clearly too much. I met him once in Phoenix City. I remember now. The man's eyes stared straight ahead. At that time, I even had thoughts of killing him. Hearing this, A layer of white sweat instantly appeared on the woman's body. Her pretty eyes widened. You wanted to kill him?" His voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. At this moment, the woman's heart was even filled with admiration. Even in his wildest dreams, he hadn't expected that this guy in front of him would have the guts to make a move against the sky inspecting minister. "Do you know that with a single breath, you'll be reduced to ashes?" And then, after that, I don't know why, but I didn't make a move. After that, I was vexed for a long time, feeling that I had wasted an excellent opportunity. Now it seems. The man's sweat hung on the tip of his nose, sparkling. It was too frightening. It was too horrifying. It turned out that I had thought of such an awesome plan. The woman in front of him thought about that scene for a while. Although she was shocked, she couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous. Finally, she laughed and said, "Ever since I left Phoenix City, until just now, I've never really admired you. But today, I've decided that you'll be my idol from now on. Ching Chung, don't make fun of me." The man smiled bitterly as he wiped his sweat. The man was Meng Chintian, and the woman was Ning Ching Chung, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The two of them were old acquaintances. Today, they were old friends who empathized with each other. Wang Han and Wang Zhong stared at the handwriting on the paper, only to feel their fingers tighten. Both of them were short of breath, and their faces were gloomy. "Wang Zhong, if we retreat now, what will happen to the Wang family?" Wang Han seemed to be asking Wang Zhong, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. "The Wang family will cease to exist. Perhaps we can preserve some of the children. But above 1 meter, regardless of gender, they will all be doomed," Wang Zhong answered quickly. This was an obvious fact. It was already the honor of the god of war to preserve a few children to continue the bloodline. Otherwise, even the children would be eradicated. What if we advance further? Wang Han's eyes burned with madness. "If we lose, we will be doomed. Perhaps we can preserve a few children. It is the blessing of the ancestors. But the death of the others can also be foreseen." Wang Zhong said, "What if we win?" Wang Han asked, "Even if we win, we will have to hold on until the 6 continents return. At that time, the world will be in chaos. Countless masters will flock here. Even the minister may not be able to resist." Wang Zhong said lightly, "Even the masters who are reigning now will suffer heavy casualties in the first wave." Chapter 1234. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Neither choice was right, so what choice should he make? Wang Han stared at Wang Zhong, and Wang Zhong stared back at his elder brother. Both of them looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes slowly brighten up. That was enough. There was no need to explain further. Only the two of them knew clearly in their hearts. The situation was obvious now. The only chance for the Wang clan to survive was the dragons fighting over the veins. As long as the Wang clan, no, it didn't have to be the Wang clan. As long as someone or some force killed with Xiaoduo and the dragons fighting over the veins, then they only needed to hold on for a few days or hide for a few days, and the situation would be reversed. Because after the dragons fighting over the veins ended, a large amount of luck would be taken by the Wang clan, and the Wang clan's luck would increase dramatically. And the remaining luck would belong to the demon star, which would cause the noble spirit to soar to the stars. With such an obvious beacon navigation, the demon clan would return soon. Even if they didn't return with the continent, those peak experts would set foot on the continent before the continent returned. And when that time came, the heaven-inspecting minister couple wouldn't be able to care about the Wang clan. If this hope could come true, then the Wang family would be able to escape death from that point in time and have a chance to live again. In summary, there was only one prerequisite. The Wang clan had to be able to hold on until the experts of the demon clan or other races set foot on the continent. Wang Han gritted his teeth and clutched the piece of paper tightly. He muttered, "Victory or defeat, advancing or retreating, the result is the same. So why not advance? Choose the only way to survive. After I die, even if the flood overflows, as long as I can survive, what can I do?" Wang Zhong sighed softly. Now, there was really no way to advance or retreat. Life and death were in a dilemma. He had already done everything he could. Now he could only entrust everything to others. At this moment, Wang Han suddenly felt a burning sensation in his palm. That piece of paper had actually started to burn silently. In the blink of an eye, there was only a handful of ash in his hand, and nothing else. Wang Han looked at the ashes in his hand and suddenly came to a realization. He said in a deep voice, "This is probably the great master reminding us that although some things have been done, as long as there are no traces left behind, everything is still possible. It's better to be known than seen by others." Wang Zhong smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps this master just doesn't want to leave behind any traces related to him. That's all. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Every step is a game of chess. It all depends on how you interpret it. Follow your heart. Everything is like that." Wang Han patted Wang Zhong's shoulder. "Second brother, I know you've made some arrangements, but now that we're at a dead end, it's good to have another choice. I'm going to give it a try." Wang Zhong sighed and said, "If there are no accidents, regardless of success or failure, both of us will die." Wang Han lowered his head and said, "How can I not know what you're talking about? But even if we stop now, do you think we won't die?" "We'll still die." The two brothers looked at each other and saw the burning flames in each other's eyes. They said almost in unison, "Then let's give it a try. After I die, I don't care about the flood. As long as I can live, there's nothing I can't do." Wang Zhong walked out of the study. He hadn't felt his blood boil for a long time, but at this moment, it surged through his body. "Then let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. In life, who wouldn't give it a try? How could one survive if they didn't give it a try?" Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. His heated brain slowly cooled down. When he returned to his study, he was suddenly stunned. He stood there in a daze. He was thinking about this matter, the whole thing, the whole process. For a moment, he was puzzled and confused. Why was it like this? Give it a try? Give it a try? Not to mention what he was going to give a try. So what if he succeeded? Even if he succeeded, he would still go down in infamy for thousands of years. There seemed to be something wrong with this, because before today, he clearly had the intention to retreat. Even if he would be torn apart by 5 horses if he turned back and admitted his guilt, he still turned back. Turn back and be saved. Since it was the last moment, and he would die no matter what, as long as he turned back, he might as well do his best to protect the reputation of his ancestor, the god of war. It was the greatest virtue to know one's mistakes and to face death calmly. Finally, his surname was Wang, and he was once bathed in the glory of the god of war. But why did he make up his mind to give a try just now? Why? He turned back and wanted to go back to find Wang Han. This decision didn't seem right. But when he was about to go out, he suddenly felt dizzy. Maybe it's not a bad thing to give it a try. Anyway, there's no worse result than now. Wang Zhong was in a daze for a moment and said blankly, 2 days later, Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts and the Martial Arts Department released the list of people who would enter the Dragon's fight for the heritage this time. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiaoer, Zhan Pia Piao, Pai Yibao Yuyener. Dragon Soul High Martial Arts, Li Zhongming. Jade Sun High Martial Arts, Yu Moyan Dugayen High Martial Arts, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Zhou Yinqing. 9 Heavens Pavilion, Zhuo Xiaoyan. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts, Lanbing Rui, Chun Xiaotian, Cheng Qingning, Meng Yuanhang Kong Yunshang, Wang Zilong, Wang Zun, Jun Haoran, Jun Zhantai, Jun Anmin, Wan Shuaishan. That in addition to the other miscellaneous places, there were a total of 50 people. And this list was quite different from the list of 30 people announced previously. But none of those families dare to hide their names. All of them gave up on the hidden rules of this competition. Everything was decided based on the true strength of the students. Therefore, in terms of transparency, this year's Dragon Scramble for Heritage could be said to be the fairest Dragon Scramble for Heritage in the past 3,000 years. In terms of the strength of the students, it was also a year of dazzling stars and gathering geniuses. In the past, the cultivation of the students in this year's Dragon Scramble for Heritage was basically the peak of the student cultivation, and most of them were at the early stage of the profound realm. But this time, not only were there students in the Skysoar realm, there were even a terrifying 21 of them. Such an explosive number of geniuses was really unprecedented. Among them, the hidden Dragon High martial arts was the most dazzling and eye-catching. When Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, and the others saw the list, they were almost crying tears of joy. Based on their best judgment, the hidden Dragon High martial arts could only have 1 or 2 people enter the Dragon Scramble for Heritage. They didn't expect so many people to be selected. Looking at the names on the list, other than the hidden Dragon High martial arts, there were also Skysoar realm cultivators. How could the higher-ups of the school not be excited? Yi Changqing's tears flowed down his face. With this year's glory, the hidden Dragon High martial arts could really be hidden dragons that could soar into the sky and look down on the world. As this year's headmaster and teacher, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian couldn't hold back their excitement. But the two of them still pretended to be indifferent and solemn as they accepted the congratulations of the crowd. Their expressions didn't seem to be very happy. They acted very steady, very dignified, and very indifferent. Everyone praised them one after another. As expected of the teachers and headmasters of so many genius students. Then, the two of them calmly left the school and arrived at Yi Changqing's villa. They quickened their pace and entered the villa's secret room. Wen Xingtian let out a loud roar and jumped into the arena. He roared, "Yi Changqing, let's fight." Yi Changqing impatiently rushed forward. "I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm the one who's going to beat you to death." The two of them excitedly and crazily fought each other. They didn't dodge at all. Their fists landed on each other's flesh. This kind of battle lasted for an entire afternoon, but if they couldn't vent to their heart's content during such a joyous occasion, it would really be unbearable. In the end, Yi Changqing rode on top of Wen Xingtian and pressed down on the mud like Wen Xingtian. He punched him again and again and asked, "Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy?" Wen Xingtian was beaten up until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He shouted excitedly, "Happy! Happy! Continue! Use all your strength!" Vice Principal Liu and Xiang Quangren, who had rushed over after hearing the news, stood at the door. Their faces were cold as they listened to this strange conversation. They couldn't watch it anymore. They really couldn't watch it anymore. Jade Sun High Martial Arts and Dragon Soul High Martial Arts were also in high spirits. This was also the first time since the establishment of their schools that a student had entered the ranks of the dragons fighting for the heritage. The joy of these two schools was equally crazy. This was a moment that made history. As for Zhuoxiaoduo and the others' alma maters, such as Garrison First High School, Water City First High School, and Phoenix City Second High School, the colorful flags fluttered and firecrackers sounded. Hu Riyun was so excited that tears streamed down her face. As soon as she received the news, she brought the offerings and went to He Yunyue's grave with Li Changjiang. At this time, Sun Fengho and Jiang Zhongbin were one step ahead of the two of them. "Old principal, your wish has come true, and it's more than fulfilled." In the newspaper and screenshots, the others were all wearing the formal school uniforms of their respective high martial arts schools. Only Zhuoxiaoduo and the others from Phoenix City's second high school were wearing the Snow White Hidden Dragon High School's martial arts robes. However, under the Hidden Dragon High School's emblem, there were not only the red embroidered words of Hidden Dragon High School, but there were also a few people who wrote the words themselves, Phoenix City's Second High. The words were the same size as the 4 words of Hidden Dragon High School. Hu Ruiyun stroked the 5 words on the photo. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and tears fell like rain. The principal of Water City First High School, Gu Qianfan, was holding a big banquet to celebrate. He was celebrating while watching the news and newspapers with a smile on his face. However, when he saw the eye-catching handwriting on Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' uniforms, he suddenly fell silent. His old face instantly turned red. He said shyly, "Let's go." Everyone was dumbfounded. It was supposed to be a good day to drink until they were satisfied. How could it be that Zhou Yinqing immediately understood the situation and his face was full of shame? He bowed and apologized. "Old principal, I'm sorry. I really forgot. I was too excited." Gu Qianfan sighed. "It's not your fault. I was envious of He Yuanyue." Gu Qianfan may be better than He Yuanyue in terms of cultivation, martial arts, and connections, but when it comes to educating people and educating them, compared to Principal He, there's a world of difference. I'm not as good as her. Chapter 1235. The day of the dragon race for the heritage was getting closer and closer. All parties were making preparations in full swing, and their enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. At this moment, a thick fog suddenly appeared at the location where the Earth heritage rose. Starlight flickered inside, demonic aura filled the air, and demonic flames filled the sky, and after the fog covered the sky, people who were not related to the matter could no longer enter this area. As for the so-called related people, they were the owners of the 50 dragon vein tokens in their hands. As for the others, they were no longer able to enter. Those who tried their best to act rashly were going against the heavenly Tao. Therefore, no one knew what had happened inside. The martial artists of Ancestral Dragon Academy had experienced the dragon race for the heritage many times before, but they only knew that the fog was the mysterious space where the dragon race for the heritage took place. However, this was the first time they saw such a strange phenomenon. Previously, there was no starlight, no demonic aura, and no surging life force. Tomorrow, it was the day of the dragon race for the heritage. Are you ready? Yes. Have you brought everything you need? Yes. Check again. All the places where the students participating in the dragon race for the heritage were filled with such voices. The atmosphere seemed to be no different from the day before the college entrance examination before the disaster. After entering, it's just a fight for providence. There won't be any danger to your life. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Although providence is good, it's only meaningful if you're alive to enjoy it. Yes, in Zhuxiaoyan's small courtyard, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were also receiving instructions. However, the people who were giving instructions were different, or rather, a little different. Many families sent notes to him, stating all the things he needed to pay attention to. There were also some family members who had participated in the dragons fighting for the heritage. They even wrote down their insights and the environment after entering in detail and handed them over. Department Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department came personally. In addition, the principal of Ancestral Dragon Academy and teacher Ding Ruolin all came to explain in detail the precautions and the many incidents in the past. This time, there's great danger inside. It's different from before. You must pay attention to your own safety, especially the Wang family. Those bastards will most likely do something desperate this time. Department Head Ding said in a low voice. Wang Lingyun sat at the side and rolled her eyes. Then, she picked up a book to read as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, he muttered, "This kid is most likely the descendant of Little Dog Ding. He looks like a damn puppy." Although Wang Lingyun had already severed ties with the Wang family, this old man had a new sensitive problem. As long as someone scolded the Wang family, he would instinctively feel that they were scolding him, Wang Lingyun. He subconsciously replaced the 2 words Wang clan with Wang Lingyun. How could his face not be burning with embarrassment? However, there were too many people coming and going, and Zhou Xiaoduo was already tired of it. He simply instructed Wang Lingyun, "You look after the house. We're going to cultivate. Then you must come back before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wang Lingyun said. Understood, understood. Don't forget, we have to be at Ancestral Dragon High School at 8. This was a group of dragons fighting for a vein. Time waits for no one. Understood, understood. Little uncle, don't forget. And you guys, remind each other to pay attention to the time. This is a matter of a lifetime. Wang Lingyun nagged. Duh. Everyone hurriedly fled. They worked very hard. Each of them worked very hard. And each of them worked very hard. Ha! Corporal punishment? No, no. I pay attention to teaching by word and example. When have I ever hit or scolded my students? A teacher who is good at teaching is used to convincing people with reason. The children are very obedient and have a high awareness. With just a few words, they understand everything. There's no need for corporal punishment. Corporal punishment is a sign of the teacher's incompetence. Ha ha! When Xingtian continued to brag, he talked so much that even he almost believed it. It was as if he had taught like this in the past. So Xiao Duo, Li Qinglong, and the others were all expressionless, but they secretly touched their buttocks. Teacher Wen, how can you say something like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? In this group of people, including the girls, who hasn't been beaten by you before? So Xiao Duo, haha, outstanding, outstanding. This child is the most outstanding, most diligent, most hardworking, and also the most talented child I've ever taught. He's very sensible and never let the teachers worry about him. To him, it's just a normal matter. Yes, I didn't know his identity at that time. Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo is the most united with his classmates in school. He's charitable, friendly, kind, honest, upright, and open. He often shares good things with his friends and shares the good things with them. That's why he's able to make so many friends. Haha. Yes, that's how he is. He's really a good child. When Xingtian directly flattered him as soon as he opened his mouth. E.W. Li Qinglong's expression was distorted. What's wrong with you? Weren't you fine just now? Do you think that Teacher Wen's evaluation of me is wrong? Is it not accurate? So Xiao Duo asked with a dangerous expression. His tone was meaningful. You should think about it carefully. The breakfast I had in the morning seemed a little strange. Of course, Teacher Wen's evaluation of Zhua is the truest. Li Qinglong said with a bitter face and wiped away his conscience. Long Yuxing and the others, who also wiped away their conscience, nodded in agreement. Just now, they really wanted to vomit that after this incident, they must ask Teacher Wen Xingtian face to face. How did you think of those words when you praised Wu Xiaoduo? Where's your heart? Where's your face? Teacher Wen, ask yourself, which of those words you said could be used on Zhou Xiaoduo, this big bastard, even if there's a little bit of it? On the other side, when Xingtian was still bragging, after he finished praising Zhou Xiaoduo, he began to praise Li Qinglong. He said that he was a generation's military advisor, that he was knowledgeable, that he was talented, that he was wise, that he could do what others could not, etc. But it was still within the basic range. Anyway, he was much more reliable than Zhou Xiaoduo. After that, he would talk about Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingpi, Yi Bao, Zhen Pia Piao, Yin Ergao, Qiao and the others. In short, this batch of students was well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor. They were outstanding in culture and martial arts. They were kind, cute, hardworking, loyal, generous, and reliable, according to Wen Xingtian's words. Even if these students were regarded as national models and national stars, it would be a waste of their talents. They should be directly conferred the title of Heavenly King, or at least be a Heavenly King in preparation. That was the way to go. The face of the reporter in charge of the interview was already stiff from smiling. His hand that was holding the microphone was also sore. And this Teacher Wen, who was said to be 100,000 butcher and used to be a cold-faced killer, was still talking nonstop with a face full of excitement, saying, "Don't go until I'm done." Finally, the thunderous applause sounded. The leaders of the various departments and the royal family had arrived. The ceremony had begun. Only then did the reporter escape from 100,000 Butcher, who still wanted to continue, as if he had been granted amnesty after listening to the passionate speeches of the leaders. Each of them spoke very briefly. After all, there was not much time left for them. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. At the center of the area where the dragons were fighting for the heritage, a thick fog that was so thick that it was almost solid gushed out. A passage that was dazzling with stars slowly materialized from nothingness. The passage has appeared. With this command, the entire place was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many of the students of the right age present looked at this passage with eyes full of envy and jealousy. This was the path to heaven. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to step on it and take large strides forward. However, the faces of the higher-ups who were familiar with the process of the dragons fighting for the heritage changed at the same time. In the past, there had never been such a dazzling starlight. There was only a passage that looked like a black passage. Why was the starlight so resplendent and dazzling this time? There must be something different about it. After you enter, the most important thing is to be careful. When the energy of the dragons surges, you must act according to your capabilities. Also, everyone is a part of the astral soul's human race. When you are in there, you must not fight or kill each other. Understood. All the students agreed in unison. At this moment, the passage had completely materialized. The starlight on the passage became even more dazzling. Prepare to enter, Minister Ding shouted. Chapter 1236. Each of the 50 people took out their own token. This was the certificate to pass through the cave entrance. Everyone had one, so it was useless. The students of Ancestral Dragon High School, who were at the front, were about to step in when they suddenly saw the wind and clouds gathering in the sky. Countless dark clouds surged and filled the sky from all sides, instantly covering the sky completely. As a result, the whole world instantly turned from a clear sky to a dark sky. It was difficult to see far. After a few more breaths, a few big stars in the sky seemed to be falling from the sky. With an unprecedented extreme brightness, they flickered. Big Dipper 6 stars. Demonic aura suddenly filled the air. Demonic fog suddenly rose, as if in the endless dark clouds, there seemed to be a group of demons dancing, bewitching all living beings amidst the roaring thunder. The entrance of the dragon's snatching vein emitted an even more dazzling light. Without any warning, it directly shone on the dragon vein tokens in the hands of the 50 people. Enter! Minister Ding made a prompt decision and shouted. Lan Bingrue, who was at the front, jumped up without hesitation. Dressed in white, she was like a fairy walking on waves. She took the lead and entered the cave entrance, disappearing. Almost at the same time, everyone entered one by one, fighting to be the first. When it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn, Minister Ding transmitted his voice. Safety first. Go. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and jumped up side by side with Zhuo Xiaoyan, one black and one white. At this moment, in the dark clouds in the sky, there were suddenly dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. The dark clouds rolled, exceeding the heavens and the world. The two figures disappeared into the starry cave entrance. Let's go, Li Qinglong shouted. The 12 of them divided into 4 rows, 3 by 3, 3 by 3, and flew into the cave entrance in an orderly manner. The group of people entered in unison, without the slightest difference in speed. Minister Ding, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School, and the others who knew about the dragon's snatching vein had their eyes lit up. The entrance of the dragon's snatching vein cave has always been the starting point of everyone's battle. It is also the prelude of this battle. But if there are people entering together, there must be multiple heads with the same mind. Could it be this is a team? Minister Ding's heart was shaken. If such a huge team of geniuses was really a team of people, then in the future, the remaining people also entered in a single file. When Zhou Yunxing entered, his entire body was surrounded by sword light. His entire body was like a sword of no return, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. In just a moment, the 50 people who were present for this battle had already entered, and at the moment when the last person entered, the entrance of the cave suddenly turned into specks of starlight, dissipating into the thick black fog and disappearing without a trace. Let's wait. Let's see who's the first to come out. Minister Ding stood ramrod straight. His gaze and expression were solemn. There was a chair behind him, but he didn't sit down. The others didn't sit down either. At this moment, everyone was under a lot of psychological pressure. The minister's son was among the people who went in. This point was very important, perhaps unprecedentedly important. As everyone knew, the first one to come out would definitely be the one who obtained the most chi meridians and benefited the most. All the leaders were thinking about what to do if the first person to come out was not Zhuo. It had to be said that this question was really worth considering and pondering. The moment Zhuo entered the tunnel, he instantly felt that the tunnel was filled with some kind of mysterious energy. He tried to absorb it, but it was completely fruitless. He saw that the area where the 50 people were standing was shockingly within a large yellow circle. There were exactly 50 people standing properly in the circle. A dazzling circle of light stood on the ground. Under each of the 50 people's feet, there was another small circle. There was a yellow light connected to the outermost circle. At first glance, it looked complicated, but in fact, it was not messy at all. It was clear at a glance. Just as everyone noticed this circle, it suddenly started to spin. Then it gradually rose from the ground like a huge barrel of light, enveloping the 50 people inside. As the barrel of light took shape, the small circle under everyone's feet started to spin as well. However, it was spinning in the opposite direction of the barrel of light. Moreover, the force was so great that everyone's body was spinning at high speed like a top. At the same time, a thought suddenly descended. Everyone heard this thought. Or rather, they felt it in their hearts. Dragons fight for the veins, the strong win. The weak do not deserve to have Tianji fate. Only life and death can determine survival and death. Only the strong have a future. The only supreme way is to fight. Every word was explaining the rules. You can fight, you can snatch, you can kill, and you must kill. You must kill the competitors to get the most veins and the most luck. This saying is completely different from the known saying of dragons fighting for the veins. It's completely different from the rules that the teachers, elders, and even Minister Ding said. Didn't they say that astral souls are not allowed to fight among humans? Are they not allowed to compete? Why? Why do they tell us to fight to the death? Fight to the death? What's going on? Could it be that the rule of dragons fighting for the veins has changed? Not only Zhuo, but the others were also puzzled that perhaps there were some who were not confused, but now everyone was in the midst of an extremely violent rotation. Even if they were close, no one could see the others' faces. Suddenly, a murderous aura gradually enveloped the entire field. In the next moment, a whistling sound suddenly sounded, and the huge barrel of light suddenly sank. In the next moment, everyone was flung out like a shooting star. No one knew where they went or how far they were sent. Zhuo only felt that the hand that he was holding with Zhuo was forcibly separated. His whole body was spinning, and he fell into a fog. In a flash, rays of light descended from the sky and covered the entire area. Following that, an unprecedentedly ferocious aura surged into the large circle. In the blink of an eye, the murderous aura suddenly burst out. The 15 rays of starlight hidden in this murderous aura flashed and disappeared without a trace. The Heavenly Tao layout was completed. The Star Duel game was also completed. Outside, the dark clouds that covered the sun began to rotate as if they were summoned. They seemed to be one and blocked the starlight in all directions. The power of the 9 Heavenly Tao restrained each other. From now on, no one could move at all. The power of the 15 stars of the North and South Dipper could no longer descend through the clouds and affect the situation of the dragons fighting for the heritage. Yes, or it should be said that the power of the North and South Dipper had been jointly suppressed by the 9 heavenly Tao. They had been completely deprived of the right to enter the game or interfere with the situation. They could use the heavenly Tao to exploit the loopholes of the human race and create opportunities to intervene. They could even seize the only loopholes to sneak in. However, that was a fluke that they had fought for after a lot of planning and sacrifice. And this kind of power could not be repeated. The heavenly Tao would never allow them to do more. However, the power of the Stargate's intervention had become a fact. The heavenly Tao had to recognize it, even if it did not. Moreover, as long as the people they injected with the power of Starlight won in the end and became the biggest winner of the dragons fighting for the heritage, then no matter how unwilling the heavenly Tao was, they would have to go against the heavens and feedback. At that time, the Starlight would rush and reverse and receive from above and below, completely breaking through the blockade and becoming the new protagonist of the world's destiny. However, if they could not, then the North and South Dipper would never be able to recover from this setback and would never have the chance to rise again. Even if the demon race returned and fought for the protagonist of the world again, the 15 Star Lords would still have to remain in a half-crippled state for countless years. This was because most of their power had already been connected to the star formation and projected here. Not only their cultivation, but also the power of their souls, divine senses, and spiritual thoughts were all injected. If they did not succeed, the once famous grand heavenly Tao experts would at most have the combat strength of a fairy in the future. This would be an incomparably huge loss. It could be said that this was a huge gamble. If it was not a huge gamble, how would they dare to bet with the heavenly Tao? If it was not a huge gamble, how would they be worthy of betting with the heavenly Tao? In another secret place, the 15 leaders of the Stargate were all sitting quietly. The 15 of them were in their respective positions, forming a star formation with 15 stars. However, everyone looked very weak, as if all their essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked out. Near them were the corpses of many disciples of the Stargate. Everyone had died peacefully. Do you understand? In the future, you must be someone useful to the continent. Thank you, mister. We'll remember. The children were filled with gratitude. The elixirs are used to strengthen the body. Give some to Uncle Lee and the others. Don't take all of it. Bai Yunting smiled very kindly. His face was full of joy. Don't worry, mister. I won't. Yes, after I left, I've already placed the incense in my room. On the first day, I'll light the first batch. On the second day, I'll light the second batch. What about the third day? Bai Yunting asked with a smile. I'll light the third batch. The children replied excitedly. Yes, correct. When will it be? Noon. Ha ha ha, good, good. Obedient. Bai Yunting laughed loudly. His body floated up like a white cloud and flew off into the distance. When he was far away, he turned around and saw that the boys were still staring at him. He smiled and waved his hand. Then his body disappeared into the clouds like a white cloud and disappeared. Mister's really something. Every time he leaves for a few days, he has to joke with us like this. Who wouldn't remember such a small thing? A boy said with a smile. It's rare for Mister to treat us so well. You're still not satisfied. I know, but we're not children anymore. Tisk, you're not a child. Take off your pants and let me see. Do you have hair? Don't come over. After a short while, the children were already in a mess. They were laughing and chatting happily. It was peaceful. On the first day of Bai Yunting's departure, at noon, the first batch of incense was lit by the child. On the second day of Bai Yunting's departure, the second batch of incense was lit by the child. On the third day of Bai Yunting's departure, the third batch of incense was lit by the child. Just like that, an hour later, there was suddenly a burst of thick smoke. The children were surprised and did not know where the change came from. Suddenly, there was a landslide and a flame that shot into the sky. It was a volcano that erupted without warning. It erupted from Bai Yunting's room and shot into the sky. Once it erupted, it was a terrifying sign of extinction. On the mountain where the Bai Yunting grass hut was located, no one survived, be it humans or animals. The children were the first to bear the brunt and had long been turned into charcoal. The scorching hot magma, mixed with the extremely powerful eruption force, shot up more than 2,000 meters into the sky and penetrated the clouds formed by the power of the 9 heavenly Taos. It continued to erupt and rush up. A gap was formed in the thick, dark clouds in the sky. It was not until the volcano stopped erupting after an hour that the gap closed again. However, after this change, another inexplicable force took action that the mysteries of the heavens were disturbed again. The original path of the mysteries of the heavens was returned to chaos and could no longer be traced. On the other side of the horizon was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Bai Yunting, who was dressed in white and looked like an immortal, stood at the peak of the mountain and sighed softly. "I'm really sorry. You are all my good children. It's a pity. I'm not blessed." Before he finished speaking, he had already floated down from the peak of the mountain and was heading towards the interior, towards the location of the Flood Palace. After a moment of dizziness, Zui Xiaoduo, who had quickly regained his consciousness, opened his eyes immediately. He realized that he was already standing on top of a mountain, and in front of him stood a young man. The young man opposite him was tall and straight. He was dressed in white and had the school emblem of the ancestral Dragon High School pinned on it. At this moment, his eyes were bright and his hands were behind his back. He had a graceful bearing and was sizing up with Xiaoduo with a faint smile. Between the two of them, the Qi meridian surged and circulated. In the ancestral dragon martial arts school, he had always considered himself the number one genius in the continent. He was arrogant and looked down on everyone else. However, it was also because of this that he looked down on Zui Xiaoduo. He thought that Zui Xiaoduo was only able to receive such preferential treatment because of his father's status. So what if his cultivation speed is fast? Isn't it just because he has a good father? If my father is the sky inspecting minister, I will be faster than him. Chapter 1238. In Wan Shueishan's opinion, since his father was the sky inspecting minister, what was so strange about Zhuo Xiaoduo's current achievements? It was just a deformed product of countless high-quality resources. Who knew how many resources these rich and powerful second-generation officials had snatched away from us? It was probably because of this that this kind of personality, as well as the envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Xiaoduo deep in his heart, caused this genius student, who Ancestral Gregon was proud of, to develop an indescribable hatred towards Xiaoduo in his heart. Therefore, when the Celestial Lord descended, he was naturally chosen when there were not enough people in the Stargate sect. And this opportunity was tantamount to a windfall for Wan Shueishan. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of the profound returning realm. How could he dare to fight against Xiaoduo? However, with the possession of the Celestial Lord, he had the power of the Tao integration stage. What kind of concept was this? This was clearly the heavens helping him defeat Xiaoduo, showing that he was the chosen one. This was the true gift of the heavens. In today's society, all kinds of novels were emerging endlessly. There were portable grandpas, portable treasures, and so on. Everyone had already read a lot of them. It was almost as if they were everywhere. At this moment, to Wan Shueishan, this was his cheat. He had ascended to the throne of the Son of Providence in one fell swoop. From now on, he would be the main character. All the beauties in this world, all the treasures in this world, they were all his. They were all his. How could there be anything else to say? Who would have thought that a celestial lord's power could be so powerful? He even had so many Dharma spells and such profound divine abilities. Please possess me, celestial lord, and kill Zhuo. Wan Shuaishan bowed respectfully to the sky. Before he finished speaking, a burst of starlight flashed, and Wan Shuaishan's aura instantly changed. It was thick and magnificent, as if he was with the heavens. He was a completely different person from before. Zhuo, kill yourself. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Zhuo coughed and said, I haven't asked. Which of the celestial lords are you? Wan Shuaishan said, I'm the Great Gate Celestial Lord. Zhuo said indifferently, the Great Gate Celestial Lord. Ancient times, Heavenly Jade, the second star of the Big Dipper, the Dark Star. As expected, the moment the Great Celestial Lord appeared, there was life and death, right and wrong. The ancients did not lie. The Great Celestial Lord said, You are quite knowledgeable. Since you know of this Star Lord's reputation, why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want this Star Lord to do it personally? At that time Celestial Lord blamed Celestial Lord. Lord, Celestial Lord, Celestial Lord. So Xiaoduo's face was filled with helplessness as he said faintly, I'm a person who won't shed tears until I see the coffin. If I hurt myself, it will inevitably be more painful than a normal fight. I'll have a trouble Star Monarch to do it personally. Don't worry, I'm a very open-minded person. Celestial, 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 Celestial. As the Great Gate Star Monarch spoke, he pulled out Myriad Water's mountain sword. Xiaoduo clenched his fists and put on an authentic posture that only a grandmaster of generation could put on. His feet were abnormally heavy, and his entire body was like a lofty mountain. He said seriously, Perhaps Tai-Bai Jinxing does not know, but I am known as the Iron Fist Young Master. How can there be such a logic in this world? Even if you are a senior expert, you can't look down on me like this, right? The Great Gate Star Sovereign was stunned. Stand there and let him make 3 moves first? Did I say something like that? What did I say that? However, I am the Great Gate Star Sovereign of the ancient heavenly court. Do you know how high my reputation is? Although he was only a Dao integration stage cultivator, a pinnacle Dao integration stage cultivator was enough to crush all the astral souls cultivators in this space without exception. Looking at this kid, Xiaoduo's expression didn't change, and he tried his best to restrain himself. You are indeed only at the initial sky soar realm. The Great Gate Star Sovereign was relieved. He smiled elegantly and said, I have not descended to the mortal world for countless years. Juniors like you don't know how powerful I am. Fine. I'll let you make 3 moves first. Consider it as fulfilling your reputation as the Iron Fist Young Master. Let me see what you are capable of and whether you live up to your reputation. The meaning behind his words was clear. You're only allowed to use your fists. Otherwise, don't blame me for going back on my words. The Great Gate Star Sovereign was obviously being careful. Although you claim to be best at fists, how powerful can you be with your bare hands? You can't hurt me even if you die of exhaustion. But if he could use weapons, what if this brat had some kind of divine weapon in his hands? This kid is the son of some Sky Patrol minister. With my current weak body, I may not be able to withstand his attacks. So if you use weapons, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hearing this, Xiaoduo was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. This idiot actually agreed. If he had known, he would have just told the truth. He would have said that he was best at using hammers. If he used hammers directly, would he need 3 hammers? 1 hammer would be enough to turn a watermelon into mush. However, he did not know that if he had said that he was good at using hammers from the start, the Great Gate Star Sovereign would not have agreed to let him make 3 moves. Perhaps some people would say that the Great Gate Star Sovereign was stupid, But for a grand heavenly realm expert who had been high up for a long time to meet an ant with a cultivation as shallow as paper like Zwishauduo, it was normal for him to look down on someone high up. It was just a game of cat and mouse. Great Gate Star Jun Yuan stood tall with his hands behind his back. He stood confidently on the ground and said indifferently, "Although you will die today, you are still a genius of your generation. After you die, I will think of a way to prevent your soul from disappearing. When you reincarnate again, come to my demon race. Perhaps we will meet again at that time." This was the Great Gate Star Sovereign's true goal. With his current cultivation, he could not forcibly detain Zwishauduo. However, if Zwishauduo was willing, there would be no problem. The Great Gate Star Monarch could tell at a glance that this guy's body was much, much stronger than the brat he possessed. Moreover, the power of Providence was indescribably strong. As long as his true spirit was not destroyed and he was reincarnated, he would still be a shocking genius. This kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. Zwishauduo did a chest expansion exercise and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Star Sovereign." The Great Gate Star Sovereign said, "You agree? This is a good thing. For us cultivators, the path of the Great Tao is the most important. Everything else is trivial. When death is imminent, there is still a chance." "How can I not agree?" Zwishauduo said with a smile. "Star Sovereign is famous. I will do my best to test Senior's bottom line." The Great Gate Star Sovereign said indifferently, "That's how it should be." He had already made up his mind to use his shocking cultivation, or at least to shock the heavenly Tao in this place, to directly injure Zwishauduo, who said that you couldn't inflict heavy injuries just because you didn't fight back. That's just because your knowledge is shallow. 3 moves? Too many. 1 move was enough. Chapter 1239. Huff Huff. Wong. Zwishauduo's first step was already accompanied by the howling of the wind. After 3 steps, the space was already buzzing. When Zwishauduo reached the 5th step, a black hole had already appeared behind him. With a crack, the space was torn apart. In such a short distance, he had already broken through the space and burned it. The flames on his body also grew by another notch. The elemental fire art was surging rapidly. In the next moment, the flames that surged around Zwishauduo's body suddenly turned purple, incinerating everything in its path. Zhu Rong was really angry. 8 steps. Zwishauduo punched out. It was mixed with the mournful howl of ghosts. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be squeezing together. 2 balls of light, 1 white and 1 black, shot into his fist at the critical moment, and a streak of fiery light shot out from behind his fist. Grandson Primordial Fire. On his fist, there was still a glimmer of light. It was the hexagrams of 3 eternal star stones that had quietly appeared on his fist. Boom! The brazen punch landed squarely on Wan Shueishan, who was possessed by the Great Gate Star Monarch. Zwishauduo had used all his strength in this punch. His opponent was a Star Monarch. He might even be a powerful character who could fight head-on with his father, Zhuo Changlu. How could Zwishauduo dare to underestimate his opponent? It was good that his opponent was underestimating him. It gave him a chance to let him have 3 moves. It would be best if he could take the attack without dodging. All the mystic arts in his body were concentrated on his fist. The flaming sun scripture was burning to the limit. The elemental fire art was operating at full force. Zhu Rong was really angry. There was also Bai and Jiu, who had entered his fist. The hexagrams of the eternal star stones were attached to his fist. There was also Xiao, who was surging with grandson Primordial Fire, who was assisting him from behind the fist. Zwishauduo had used the maximum power of his own body and most of his trump cards in this attack. The combined attack was to finish the battle in 1 stroke. The other party was actually willing to stand still and let him hit him. So Xiao Duo felt that if he didn't take advantage of this, then he would be letting down his ancestors. 3 moves? There were too many. 1 move was enough. 1 move was enough. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo come smashing at him with earth-shattering power, Great Gate Star Monarch maintained a relaxed posture. He calmly observed the changes and did not think anything was wrong. However, when Zhuo Xiaoduo took the 8th step and punched out crazily, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. An extreme sense of danger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was something on his opponent's fist that made him feel fear. However, he seemed to have noticed it a little too late. The moment that fist smashed into his chest like a heavenly hammer, the Great Gate Star Monarch finally remembered what it was. That was Zhu Rong's true fire. Zhu Wu's true fire. That year, Zhu Rong's true fire had sent him flying 300 miles with a single punch and crippled him. It was actually Zhu Rong's true fire. He did not dodge. Instead, he faced Zhu Rong's true fire head-on. However, he remembered it too late. The meaning of it being late was, it was over. Boom! Zhuo Xiaoduo's fist, which contained many trump cards, was unprecedentedly intimate with the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest. It was a crazy collision. Zhu Rong's true fire merged into the primordial fire and the flaming sun primordial fire. The 3 flames merged into one and forcefully merged into the Great Gate Star Monarch's chest, amidst the miserable screams that were filled with endless regret. "700 drops," Zhuo Xiaoduo exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. These were the Providence points given back after the Great Gate Star Lord's heavenly secret order came true. But Zhuo Xiaoduo had never thought that there would be so many Providence points given back. But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. After all, this was the heavenly Jade Planet, the Great Gate Star Lord, a legend of a generation, a super expert. He had directly smashed his soul into smithereens. 700 luck points was still acceptable. The power of such a huge amount of Providence points strongly nourished Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul. Divine sense, divine thought, cultivation, dantian, body, meridians, bloodline, that is meridians, which are already far more flexible than ordinary cultivators, suddenly received a huge boost. The width of his meridians also reached a new peak. The heavenly spirit gushing spring circulation was like a fast lane, and it was unimaginably wide. As the saying went, a sore on the top of the head and pus on the soles of the feet. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have any sore or pus, his entire body was now opened out. Of course, if one wanted to talk about how bad it was barely enough to say that. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation had also soared to the peak of the Sky Soar realm, and he suppressed it 9 times. Originally, during this period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sky Soar realm, and he had begun to suppress his true yuan. However, the amount of spiritual energy required for a Sky Soar realm cultivator to advance further was too huge. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had cultivated for more than 10 days in the Tower of Annihilation for more than 5 years, and each of them had reached the stage of suppressing their true yuan. However, they did not break through the perfect state of suppressing their true yuan like Zhuo Xiaoduo had expected. This result and the current situation made everyone unhappy. Chapter 1241. The reason why this forbidden pill was known as heaven-defying was because its medicinal strength was too great. Even a Skysoar realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it and would immediately explode to death. However, if one was placed in a special environment, such as a group of dragons fighting for a vein, the luck would protect one's body. After eating it, not only would one's body not explode, one's strength would break through countless bottlenecks and reach the upper limit allowed by this space. Furthermore, after consuming the heaven-defying pill, as long as one obtained the approval of the Dragon of Fate after killing the opponent, the energy of the Dragon of Fate would naturally help the host suppress the true Yuan within the body. After that, by borrowing the power of the Wang clan's blood sacrifice, the Dragon of Fate would fully transform into the clan's fate. As for Wang Ziyun, after experiencing this and getting married, his first child would receive twice the amount of the Dragon of Fate. Furthermore, it wouldn't be as simple as just doubling it. Coupled with the Wang clan's ancestral veins power of fate, this child would have the innate talent and foundation to become a first-rate genius from the moment he was born. At the very least, this child's fate wouldn't be inferior to Li Chenglong's current. It could be said that he was blessed by the heavens, and it could also be said that this was an extremely terrifying operation of fate. One must know that Li Chenglong's current fate had been brought by Zhuo Xiaoduo, allowing him to be on par with the upper echelons of the continent, or even surpass them. Of course, even if all of this could be achieved smoothly, there would still be a price to pay. When the child was born, the Dragon of Fate would double in power, and Wang Ziyun would lose the protection of his fate. His body wouldn't be able to withstand the restless true Yuan, and he would immediately explode to death. However, the current Wang Ziyun naturally didn't know about this drawback. At that time, he would inevitably become a sacrifice for his clan. On the contrary, he only knew that he had become stronger and would continue to become stronger until the end of time, that his clan was the clan's greatest hope. As long as he could obtain the approval of the dragons fighting over the veins, he would become the child of destiny in the future. After snatching this vein, he would still have to snatch the second one, the third one, and kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, and take his fate for himself. It had to be said that the Wang clan's wishful thinking was extremely good. If Zhuo Xiaoduo was not so strong, he would definitely die if he encountered the Wang family in this group of dragons fighting for the heritage. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's luck and the dragon vein luck from the dragons fighting for the dragon vein, it was hard to predict what kind of terrifying genius would emerge from the Wang clan. At the very least, as long as the Wang family's plan succeeded, the Wang family would have at least one of the most talented children. This child's luck would be so strong that it would be even stronger than the current Zhuo Xiaoduo. Just this point alone, for this goal, the Wang clan was willing to give up everything, regardless of the price. This was something that could make them a great clan that surpassed both ancient and modern times. Because of this, the Wang clan had gone completely crazy. Moreover, it had to be said that such a goal was really worth fighting for. It didn't matter even if the upper echelons and participants all died. As long as a genius bloodline was preserved, the future would naturally be many times more glorious than now. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had already crushed the Wang clan's disciples in terms of strength. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't even need to do anything. The ice spirit sword turned into a ball of ice and snow divine light, and followed Zhuo Xiaoyan. Everywhere it passed, there was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. On the other side, Li Chenglong had already defeated Kong Yunshang and obtained the Providence Dragon. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed to another area. Zhen Piao had also defeated a student who was only at the peak of the God-reigning stage. She didn't kill her opponent either. Instead, she simply took the Providence Dragon and left. Zhou Yunqing's sword aura soared into the sky. Once his sword was drawn, he would never turn back. He sent his opponent flying with a single blow. Then, He took the Providence Dragon and shot off like lightning. When they entered, they had all received Li Chenglong's telepathic message. There had been an unforeseen event in the dragons fighting for the mountain range. If they encountered an opponent who could be defeated quickly, they had to defeat him as quickly as possible. Then, they had to help the others immediately. They had to stick together as much as possible. Otherwise, they would be in great danger. Compared to the others, Yu Moyen was more unlucky. He encountered a celestial monarch nearby. He wasn't like Xiaoduo, who was good at playing tricks. When he saw that something was wrong, he would detonate his strongest strength and fight head-on. Naturally, he attracted a lot of attention from his opponent. He didn't underestimate him at all and treated him very seriously. Naturally, he fell into a bitter battle. So Xiaoduo, who had quickly defeated his opponent, the Great Gate Celestial Monarch, went straight in. He passed through a thick fog and entered another area. At a glance, he saw Dinner trying her best to wield her sword to fight her opponent. She was engaged in a fierce battle with her opponent. It was obvious that Dugian was at an absolute disadvantage. Her face was pale, and her clothes were stained with blood. She staggered back and could only put up a desperate struggle to survive. After such a long period of seclusion in the Void Extermination Tower, Dugian had also reached the peak of the Skysoar realm. However, her foundation was much weaker than the others. Although the difference in cultivation was similar, her true strength was the weakest of the others. Therefore, compared to her current opponent, she was much weaker. If Xiaoduo didn't come to her rescue in time, Dinner would die in a few minutes at most. So Xiaoduo didn't say anything when he saw this. He first threw a divine secret order over, and then his power flew into the sky and smashed down with his 99 cat hammer. With a clang, the sword in the hand of the young man was smashed, and he staggered back. He looked up at Xiaoduo and shouted, "I'm the celestial monarch of the Big Dipper, Fushan Lucy Yuanjun. Who are you?" So Xiaoduo smashed his hammer and said loudly, "I'm the third Big Dipper, celestial monarch of the Big Dipper. I've heard a lot about you. I'm the divine dragon sword, Long Yuxing. Please enlighten me." The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper was furious. "Aren't you Xiaoduo? What divine dragon sword? What Long Yuxing? Why do you still ask if you know? You're so long-winded." Xiaoduo didn't stop at all. He operated the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his strength. His whole body turned into a black and white whirlwind, and his figure disappeared. Dugian staggered back a few steps and tried to stabilize her body. Seeing the arrival of strong reinforcements, she didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly took medicine and healed her injuries. She wanted to recover her battle strength as soon as possible. She held her sword and watched the battle, ready to help at any time. The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper was furious. "I don't know what your name or title is." He couldn't even stop that strange hidden weapon from continuously corroding his flesh. This feeling was actually very familiar. The celestial monarch of the Big Dipper couldn't help but shout, "Starry sky, indestructible stone?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaoduo's 2 sledgehammers suddenly collided in front of him. With a muffled bang, countless needles suddenly shot out of the hammers, exploding like bombs. Chapter 1243. Kuanpeng, you have an opponent now. Star-Lord Vanquisher laughed. His entire body was turned into powder under Xiaoduo's continuous attacks that were like a violent storm. Little White and Little Geo, who were eager to hunt, immediately rushed out again. They repeated the operation more and more, and were extremely familiar with it. The Juron True Fire also burned wantonly to absorb that feeling the huge amount of fate points falling from the sky for the third time. So Xiaoduo felt comfortable all over. However, he could not help but sigh in his heart. In the end, he even put away the starry sky, indestructible stone, six-pointed star. This battle was so satisfying that Xiaoduo did not want to use hidden weapons to deal with such an opponent. He did not even want to end this battle so early. However, as Vanquisher Star's long spear was broken, Xiaoduo had to kill him and end this battle as soon as possible. It was not about the dignity of a martial artist, but the current situation. The battle was extremely dangerous. He was not the only one who was in danger. Many of his companions might be in danger. He gave up the starry sky, indestructible stone, six-pointed star, which was the biggest concession he could make. He could not let it go any further. If he did, it would be cruel to his own people. And in this battle, Xiaoduo felt that he had benefited a lot. He felt that his use of the sledgehammer had reached a new level. In terms of using the technique of lifting something heavy as if it were light and lifting something light as if it were heavy, Vanquisher Star could use it to the acme of perfection. This was something that Xiaoduo could not compare to. He only relied on a long spear that was not suitable for him to face the 9-9 cat hammerhead on. He was actually on par with him. Xiaoduo pondered for a long time as he recalled Vanquisher Star's various techniques of using force. Wan Lixio had quickly put away the Dragon of Fate. Shall we split up? Yes. The two of them quickly separated and went to help each other. In the thick fog, Xiang Bing gritted her teeth and fought side by side with Zhou Yunqing against the fifth star of the Southern Dipper, Star Lord Du Jie. Xiang Bing was currently at the pinnacle of the Sky Sword realm. As for Zhou Yunqing, after his fortuitous encounter in the Sword Catacomb, he was also at the Sky Sword realm. However, he was only at the mid-level of the Sky Sword realm. If the two of them joined forces, they would still be at a disadvantage in terms of overall strength. However, there was not much of a difference in overall strength. At the very least, it was impossible for the Star Lord to take down the two of them in a short period of time. In fact, this was because the two of them did not know each other and did not have much tacit understanding to work together against the enemy. Otherwise, they might have had a chance to kill Star Lord Traitor. Right when both sides were keeping each other in check and were in a stalemate, an expanse of icy coldness suddenly descended. A sword seemed as if it was attacking by itself, and it carried extreme coldness that could compare to a world of ice and snow as it completely enveloped Calamity, traversing Star Monarch within it. Following which, a snow-white, majestic, and noble phoenix rushed out with a phoenix cry and crashed into the Calamity, traversing Star-Lord's face. Calamity, traversing Star-Lord, turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. Ancient Phoenix Clan? How can this be? Zhou Xiaonian arrived like a fairy from the Moon Palace and suppressed Calamity, traversing Star-Lord as soon as she made her move. When Xiang Bing and Zhou Yunqing saw Zhou Xiaonian arrive, they were overjoyed and immediately turned from defense to offense, launching a large-scale counterattack. How could Calamity, traversing Star Lord be a match for the three of them? Just Zhou Xiaonian alone was already difficult for him to deal with. Now that he had to face the combined attacks of the three of them, how could he deal with them? He could not help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning. Could it be? That was just to dig a big hole for myself? How laughable, haha. Amidst his sorrowful laughter, his body was smashed into pieces by the combined attacks of the three of them. Xiang Bing stepped forward and kept the Dragon of Luck. The three of them greeted each other and went in three different directions. Right now, the battle was fierce and dangerous, and there was no time for idle chatter. It was more important to rush to other places as soon as possible. Perhaps if he said a few more words here, he might cause his brothers to be killed in other places. On the other side, Li Chenglong rushed into a thick fog and saw Yu Yin in a precarious situation. She was barely holding on, and opposite her was a member of the royal family. A member of the royal family who was possessed by calamity, traversing Star-Lord of the Southern Dipper Heavenly Palace. The Immerse situation was extremely bad. She was covered in blood and could die at any time. Li Chenglong roared, "Hang in there, I'm coming." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed into the battle. Yu Yin'er heaved a sigh of relief. Her delicate body swayed, and she almost fell. She reminded, "Be careful. The person opposite you is the #1 star of the Southern Dipper, the calamity traversing Star-Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Hurry up and recover." Li Chenglong, who was already fighting with calamity traversing Star-Lord, only had time to say this. He did not dare to be distracted anymore. Li Chenglong felt the pressure as soon as he started fighting. His opponent was indeed the #1 star of the Southern Dipper. Then the 5-meter-long spear turned into a huge stick. It fell down with a whistling sound. Chapter 1244. Puff, puff, puff. She hammered it 300 to 400 times in a row. Starlight exploded. Bye, and Zhou rushed out. "Hurry up and grab it, or you'll be eaten by that gun." Zhu Rong's true fire also rushed out. Just like before, luck points fell like rain. They fell into Xiaoduo's head, who was already dumbstruck. He was stunned for a long time, and he wasted the quick and easy points. Xiaoduo was now dumbfounded. Zhan Xuejuan. How could she be so strong? Xuejuan. Seeing that the battle was over, Xiang Chong rushed over in ecstasy. He didn't even forget to use the divine stone to heal his injuries and make himself look more energetic. Achong. Zhan Xuejuan's eyes were full of deep love, but she took a step back with a complicated expression. "You. Don't come over. Listen to me. Xuejuan, you. What's wrong?" Xiang Chong's eyes were full of joy. I have demonic energy in my body. I can't control it. Murderous energy. Zhan Xuejuan's eyes were full of pain as she murmured. The tyrannical power on her body didn't stop because the battle had ended. Instead, it was still there, and it was gradually increasing. "You. What's wrong with you?" Xiang Chong's heart tightened. "I've been possessed by a demonic energy, and I'm not destined to be a good match for you." Zhan Xuejuan's face was full of pain. What?" Xiang Chong was dumbfounded. Just as he was waiting for an explanation, he heard Xiaoduo put away his phone and say impatiently, "The situation is so urgent now. When do you have time to watch the two of you act pitiful? If you have time to be sentimental, why don't you quickly split up and rescue the others?" The two of them were full of pain, but they were interrupted by the heartless words. They couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, not knowing how to react. "It's just a little bit of demonic energy. How did you get possessed by a demonic energy? You look like you're cuckolded and pregnant. Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" So Xiaoduo pointed at him and said angrily, "Zhan Xuejuan, your man is such a disappointment. Hurry up and get to work. See how the others are doing. Well, the two of you should work together. Look at Xiang Chong now. If he meets a strong enemy, he will definitely die. The two of you aren't paying attention to the main point right now. If there's anything you can't solve, don't you still have me? Hurry up and fuck off. Don't just focus on talking about love. Just the two of you want to feed me dog food? This little trick of yours is like playing with a broadsword in front of Guangong, playing with a spear in front of Zhao Zilong. Do you understand drunken spear? Let me tell you, I've already recorded it. If you don't want me publicly executed, hurry up and get to work." Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan blushed. The joy of reuniting after a long separation, the unspeakable pain, and the sadness in their hearts all flew away in an instant. The two of them looked at Xiaoduo hatefully. "Why is this bastard's words so unpleasant to hear? What do you mean by being cuckolded? Do you know how to speak properly? Also, we were speaking from the bottom of our hearts. How is that playing with words? How can this be the same as the flower spear? However, after hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Zhang Xuejuan immediately felt relieved. That's right, if there's anything you can't solve, there's Zhuo. Even if Zhuo can't solve it, there's still Zhuo's parents. At that time, the minister seemed to have mentioned my situation and said that I need some time to transition. Thinking of this, she immediately felt refreshed. Even the situation of being disturbed by the devil intent suddenly became much better. In fact, thinking about it, Zhang Xuejuan recalled how she was captured by the devil race and tortured as a tool. At that time, there was no hope at all. When they should have given up on saving her, Zhuo Xiaoduo still bravely stepped forward and rescued her from an impossible situation. That was already an impossible thing. Didn't he still do it? Nothing is impossible in this world if one has the will. As long as one has the will, as long as one doesn't give up, there's nothing in this world that can't be solved. Xiang Chong also thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine ability. Since Zhuo said so, he must be certain that everything will be fine. The two of them were just scaring themselves and worrying for nothing. With this thought, he immediately felt relieved. After feeling relieved, he immediately gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a middle finger to take revenge on this guy for calling him cuckold. Then, he pulled Zhang Xuejuan and flew away. Even though their actions were quick, it still looked a little sweet and affectionate. It was obvious that the two of them had relaxed too early. They actually neglected another important point. That's what Xiaoduo mentioned. After the 9 heavenly tribulations, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding led the unscrupulous couple, and Zhuo Xiaoyan as an accomplice. They started another operation of the unscrupulous people. Recording. Just now, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't just say that he wanted to record. He really recorded it. Such high-quality material. If they didn't keep it as a memento, wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't use it as a means of blackmail and public punishment in the future? Well, in a sense, or from a long-term point of view, this video was the real threat to Xiang Chong and his wife in the future. How could a mere demonic disturbance compare to it? The difference was like heaven and earth, and they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. However, Xiang Chong and his wife were far from understanding this. By the time they did, it was already too late. Seeing the two of them leave together with ease, Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly turned in the other direction. Zhang Xuejuan's problem was, of course, very big. Chapter 1245. Bah! Zhuo Xiaoduo spat and said disdainfully, "Can you not be so hypocritical? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking nonsense? Why was the heavenly court of the demon race destroyed back then? It's probably the reason why all of you are so talkative and procrastinating." Greedy Wolf Star Lord's face darkened. This kid's mouth was really vicious. "If I win, don't forget to hand over the Dragon of Providence." Greedy Wolf Star Lord looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a covetous look in his eyes. "If I win, you have to hand over the Dragon of Providence." Zhuo Xiaoduo would not be at a disadvantage. His aura could not be weak. In this space of providence, once the Dragon of Providence entered a person's body, it could not be taken out without the person's consent. In fact, this was reasonable. How could one get out the providence that had already turned into one's body? However, the dragon's snatching pulse had just begun. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Greedy Wolf Star Lord had both gained something. Although the Dragon of Providence had been taken into their bodies, it should not have completely merged with their own providence. It could still be forced out. Not only did Greedy Wolf Star Lord know this, but so did Zhuo Xiaoduo. Okay, with a thought, a Dragon of Providence slowly emerged from Greed Star Lord's body. Then, he placed the Dragon of Providence on the ground and coiled it into a ball. The dragon of Providence sensed for a moment and instinctively wanted to rush towards Duo. The human in this position was much luckier than the person he had just possessed. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. However, Greedy Wolf Star Lord pressed it down and shouted in a deep voice, Duo, what about you? Duo was displeased. I, Iron Fist young masters Duo, have always been open and aboveboard. How can I go back on my words on such a matter? With a thought, the door of the Void Extermination Pagoda opened. Xiao Long transformed into an illusory fog and curled over. At least, he looked exactly the same as the Dragon of Providence. Their eyes were lifeless, and they only had shape and basic instincts. They did not have intelligence or spiritual sense. The two dragons looked at each other and coiled into a ball. They both sat there obediently. All right, the bet is set. The winner and loser are clear. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Good. The winner gets everything, and the loser loses everything. That's how it should be, fair and just. The winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. That's how it is. The greedy wolf star monarch smiled with satisfaction, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. So was Duo die? Before he finished speaking, he had already soared into the air. Suddenly, specks of starlight descended from above. Duo let out a loud roar and charged forward with his bare hands. His entire body was overflowing with the might of the third layer of the Flaming Sun scripture as he brazenly attacked. The demon's subduing pestle was mixed with the whistling sound of the wind as it approached. Seeing that Duo was actually fighting with his fists, perfected Lord Greedy Wolf laughed in his heart. Could it be that this kid was an idiot? Fighting against my starlight demon subduing pestle with his bare hands. Not to mention that this kid's cultivation level was lower than mine. Even if it was not, he would be at a great disadvantage and have no chance of winning. However, just as he was thinking that, Duo in front of him suddenly disappeared and was replaced by two huge hammers that covered Duo's entire body. The two huge hammers, mixed with the tyrannical power of thunder, slammed heavily on the demon subduing pestle. There was a deafening boom. Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was sent flying more than 100 feet away with the demon subduing pestle. Duo succeeded in his attack and did not hesitate at all. The two hammers in his hands turned into a storm and smashed over continuously. Every hammer strike was with all his strength. No matter how you parry, I'll hammer with all my strength. A similar situation had been repeated several times, just like a bowl copying a gourd. Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was shocked and used all his strength to fight back, but he was still forced to retreat more than 100 meters by Duo in one breath. Although it seemed that he was at a disadvantage, Perfected Lord Greedy Wolf was puzzled. What's the use of fighting with all your strength? You can only force me to retreat at most. What's the use? Don't you know that strength cannot last long and softness cannot be defended? As long as I can withstand your first burst of energy, I'll be weakened by the second and exhausted by the third, and the outcome will be reversed. Just as his imagination was running wild, he suddenly saw something. Immediately, his eyes widened and he furiously said, "Shut up, despicable." He counterattacked in an extremely frenzied manner. Because he saw the two Providence dragons that were originally sitting on the ground obediently, the one that belonged to Duo, suddenly moved when Duo launched a fierce attack. It suddenly jumped up, opened its mouth, and swallowed its own Providence dragon in one gulp. When he saw it, more than half of the Providence dragon that originally belonged to him had been swallowed. So Duo's Providence dragon looked extremely satisfied at this moment, and it even glanced at him sideways. The strange look in his eyes was as if a normal person was looking at a fool. This feeling made Star-Lord Greedy Wolf feel that he was an idiot. He had been fooled. He had been fooled. This kid didn't want to keep his promise at all. The previous words and actions were all pawns. It was a trick to deceive him. It turned out that this dragon knew how to eat other dragons. This was really, where's your martial arts demeanor? Where's your honesty? Zhuo braced himself and dealt with it with all his might. Zhuo was trembling with fear. He was very careful, afraid that he would accidentally fall into his opponent's trap. However, he did not know that Star-Lord Greedy Wolf was also about to vomit. Since ancient times, no matter what kind of experts the immortals and mortals were, they hated opponents like Zhuo the most. He was born with divine strength, and his strength was many times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. No matter what move you used, he would smash you with his hammer. You had thousands of brilliant plans, but he only had one set of rules. This kind of method was really disgusting, because no matter how many techniques you used, he would ignore them all. And a person like Zhuo, who was already very disgusting, had to be added to the word more. Because in addition to ignoring your techniques, he had countless techniques in addition to his set of rules. If he ignored your techniques, there was nothing you could do. However, if you ignored his techniques, you might face a tragic ending of being smashed into a meat patty at any time. Moreover, Zhuo's hammer was too big. No matter what move you used, as long as he pushed the hammer forward, you could only hit the hammer. Because the hammer completely blocked his body, leaving no room for escape. Such a battle atmosphere made Star-Lord Greedy Wolf feel simply disgusted. It was so disgusting that he opened the door. Chapter 1246. On the surface, Greedy Wolf Stars seemed to be fighting calmly, but in fact he was cursing in his heart. The ancestors of his Wolf family had all been taken care of more than once. They came excitedly and had just collected a dragon of luck. Then they encountered such a disgusting guy. They even lost the dragon of luck that they had already obtained. The person was disgusting, the character was disgusting, the weapon was disgusting, the way he fought was disgusting, the skills were even more disgusting, and the way he dealt with things was the most disgusting. How could he not be disgusted? What kind of person could give birth to such a thing? And who trained such a thing? Could it be that the people in the Astral Souls continent are like this? Greedy Wolf Star cursed in his heart as he fought. Judging from his looks, his parents and master are probably not good people. As the battle continued, another realization that made Greedy Wolf Star-Lord feel particularly aggrieved came to him. He had a subtle feeling that he was training the other party when he was fighting with the other party. If this feeling came true, then not only would he be disgusted, but he would also be depressed and aggrieved. He had originally hoped that this boy could use such a heavy weapon for a long time. It could not be used for long, especially when fighting with an expert like him. He was afraid that this boy would be exhausted in a short time, and then he would be at his mercy. But how could he expect that this boy, who had already hammered thousands of times, still looked as if he was not tired at all, and he could still hammer 100,000 times? What the hell is going on today? In the booming sounds, Zhuo became braver and braver as he fought. The two hammers, which weighed more than 20,000 kilograms, flew up and down. The two hammers, which weighed more than 20,000 kilograms, were held in his hands as if they were weightless. He pointed to the east and hit the west. After a long while, the surroundings became hotter and hotter, and the air began to be distorted by the blazing energy emitted by Zhuo. Zhuo looked at Greedy Wolf Star and seemed to be a little impatient. Thinking quickly, he shouted at the right time, "Look at my unique skill." Before he could finish his words, he had already infused the primordial fire art into the blazing sun divine art. The temperature instantly rose a second time, even hotter than before, and his attacks were even more ferocious. However, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord was relieved in the face of this soaring attack. He had been waiting for Zhuo to use his trump card. During the Great War of the Liches and Demons, everyone had been playing around leisurely. When it came to fighting with their lives on the line, even if it was an inconspicuous guy, the power he could unleash was not to be underestimated. Over time, he had developed a habit of not using his trump card right from the start. He had to keep a trump card to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy dodged it while in perfect condition, it would be his turn to suffer. The longer one kept their trump cards, the longer they would live. If his background was known early on, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. No matter how high his cultivation was, it would be difficult for him to escape the danger of death. This guy really has a trump card. He's smart. In the greedy wolf Star Lord's opinion, with Zhua Xiaoduo's current cultivation, it was already something that countless young heroes and talents could not do in a fight with an expert like him. Indeed, he was worthy of the 4 words. However, that was all. With a thought, the demon-subduing pestle rolled up with a hum, and its momentum soared. Starlight shone brightly. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and with a shake of his body, he turned into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. He waved the 6 demon-subduing pestles and pounced fiercely. When Zhua Xiaoduo used his trump card, the greedy wolf Star Lord also showed his trump card, which was enough to kill Zhua Xiaoduo. In the face of the greedy wolf Star Lord, who had detonated his ultimate trump card, Zhua Xiaoduo was really shocked. He had tried his best to overestimate the strength of the person in front of him, but he did not expect the old guy to be so insidious that he had kept such a powerful trump card for so long. If he had really ignored everything and used all his strength just now, he might have been able to suppress the opponent for a short period of time. However, as long as the opponent took a breath and launched a full counterattack with 3 heads and 6 arms, even if he would not be defeated, he would inevitably suffer a great loss. It's still the same principle of building up energy at the first spurt, weakening at the second, and exhausting at the third. At that time, I won't have any time to change my moves. If I use all my spiritual energy to attack, even if I have a trump card, I won't have enough time to use it. Fortunately, he had already reserved some strength. With a loud roar, Bai and Jiu were summoned into the 9-9 Cat Hammer. The third, more blazing flame, Zhu Rong's genuine fire, also surged out and mixed with 2 heads and 4 arms of the opponent. There was a shrill scream, and a smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. The greedy wolf Star Lord instantly retreated. Like his brothers, he was also caught off guard and suffered a loss from Zhu Rong's genuine fire. Flames rose all over his body, and he screamed, "The successor of Zhu Wu, the god of fire, Zhu Rong?" Zhua Xiaoduo was waiting for this moment, the flaw of the opponent's mind. At the moment when the opponent's strongest attack failed, he launched a large-scale attack and attacked head-on, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. Zhu Rong's genuine fire suddenly expanded. This time, the hammer was directly added with the power of Yin-Yang Samsara of Bai and Jiu. With an unprecedented momentum, it smashed out one after another. At the same time, the 6-pointed star, the starry sky eternal stone, which had been hidden before, also passed through Zhu Rong's genuine fire. With a flash of light, it went straight to the greedy wolf star. The real firepower was unleashed. The greedy wolf Star Lord was caught off guard by the sudden change and was directly attacked by Zhu Rong's genuine fire. Although he reacted quickly and retreated, he still inevitably lost a head and 2 arms. Not only was he in so much pain that he wished he was dead, but his combat power was also sharply reduced. It should be known that his current strength was limited to starlight origin energy, not natal demonic power. It could not allow him to recover instantly. This sharp decrease had caused him to lose almost a third of his strength, and the pain of his divine sense being burned still lingered, causing him to be unable to endure it. As he staggered back, the opponent's hammer chased after him without giving him a chance to breathe. When they came into contact again, he was shocked to find that the opponent's strength seemed to have more than doubled on the original basis. Not only had he become weaker, but the opponent had become stronger as well. The difference between their strengths was even greater now. As soon as the greedy wolf Star Lord came into contact, he could not hold his body steady and staggered back. However, Zhua Xiaoduo shook his hands, and the 2 hammers left greedy wolf Star Lord's hands and chased after him. This change was even more beyond the greedy wolf Star Lord's expectations. No matter how hard he tried, It was hard for him to imagine that the other party would use such heavy and huge hammers as meteor hammers. Before he could think about it, one of the hammers had already smashed his shoulder. The demon's subduing pestle immediately flew out of his hand and turned into starlight fragments, never to exist again. The shoulder that was hit by the hammer was shattered without any room to resist. The greedy wolf, Star-Lord, was still desperately dodging and retreating, hoping to be lucky. The two hammers that were chasing after him suddenly changed again, and there was a flash of silver light. The main target of the attack, his two eyes, were suddenly pierced by more than 10 needles. Moreover, after the needles were pierced, they immediately exploded, not giving the greedy wolf Star-Lord any room to maneuver. Ow! The greedy wolf Star-Lord screamed, hidden weapons. Before his voice died away, 3 hexagrams of the eternal starry sky stone had already formed the shape of a letter and drilled straight into his chest, hitting the vital part of his heart. The moment the starlight exploded again, a figure completely made of starlight suddenly broke away from Meng Chintian's body and flew hundreds of meters away in an illusory state. Meng Chintian's battered body lay on the ground like a broken sack, covered with cuts and bruises. However, Zhuo had no time to care about him. He rushed to the greedy wolf Star-Lord as if he was flying. "Want to run? I haven't received my luck points yet. Why are you running? How could I let you have any leeway to escape from this demon?" The two hammers seemed to be flying out of his hands, but in fact, they were being controlled by Bai and Jiao, maintaining the remaining momentum of the Thousand Souls nightmare hammers and the power of yin and yang from the two little ones. Immediately, the wind of reincarnation surged. The black and white power naturally formed the shape of a yin-yang fish and smashed down crazily. With the intention to kill, the greedy wolf Star-Lord endured the pain and shouted, "Wait!" Xiaoduo didn't seem to hear him. He hammered 3 times in a row without any mercy. "Wait!" "I can stay and guide your cultivation with the power of my soul. You should know that it's not a threat at all," the greedy wolf Star-Lord said loudly. Boom, boom, boom. What answered him was still the sledgehammers smashing down like a storm. Fours with Xiaoduo. No temptation or benefits were more useful than luck points. Furthermore, Xiaoduo could clearly see the true meaning of the greedy wolf Star-Lord's words. "When the demons return, will you still be as easy to talk to as you are now? When that time comes, you can return to your main body at any time. Won't crushing me be as easy as crushing a bug? If I believe your nonsense, won't I be even more stupid than you?" So Xiaoduo thought about these things very deeply. Naturally, he wouldn't be greedy for temporary benefits and leave behind future troubles. In the starlight shadow, the greedy wolf Star-Lord was begging for mercy at first. Then, seeing that his pleas were useless, he laughed crazily. Suddenly, all the starlight scattered, and a faint voice sounded. "Under the guidance of a life soul, the person who kills me will never forget this hatred." A faintly discernible illusory starlight rushed into the space between Xiaoduo's eyebrows. When Xiaoduo saw the inexplicable attack, he tried to block it with the 99 cat hammer and Zhu Rong's true fire, but he failed. The starlight pierced straight through and entered the space between his eyebrows, but he didn't feel anything after that. Then, with a bang, the starlight exploded. The starlight body of the greedy wolf Star-Lord dissipated into thin air, no longer existing in the world. 700 luck points poured in like a storm. Chapter 1247. Xiaoduo laughed and walked back, dragging the sledgehammer. There were still 2 drops of luck points left. Meng Chintian. This guy was actually not dead yet. His life was indeed very tenacious. When he came to Meng Chintian, he found that Meng Chintian was dying and could die at any time. He stared at the approaching Xiaoduo with his only intact eye. "Do you have something to say? If you don't, are you unwilling to die?" Xiaoduo looked at Meng Chintian and asked faintly. Meng Chintian could be regarded as a talent of his generation. At this moment, he was seriously injured. His internal organs had been smashed, and his Dantian and purple mansion had turned into a pile of paste. With his cultivation, he should have died long ago. At this moment, he forced himself to stay alive because he still had some doubts. If this obsession could not be resolved, he would not die in peace. I do have something I don't understand, Meng Chintian said with difficulty. I hope you can enlighten me. Go ahead, Zhou Xiaoduo said. I'm very curious. Why? Meng Chintian said intermittently. Why? Why can't I hide from you? The moment Zhou Xiaoduo called out his name, Meng Chintian instinctively knew that this plan was going to fail again. Because no matter what, Zhou Xiaoduo should not know about his existence. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo was not surprised at all that he had appeared in the layout of the Heavenly Way. No matter how Meng Chintian thought about it, he felt that this was absolutely impossible. In order to hide his identity, he had been keeping a low profile since he came to Shangjing. Unless it was a last resort, he would not show his face in public. His actions were flawless. How did Zhou Xiaoduo know about his identity? He was even very sure that Zhou Xiaoduo did not know about his identity and the changes that happened here before the dragons fought for the Heavenly Way. If Zhou Xiaoduo knew about it, he would not even allow him to appear here. But, why did he know about it when they had just met? He had even figured out the Star-Lord's plan to possess him and used a targeted strategy to kill the greedy wolf Star-Lord. What was more, judging from Zhou Xiaoduo's performance, he had probably killed more than one greedy wolf Star Master. In that case, more than one Star Master had been killed by him. This result was simply too absurd. The Stargate sect had been planning this for many years. They had spent countless manpower, resources, and time to confirm that this plan was foolproof. Yet, Zhou Xiaoduo was able to break it without knowing anything. Meng Chintian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death if someone told him that it was all because of the power of luck that could turn misfortunes into blessings. I know of your existence, and I have my reasons for destroying your plans, Zhou Xiaoduo said. It shouldn't be. Meng Chintian's voice grew fainter and fainter. Back then in Phoenix City, everything was clearly within our control. Back then, you were just a child with a mediocre cultivation base. Yet, you were able to turn the tables and overturn the entire situation. Everything was set up, but you, an outsider, actually broke the feng shui formation and set up a heaven-defying plan. I have been thinking about this for years, but I still can't figure it out. Why? Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. Don't you know that I know the art of observing, Qi? Meng Chintian struggled and wanted to shake his head, but he had no strength left. He said, No, it's not the art of observing Qi. Even if Dongfang Xingyang were here in person, he wouldn't be able to overturn the situation so easily. His breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of begging, although my strength is mediocre, but when it comes to life planning, I've always been proud of it. I've never lost so miserably, so inexplicably, without a single clue. I'm dying. Zhou Xiaoduo, can you clear my doubts? Meng Chintian asked. That was indeed the case. Ever since Meng Chintian started to carry out missions, he had always been complacent. Only when he lost his Zhou Xiaoduo did he lose twice in a row. Moreover, both times, it could be said that he lost in a muddle-headed manner. Everything had been calculated, all the preparations had been made, and all the connections had been made. Everything that could be used had been used. Even the way of heaven was part of his calculation and cooperation. The ancient star formation that unified all 15 star gates, the legend of the mission from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Everything had been dug out. With so many advantages, how could he not be confused when he lost so easily? If he couldn't know the truth, Meng Chintian would die with regret. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Zhou Xiaoduo was very determined. Who knows if you're dead or not? Who knows if you can still send messages after your death? What Greedy Wolf Star did just now is enough to give me a headache, isn't it? If I tell you, won't I have to live in fear all day long? A bitter smile flashed through Meng Chintian's single eye. He could understand Zhua Xiao Duo's caution. If it were him, he would most likely have made the same choice. He fell silent in disappointment for a moment, then suddenly asked, Chunyu, before she died, what did she say? He struggled to ask, does she hate me? Meng Chunyu? This name, which he hadn't heard for a long time, reminded Zhua Xiaoduo of many things. That girl with short hair and a valiant figure. She should have been a girl favored by the heavens, but she had been influenced into a vicious woman. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't want to answer, but after thinking for a while, he said she died very quickly that day and didn't suffer much pain. Naturally, she didn't have time to say anything. I don't know if she hates you or not. Meng Chuntian asked with a trembling voice, will I have a chance to see her in the netherworld? So Xiaoduo said lightly, her soul has a chance to go to the netherworld. If there really is a netherworld. But you are destined to never meet her in the netherworld. Meng Chuntian relaxed and murmured, that's good. That's good. She still has a chance. That's good. He didn't know where he was looking, but he seemed to see the little sister from back then. She was as cute as ice. She held his hand and looked up at him. She asked innocently, are you my brother? Are you really my brother? So I have a brother. Brother, will you play with me? Those big, clear eyes, that little face that was as pretty as a piece of jade. Meng Chintan looked into the void, and a trace of gentleness and guilt slowly appeared on his face. He murmured, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He kept saying sorry, and his voice got lower and lower. He kept saying until there was no more sound, no breath. His single, I was still looking at a certain direction affectionately. In a flash, 2 fate points fell from the sky. This proved that Meng Chintian was dead. He was really dead. Zhua Xiaoduo watched as Bai and Blackie rushed out and devoured Meng Chintian's soul, but he did not stop them. He did not have a trace of pity in his heart from the beginning to the end. It doesn't make sense that I would let you go after you've done so many evil deeds for your whole life. That's impossible. Well, it seems that Meng Chenyu was the one who killed the 9x9 cat hammer. However, the 9x9 cat hammer and by Xiao He did not have the power to annihilate the original soul. With his cultivation strength at that time, he was indeed unable to destroy Meng Chenyu's soul. It was not a lie to say that she still had a chance to go to the netherworld. At this moment, a misty power of fate slowly rose from Meng Chintian's body. Power of fate. So Xiao Duo was stunned. He had planned to leave and go to other places as soon as possible. He did not expect that there would be another change. He had killed so many people, but this was the first time such a situation had happened. Meng Chintian had an additional power of fate? What kind of explanation was this? Why didn't anyone else have it? So Xiao Duo looked at it subconsciously. He found that this power of fate was rather dishonest. There were specks of starlight in it, and it seemed to be spreading into the sky. What was more, when it first came out, its shape was even more strange. It vaguely looked like the shape of an ancient array. Since such a good thing had appeared, so Xiao Duo would never let it disappear. Want to run? So Xiao Duo coughed. Xiao Long rushed out like a hungry tiger. He pounced on the power of fate like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After a few bites, he swallowed it into his stomach. Immediately, he heard Xiao Long's voice in his mind. Boss, this thing seems to be just a primer. Primer? What primer? It's this plot. If it succeeds, it will lead all the fate to the sky with this power of fate. It will turn into demonic chi and benefit the Southern Dipper Star Array. Then it will lead to some kind of consequence. So Xiao Duo nodded and said, I see. This is the real key. No wonder Greedy Wolf, Star Monarch, chose to possess someone from his camp. Since the cause and effect were clear, Zhua Xiaoduo did not hesitate. He waved his hand and put away the eternal star stone on the ground. He floated up and flew to the other side of the thick fog. Before he flew out of this area, he waved his hand. A strong force flew out and blew Meng Chintian's broken body lying on the ground into pieces. The moment he passed through the fog blew on his face. It was like a dream. So Xiao Duo suddenly had a feeling. A certain era, or a certain period, it was finally over. Perhaps from now on, He would no longer be the Xiao duo in Phoenix City. Even if his original intention had not changed, time had changed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Today, the grudge from back then had finally turned into a dusty memory. Yu Moyen was trying his best to fight against a strong enemy. Suddenly, the thick fog on the left side turned over. Dugana rushed in and joined the battle without saying a word, fighting side by side with Yu Moyen. Why did you come at such a good time? Yu Moyen was overjoyed. Compared to others, he naturally hoped that Dugana would come to his side. He was just trying his best to deal with the strong enemy in front of him. If Yin faced an enemy of similar strength alone, wouldn't she be in danger? Now that Dugana came to his rescue, Yu Moyen's heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally be at ease. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.